Good morning, Cindy. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Good morning, board members. So this is Hillary. Hopefully you can see me waving in the room. I just wanted to give you a quick reminder about the quick changeover here from the public meeting to the executive session. I sent you an email, and at the bottom of that, you'll find your link. So once we're done here with roll call and we run through the instructions from the board chair, we're all going to have to log out of the public meeting and enter into the separate executive session. If you have any questions, let me know.
Hey, good morning, Cindy. Can you hear us?
Sure can.
Fantastic, Cindy, thanks. Nils, can you hear us?
Yep, I can. Thank you. Were you able to hear me?
Loud and clear, thanks.
Yeah.
So it's 8 o'clock. Are we ready to start this meeting?
That's a yes.
Okay. So this is Tom Imison, Chair of the Oregon Board of Forestry, and I'd like to call this public meeting to order and welcome everybody to our October 6, 2020 virtual meeting. We are live streaming this meeting on YouTube, and oral testimony is available in real time for our decision today. We want to ensure that our viewers online can follow along with today's meeting. So before we start, I'll go over some logistics to help keep us on track. For everyone participating or presenting, please silence your cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to use the mute feature when you are not speaking. If your video is enabled, feel free to disable if you need to step away. And don't hesitate to use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF support team in Salem during the meeting. To ensure that folks online can follow our board proceedings with the live testimony, I will go over some good housekeeping tips for board members. If you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function, and I'll call on you as the questions come up. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After presentations, the public comment period will be open to those who have signed up. We have scheduled a block of time for invited testimony as well, which will be followed by general public comment. Following public comment, board members may have follow-up questions for presenters, but we generally begin our discussion or propose a motion. Board members, we will use the roundtable approach for the voting process, which we have at previous meetings. So votes, any votes we have will be roll call votes. Please note that pursuant to ORS 192-6602H and I, the board will meet in two closed executive sessions, one starting just after our roll call this morning and another at 4:30 p.m. The purpose of the first session will be to confer with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. The second session will be to review and evaluate the state forester's performance. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive sessions, but are otherwise closed to the public. We will take breaks between those executive sessions and recommence this public meeting after the first executive session. With that, are there any questions about our process this morning? Okay, and next then I'll call the roll to ascertain whether we have a quorum. Nils Christofferson.
Here.
Cindy Deacon Williams.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Here.
Jim Kelly.
Here.
Brendan McComb.
Here.
Mike Rose is unable to participate with us today. I'm Tom Imison, I'm here, so we do have a quorum. The board will now have an executive session pursuant to ORS 192-6602H for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. As I said before, representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. And what we'll do is we will, board members will leave this meeting and go to the link you've been provided for the executive session. Before we head into that executive session, I would like to remind the presenters and public who are joining us today that this meeting will reconvene our normal public meeting at 9 a.m. this morning. We'll now leave this meeting and link into the executive session.
Board Chair, this is Hillary, just letting you know we have all board members back in the virtual room and we have all the presenters in the physical room.
Okay, and I think we're, by my clock, maybe a few seconds away from 9 o'clock. We'll start right at 9. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody back to this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry. We're ready to proceed, and the first item on our agenda today relating to the draft habitat conservation plan will be Peter Doherty providing some opening comments and an overview of today's meeting. So Peter, I'll turn to you.
Thank you. Today marks a significant milestone in the board's HCP process. The State Forest team produced a significant amount of high quality work and implemented a robust public engagement process while working under the stress associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with an unprecedented fire season. Several people on the project team, including Brian Pugh and Cindy Kolomichek, were assigned to fires for 2 to 3 weeks during the Labor Day event. Even more state forest staff from our planning and operations team, as well as field personnel who have supported this work, have been on fires for the better part of 2 months. Cindy Kolomichek, Mike Wilson, Todd Heron, Nick Palazzotto, and Justin Buttress were instrumental in finalizing the material that was shared and made available in September. And this work would not have been possible without the sustained leadership of Liz Dent, Brian Pugh, and Ron Zilli. I thank the counties for re-engaging on this topic over the past month through the Council of Forest Trust Land County meetings. I offer my sincere gratitude to stakeholders who have committed significant time and energy to engage and review a large body of work. And I extend my appreciation to our state and federal partner agencies for dedicating resources to collaborate in the development of this draft HCP. I also acknowledge Steve Andringa, who is here representing the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw. We recognize Oregon Indian tribes as the original stewards of the land, and we're honored that you have joined us today. The division began working on a potential revision to the State Forest Management Plan in 2012, and in November of 2017, the board directed the State Forest Division to explore and potentially develop a habitat conservation plan for state forest lands west of the Cascades. Today, the division is recommending that the board direct the department to complete the HCP and enter into the NEPA process. Should the board direct the division to do so, they will also begin to work on a companion FMP. Work remains on the HCP as well, and the division will continue to engage counties and stakeholders. With those comments, I will turn it over to Liz.
Thank you, Peter. Chair Imison, members of the board, for the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as the Division Chief for State Forests. Just take a few minutes today to set the stage for the meeting, and then we'll roll into the presentation for which we have a pretty big team here to help walk you all through the work that's been done to date and set you up for the decision that's in front of you. So today we're spending the entire day focused on the management of state forests, and I can speak for our entire state forest team to express my appreciation for the time you all committed to reading the material and preparing for this meeting. The department has a long history of managing these state forests, and it began with the focus on restoration and reforestation of burnt over and cut over lands that had been deeded to the state. It's evolved to where we are today, which is focused on creating, protecting, and managing healthy, productive forests. As such, these forests provide a range of benefits, including support for rural communities, timber-related jobs and economies, recreational and educational opportunities. We provide high-quality habitat for aquatic and terrestrial species. These lands produce cool, clean water, sequester, and store carbon. The counties within which we manage these lands have a special and recognized interest in the lands, and as such, the counties have a unique seat at the table for forestry. Revenue from the timber harvest is distributed to the county's rural schools and tax districts to highlight forest management for rural communities. The forests under consideration today are located from the northwest corner of the state around the Astoria area down to the California border. So clearly this encompasses a broad range of forest and landscape conditions, as well as the associated terrestrial and aquatic species. It also produces a range of timber products and related jobs, and there's a range of recreational opportunities across this ownership. While state forest comprises 3% of the forest land base in Oregon, there is an intense interest in how these lands are managed. So today we're considering the management of this diverse landscape to meet a multi-use mandate, which we refer to as this permanent value. That's to provide a suite of social, economic, and environmental benefits over time and across the landscape. Within this context, as Peter said, we recognize these lands hold cultural significance for tribes with connections to their ancestral lands since time immemorial. In order to achieve greater value, or excuse me, the management approach to achieve greater permanent value is overlain by complex political and social dynamics. And these really express themselves through strongly held beliefs on how best to prioritize and what those priorities should be for the expected range of benefits. So examples, again, revenue from timber sales is important to rural communities and local services. And adding to that importance is the fact that the division relies almost entirely on revenue from the sale of timber to fund our program. While the land base is small, the location and quality of habitat uniquely contribute to the persistence of fish and wildlife species in Oregon. Oregon come to value these lands for recreational opportunities, the state forest serving a special niche, if you will, of providing more rustic recreational opportunities to really just public access for dispersed use throughout our ownership. So there are high expectations of this relatively small land base, and there are a lot of pressures on the lands to provide for all of these benefits. This is a challenge, one that requires us to look beyond what's commonly characterized as an either-or prospect. It really just oversimplifies the challenges at hand in managing these lands to meet the expectations of all Oregonians. So I would argue we're best served by approaching the problem from multiple directions, seeking a suite of complementary solutions that reflect the range of county and public perspectives. Ideally, a collaborative approach, inviting people with differing views to contribute to the solutions. I think we have an opportunity to do that. FTLAC has signaled that they're ready to re-engage, and recognizing folks have mixed feelings about an HCP. For us, we've had record-breaking numbers of attendees at our meetings that have been open to the public. For example, in July, we had 101 attendees, and in September, that grew to 137. As you're well aware, there's about 177 pages of written public comment, 45 minutes today for invited testimony, and another 45 minutes for public comment. So having all of these perspectives, both new folks at the table as well as those that have been intimately engaged with state forest topics or time, really I think sets the stage for increased collaboration. I want to recognize the counties and the stakeholders for their interest and dedication to the process. I understand that an HCP is a paradigm shift for the state forest management and that there can be mixed feelings about pursuing it. We have well-informed stakeholders that have been engaged with state forest for a long time. And as I said, we've now also attracted some new voices to the conversation. With the volume of public input coupled with what we're hearing from FTLAC, I won't begin to try to synthesize the feedback, but I will touch on a couple of themes. I want to recognize that all of our stakeholders would have liked to see more detail, data, and analysis earlier in the process. The written comments that we've reviewed, we see concerns about the division's ability to cover our expenses with the revenue we retain, as well as concerns about the reliability of potential harvest volumes. There's concerns about reductions in revenue to the counties and the impacts that that could have on rural communities. Others would like to see more detail about harvest prescriptions, how that might affect conservation and adjustments to the habitat conservation areas. So we understand that the level of support for moving forward really depends on the nature of these concerns. In the context of all these comments and concerns, I would just really want to emphasize that we recognize that work remains on the HCP, but that we have a very strong foundation for what that work is going to look like and some good sideboards for that as well. So I would offer that given the complex social, political, environmental, and economic forces at play, that an HCP really is only one part, albeit a foundational part, to the solution to the challenges that lie ahead. I would like to recognize the team here that's joining us today at the table and others that are dialing in. The hard work that they've done is reflected in the significant body of work that is highly technical and has had really good attention to detail. And it's that material that speaks for itself about the benefits that we think could be provided by an HCP. So we'll be presenting the draft Western Oregon HCP today to the Board of Forestry. Our analysis suggests that the HCP is the best option for providing conservation and meeting legal requirements to protect threatened and endangered species, while also retaining assurances to manage these lands over the long term, providing revenue to the counties, rural schools, and local taxing districts. So today we will begin with giving you an overview of the key elements of the draft HCP. We'll present an analysis that compares 3 potential approaches to state forest land management, and those include the current forest management plan, a draft forest management plan, and the HCP. I want to be clear that the results are presented as relative estimates of potential outcomes and should not be interpreted as absolutes or promised harvest levels. The analysis is intended to help inform your decision today. And to be clear, we're not asking you to approve an HCP today. Again, more work remains to be done on the HCP. Rather, we are recommending that you direct the division to complete the draft and the NEPA process. If so directed, we will also begin working on a companion forest management plan. If not, we'll be coming back to you early next year to determine how to continue our forest management policy work with the Board of Forestry. So with that, we'll get started.
And Liz, before you get started, just a couple things. One is I want to echo Peter's comments about really the heroic efforts that you and your team have undertaken, especially these last few months with all the challenges of pandemic and wildfires. I also, as a logistical matter, suggest to board members that you withhold your questions or comments during the presentation unless you have clarifying questions, and then feel free to raise your hand and we'll recognize you to ask those. I also want to mention that board member Brenda McComb has a prearranged departure from roughly 10 o'clock till 11 o'clock this morning during the presentation, and she arranged to get fully briefed on that presentation that to cover that absence. So I just want to mention that. You'll see her probably bowing out for a little bit. And then we'll turn it back to you, Liz, to introduce your team and to move forward with the presentation. Thanks.
Great, thank you. What's the reminder? Okay, thank you. At the table with me today includes Brian Pugh. He's our state forest. He's not quite at the table, but he's at the virtual table. He's our state forest deputy division chief. Mike Wilson, our state forest resource and information manager. Cindy Kolomachek, she's the project manager for the HCP. Also joining us is Troy Ramig with ICF, and Brett Brownscombe will be calling in. He's with Oregon Consensus, and Mark Buckley is also here with Echo Northwest. So the work to date represents countless hours, and I think we've referenced this a couple of times, but countless hours of challenging and collaborative effort among our state and federal sister agencies. And I'd like to acknowledge the following agencies that have served on the steering committee, as well as our scoping team. So you'll see as we get the slide up that we're providing, we're identifying the people from each of these agencies that have really spent a lot of time, committed their resources and energy to helping us get to where we are today. We are working on getting the slide up that shares those names with everybody. Okay, so beginning with the steering committee, we have representation from, excuse me, ODF&W with Doug Cottom, from DEQ, we have the Deputy Director, Leah Felden. From Department of State Lands, the Deputy Director for Operations, Bill Ryan. From NOAA Fisheries, we've got the Assistant Regional Administrator, Kim Kratz. From U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the State Supervisor, Paul Henson. And from Oregon State University, the Associate Dean of the College of Agricultural Sciences and Professor of Wildlife is Dan Edge. Really appreciate that these people have been able to engage and help provide the leadership at the policy level for the work that's been done with the HCP. The scoping team has representation from these same agencies. And they include, and again, this is shown up on the slide, but it's important to us to recognize these people individually. From NOAA Fisheries, the Oregon branch is Terry O'Rourke. From NOAA Fisheries, Jim Muck. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, wildlife biologist Rich Slempf. From ODFW Fisheries biologist Julie Furman. ODFW, the Forest Practices Program Coordinator, Rod Kramer. DEQ has assigned their non-point source specialist and drinking water protection person, Josh Seeds. From Department of State Lands, they've established on our team a forester, Ryan Singleton. Department of Forestry, we have also committed Brian Pugh, our State Forest Division Chief, Mike Wilson, who we've introduced, our Resource Support Unit Manager, and our wildlife biologists, Nick Palizzotto and Randy Smith. So we have a full day of information sharing planned today, and we've built in opportunities for that. For FTLAC, we built in opportunities for FTLAC and other CFTLC, meaning the Council of Forest Trust Land County commissioners, to express their interests. We've also asked several organizations to provide testimony with a goal of bringing a range of Oregon voices into the conversation. Members of our steering committee will also testify, and then we'll close out with public comment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cindy, and she'll kick off with a brief review of our process and timeline, and then we will move into a presentation on the draft habitat conservation plan, a summary of the comparative analysis, And then Brett Brownstone will talk about our stakeholder process.
Thank you, Liz, and good morning, Chair Imison, State Forest Authority, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Cindy Kolomachuk, and I am the project manager for the Western Oregon HCP for the State Forest Division. Mike, if you go back one slide, please. Before I go into the process, I just wanted to also acknowledge our consultants that played a huge role in our success of reaching this milestone today. We had a number of folks from ICF, and they provided the technical consulting expertise that we needed to get through the draft HCP. We also have Echo Northwest, that is Mark Buckley, who worked on the comparative analysis. And so he is also the one that did the original business case analysis. And so very quickly, I would like to run through these names. Dr. David Zippen is the Vice President of ICF. He provided overall direction for that technical team. Troy Raymig, who you have heard from before and we'll hear more from today, was really the linchpin in getting this work all put together. He's the project manager for ICF. Melissa Klungel is the Senior Biologist, Aquatics Lead. Dr. Aaron Gabby, he's a Senior Biologist and Terrestrial Lead. So they helped with the conservation strategies that are in the draft HCP. And Erica Brittany is with ICF, but was really helpful in developing the comparative analysis that you'll see today. Also, Dr. Greg Lotta, which some of you might be familiar with. He is at the University of Idaho and really helped with our modeling. In addition to this technical work, we have had a lot of meetings with the steering committee and the scoping team, as well as the counties and our stakeholders. And so we needed some help with this. And so we hired a team of professional consultants to assist. We worked with Kearns and West, so with Deb Noodleman, she was the primary facilitator. Sylvia Chiborowski, also a facilitator and just an excellent associate that helped us keep on track with all of our minutes. And all of you have probably seen those minutes and agendas that are on our website. Michelle Bardini helped us keep track of all of our notes. And many of you also know Brett Brownscombe. He's joining us today with Oregon Consensus. He's the senior project manager for Oregon Consensus. And Brett really pushes us around the edges on stakeholder engagement and also helps us develop relationships with new stakeholders, which I think you'll see today that we've really broadened the tent in terms of stakeholders. And then, of course, myself, I'm the project manager. So if you go forward. Today, we are going to cover a number of topics. First, I'll go over really quickly the process update, which State Forest Authority and Liz Dent have also covered a little bit today. And then we'll go over the draft HCP key concepts. So we're really focusing on those that you have not heard too much about to date. So there's a lot in that draft HCP. So we're sort of starting where we left off in July. We'll work with the effects analysis, the conservation strategies, so an update there, what our monitoring strategy will be, and the cost and funding, so how we are going to afford to implement the HCP. And then, as Liz mentioned, we'll get into the comparative analysis and then stakeholder and county engagement. Okay. So as you have heard, we have put a lot of work into the draft HCP with our consultants and our sister state and federal agencies. And so you'll see by those blue arrows there, those are the chapters of the HCP we've been focused on. And they really are the foundational chapters of the HCP, as well as those that have conservation and economic outcomes. And the reason we focused on these is because we believe that this is the information that you need in order to make the decision on whether or not it's in the best interest of the state to move forward with the HCP and move into NEPA process. If so directed, as Liz mentioned, we would continue to refine the draft HCP, so you'll see that in that dark green arrow. And the plan would be to begin the NEPA process in early spring of 2021. At the same time, we would be developing the companion forest management plan, and we would bring both fully vetted plans back to you in June of 2022. So that is an HCP that has been through the NEPA process, as well as the companion FMP that has gone through stakeholder engagement, as well as the rulemaking process. So with that, I think I'll just take a moment and cue up Troy and Nick and Mike, who are going to be going over the draft HCP.
Thanks, Cindy. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and the members of the board. My name is Troy Ramick. I'm with ICF. And as Cindy noted, I'm the project manager for the technical team that's been supporting the HCP effort. Over the next several minutes here, myself, Nick Palazzotto, and Mike Wilson are going to give you an overview of some of the emerging sort of technical details that you haven't seen yet. I'm going to provide a little bit of a setup for that work here initially, and also going to take us back a little bit and just to remind you all and remind those that are watching of some of the fundamental elements of the HCP that we've been talking about for a while. Next slide. So first and foremost, you've seen this before, but a reminder that the HCP covers all of the ODF managed lands west of the Cascades, and showing on the map here in green is where the HCP will apply. This is what we term the permit area, where the permits would apply. And also, next slide. And I think also, as you'll hear about a little bit later in the technical presentation and also as part of the comparative analysis, we sometimes summarize information in terms of sub-geographical areas as shown on this slide in terms of the North Coast, the Willamette Valley, and the South Coast. So those terms might come up in presentations later today. Next slide. One of the other fundamental elements of the HCP is the covered species. You've seen this list before. A reminder that ultimately the HCP supports an application to NOAA Fisheries and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for permits under the Endangered Species Act for species. And so the species that are covered in the HCP become a sort of a fundamental element and an organizing principle. This list of 16 species hasn't changed in a while. You've seen this before. There are 9 fish species, 7 wildlife species. The only notable change to this list, actually, since we talked last, is that the coastal martin, which up until now or previously was not listed, has actually now been proposed to be listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And a reminder that there are a few other species on this list noted with asterisks, and they are currently not listed, but may be listed in the future. And one of the inherent benefits of the HCP and sort of the insurance policy, if you will, going forward is that those species that are not currently listed but may become listed in the future can be included as covered species, and then their conservation needs will already be addressed into the future. Next slide. So the purpose of the HCP, we're all experts on this by now, but I thought it was worth repeating, is of course to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts, the impact of taking on federally listed species or those that may be listed in the future. I noted that it will result in permits under the Endangered Species Act from both federal agencies, because there are species that are under the jurisdiction of each of the federal agencies. We're proposing a 70-year permit term, so the permits would apply for 70 years. And so a lot of the materials that you've seen, both the HCP and the comparative analysis, contemplate that 70-year permit term as part of the work. And importantly, what we're striving for here with the HCP is to create certainty in operations over the course of that period of time, but also to create certainty in the quality and quantity of conservation outcomes during that period of time. So really certainty on all sides of the equation over that permit term. And then I think a new thing that you're going to hear more about today is that the HCP also establishes by necessity a monitoring and adaptive management program that really is charged with tracking how the HCP is performing over time. Are we meeting the objectives that are set in the HCP? And so we'll hear more about that today. And then lastly, and probably most importantly, no surprises assurances in that, sometimes noted as a deal is a deal. So the terms of the HCP and the permits that are associated with it eventually are then, locked in for that 70-year permit term. And that's where the operational certainty comes in, because there will be no expectation of new, regulatory requirements on the department, at least for those covered species in the future, and it allows ODF to then manage the forest with much more certainty over time. Next slide. So really quickly here, just a bit of a thumbnail sketch of what is in the HCP. Many of you have now seen the draft of the document that's been made available on the website. And some of these elements, which again are sort of fundamental to the HCP, you've seen before, others are new, you're going to hear about today. But if you've been reviewing the materials, you have seen these things mostly manifesting in terms of individual chapters of the HCP. So of course there are the covered activities, the forest management related activities that will be included in the HCP, the species which we just mentioned. Today you're going to hear more about the conservation strategies that have been developed to avoid, minimize, and mitigate take of species from the covered activities. And then the effects analysis that really summarizes that intersection when you put covered activities on the landscape in species habitat, what happens, and we describe that in the HCP. And then of course I mentioned the monitoring and adaptive management program. We also spend some time in the draft talking about what implementation of the HCP will look like. So there's an entire chapter devoted to that. And then an important required element of any HCP is that everything that is described, we develop a cost for those elements and then describe how it will all be funded over time. So you'll see that described in the draft as well. Next slide. In a minute, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Palazzotto and Mike Wilson, who are going to dive more deeply into the effects analysis and conservation strategies for our covered species. But I thought I would set you up with just a little bit of a thumbnail sketch of what that looks like, so you can be listening for these things as we go along for the rest of the morning here. And also just to give you a little bit of an umbrella idea of really what is in the HCP. When you boil it down, we sort of have an aquatic conservation strategy and a terrestrial conservation strategy. For the aquatic conservation strategy, the centerpiece of that strategy is riparian conservation areas, which is a riparian buffering strategy that we've developed to address some of the key sort of ecosystem drivers for our aquatic species, namely fish species, but also the torrent salamander species, which are aquatic. In addition to the riparian conservation areas or the riparian buffering strategy, you'll see in that draft a couple of conservation actions that are devoted to road system management, management of the existing road system, and also contemplating additional roads being built in the future. There also is some discussion in the draft conservation strategy about stream enhancement activities and some commitments to what stream enhancement might look like into the future. That's both, of course, wood enhancement and also more traditional aquatic restoration activities, including removal of barriers in the stream network to increase access to habitat by our covered fish species. On the terrestrial side, the centerpiece for the terrestrial conservation strategy is really the habitat conservation areas. These are areas that are designated on the landscape that would be managed for the benefit of species habitat over time. So you'll see a description in there, and Nick will talk more about that in a minute. There are more traditional elements that you've seen before, retention commitments in terms of what will happen outside of those habitat conservation areas, leave tree strategies, downed wood strategies, et cetera, some things that you're probably more commonly familiar with. And then also contemplating the need for some more strategic species actions in the future. You'll see a conservation action in there devoted to activities that will release other stressors that we know around the landscape on our covered species, things like barred owl removal, for example, and others that are described. In order to pay for those, remember we have to establish how funding will occur or how funding will be assured for those covered activities in the conservation strategies. We talk about the establishment of a conservation fund that is described in the conservation strategy chapter, but then described in more detail in the cost and funding chapter, if you've had a chance to look at that. And that will be then dedicated funding that will be used for implementation of those conservation strategies over the course of the permit term. So with that, I think next slide, I'm going to then turn it over to Nick Palazzotto, who is going to spend more time on the terrestrial conservation strategy.
Thanks, Troy. Good morning, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Nick Palazzotto, State Forest wildlife biologist, And today I'll be providing you with a brief overview of our conservation strategy for terrestrial species. Next slide. As Troy mentioned, we conducted an effects analysis for each species. The analysis examined whether covered activities would cause direct mortality to known locations of covered species, such as nest sites or core breeding areas. We also looked at whether and how they might result in loss of suitable and highly suitable habitat over time, and potential indirect effects such as increased predation risk over the long term. We determined that effects could be largely minimized and to a lesser extent mitigated through a series of conservation actions applied across various spatial scales and over the planned term. Next slide. The primary action taken to address effects on covered species and meet the biological goals and objectives for each is the establishment of habitat conservation areas, or HCAs for short. And in designing the HCAs, we prioritized for inclusion the areas where species are known to occur from current or historic survey data, areas where suitable or highly suitable habitat occurs, or where the habitat models, which are built on our stand level inventory, show high potential for habitat development over time. We also consider broader habitat connectivity on the landscape. And for spotted owls and marbled murrelets, the current design incorporates the vast majority of suitable and highly suitable habitat in the permanent area now, and nearly all known species occurrences. Occurrence data for red tree voles, Oregon slender salamanders, and coastal martin are more limited and habitat requirements a little broader, but the HCAs still provide the bulk of the conservation lift for these species. Next slide. Moving on now to the size and distribution of habitat conservation areas. At the permit area level, about 275,000 acres, or 43% of state forests, are in HCAs. The breakdown is similar at the subregion level, with about 43% in HCAs on the North Coast, 40% in the Willamette Valley subregion, and 47% in Southern Oregon. The higher proportion in the South is a function of higher densities of active spotted owl sites in that region. And this figure shows that breakdown by size classes and subregions, with the size classes for the HCAs on the x-axis, the number of HCAs on the y-axis, and the subregions shown as the colored proportions of each bar. There are over 200 HCAs, and they range in size from less than 50,000 acres to more than 50,000 acres. And about half fall within the 100 to 500 acre range. There's about 26, there's about 26 that are less than 50 acres. Those are shown on the far left here. And 4 that are more than 10,000 acres. Those are shown on the far right. And this wide range is a function of 2 primary factors. Species occurrence and habitat data largely drove where HCAs are located, but ownership patterns also influence their size. On the North Coast, where we have a relatively large land base and extensive survey history, there are several large HCAs, including the 4 largest. On parts of these and other districts where parcels are smaller, the HCAs are too. Next slide. And you can see those patterns in size and shape on the maps that were submitted as part of the board materials. But I show the North Coast here as an example because all of those size classes are present. And so large HCAs are visible on the west side of the forest in green and moving east to west across the forest. Other HCAs, 1,000 acres or larger, are visible on Astoria, on scattered blocks in eastern Forest Grove and southern Tillamook. And then there are several smaller HCAs visible in the small scattered parcels on the southern end of the forest and in southwest Clatsop County. Next slide, please. We're proposing to conduct management activities in HCAs to increase the quantity and quality of habitat over time. Efforts would focus primarily on stands under 80 years old and dense plantations with simple structure, and also on conifer restoration in alder-dominated stands or areas with moderate to severe Swiss needlecast infestations. Management activities would occur primarily within the first 30 years of the permit term to allow for habitat development within the 70-year term. And we're still refining the annual targets and flexibility around those targets. More than a third of the acres in HCAs are either inoperable or in inner gorges or riparian conservation areas. No management is proposed in these areas. Another third or so are in existing T&E sites and other high quality habitat for the covered species. We're not proposing management activities in these areas either. Management activities to increase habitat would occur on the remaining acres, which are just under a third of the total acres in the HCAs. Next slide, please. Okay, so for 4 of the covered species, we developed habitat suitability indices built on our stand level inventory data. And this enabled us to bring those habitat models into the forest management model, and thus we can project habitat growth and harvest over the permit term. Here we show the modeled habitat outcomes for spotted owls in the figure on top and marbled murrelets down below. The blue proportions of each bar show cumulative growth of habitat inside the HCAs over the permit term. The red portions are habitat growth outside the HCAs, and the green bars show cumulative harvest of habitat based on model estimates. Habitat that's harvested outside of the HCAs occurs under the incidental take permit, which provides for this flexibility to allow these stands to grow and still be harvested subsequently. Total growth estimates exceed targets set in the HCP under the biological goals and objectives because the targets are enough to offset harvest effects, and there's always some uncertainty around habitat development relative to a modeled estimate. Next slide, please. The HCAs are really the centerpiece of a broader strategy intended to provide for a functional landscape for covered species. Other actions designed to support and augment the HCAs are also part of the overall approach. We include a number of actions intended to minimize effects on known species locations through seasonal and other restrictions. The nature of restrictions vary by species and by location, depending on whether inside or outside of the HCAs and proximity to occupied or suitable habitat inside the HCAs. We also use the conservation fund that Troy referenced for some specific activities in HCAs or in support of the covered species in other ways. For example, reforestation activities in HCAs might utilize the fund to cover any cost increases associated with alternative approaches to young stand management. Barred owl management activities and other targeted species conservation actions would be funded and might include contribution to captive breeding and reintroduction programs or research to improve understanding of species and habitat management. Funding would also be used to address new population stressors as they arise. And many of the conservation and management actions, both inside and outside of the HCAs, would be tied to a monitoring program. Next slide. And as Mark will highlight, in the comparative analysis, one of the benefits of a formal monitoring program under an HCP is a shift away from an operational or timber sale-based approach to species surveys to one that is focused on species and habitat goals. Monitoring components include a focus on changes in habitat quality over time compared to modeled estimates, including habitat lost to covered activities and habitat gained through growth with reporting in 5-year intervals. Monitoring of current suitable habitat and species occurrence and of species response to newly suitable habitat over time, and monitoring of silvicultural actions in HCAs to manage prescriptions and associated pace and scale. Many of these actions would then be tied into the broader adaptive management program under the companion FMP and the related implementation plan and structured decision-making processes. And now I will turn it over to Mike to discuss the riparian strategies.
Thank you, Nick. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board, for the record, my name is Michael Wilson. I am the Resource Support Unit Manager for the State Forest Division. Similar to Nick's description of the effects of analysis for terrestrial species, the aquatic effects analysis will address impacts of covered activities to both fish and Columbian Cascade torrent salamanders, balanced against the protection and benefits of the conservation actions. For fish, the analysis unit will be by independent population for each evolutionarily significant unit for each covered species. The focus for both fish and torrent salamanders will be how the covered activities may cause direct mortality to individuals of the species, inhibit the recruitment of large wood into the aquatic system, increase potential stream temperatures in fish-bearing portions of streams, and increase sediment delivery into the stream network. The effects analysis will address how the conservation actions are expected to minimize and mitigate the potential negative effects to the covered species. As we presented in July, here are the specifics of the riparian conservation area widths as they relate to stream classifications. There has been a minor change since you last saw these. Previously, the seasonal type F stream buffer was 50 feet because that particular stream type is not especially important for wood recruitment and is not subject to the stream temperature issues during the summer. So the effects to the covered species is expected to be minimal or non-existent. However, the Forest Practices Act would mandate a larger buffer based on the presence of fish that are not covered under the HCP. In their review of the strategy, field staff expressed that it would be operationally more efficient to apply one set of standards. So the buffer was increased to 120 feet to match the perennial type F streams. Seasonal type F streams are infrequent on our landscape, so this change has a minimal effect overall. Beyond RCAs, there will be benefits to covered fish through aquatic enhancement projects. A dedicated conservation fund will help ensure that these projects can be carried out consistently over time, regardless of market conditions or budgetary issues. While there will still be in-kind work included in the project work of adjacent management activities, larger projects or projects that don't have nearby operations to support them will utilize the conservation fund. These conservation projects will focus on limiting factors within each ESU and the criteria outlined in Chapter 4 of the HCP. They include projects from smaller wood, large wood enhancement projects and barrier removals to fully vacating legacy roads and large floodplain reconnection projects. Monitoring of both the implementation and effects of conservation actions will leverage and expand current programs such as ODFW's Aquatic Inventory Program. The AIP has been a very successful program that collects data and determines trends in many limiting factors, and we look forward to helping it continue. Over time, we expect to see an improvement in riparian and aquatic conditions through the RCA strategy. While stand age is a core surrogate for finer scale riparian habitat attributes, the general trend towards older forest will support the development of larger trees that will provide shade and large wood inputs to streams, thereby supporting the biological goals and objectives of the HCP. The inclusion of almost half of the RCAs within HCAs will provide further benefits, as generally less intensive management in upland areas will reduce thermal loading and overall summer low flows. The RCAs and HCAs combined provide significant conservation benefits to the species covered under the HCP. While the bulk of these acres are dedicated to conservation on the North Coast, the relative balance is similar across the 3 geographic areas as we see here. Taking in context of what Nick was mentioning about HCAs earlier, in that Southern Oregon has more owls than per acre than the rest of our ownership. Before we take a look at monitoring and adaptive management, I would like to go over the reporting cycle for the HCP. Reporting will have a different focus depending on whether it is annual, decadal, or a 5-year midpoint check-in. Annual reporting will focus on compliance reporting, such as acres of suitable habitat harvested outside of HCAs, habitat enhancement within HCAs, or new road construction or vacating within RCAs and HCAs. The results of monitoring surveys for covered species and conservation fund projects and expenditures would also be reported annually. A comprehensive review will take place every 10 years in preparation for the next implementation plan cycle. Results of terrestrial species habitat loss and gain and the results of effectiveness monitoring will inform the next decade of harvest outside of HCAs and enhancement within HCAs, planning for restoration activities and adjustments to the monitoring plan. A midpoint check-in every 5 years will summarize all annual reporting items and provide an update on terrestrial species habitat gain or loss. This will allow for operational adjustments to ensure that covered activities remain within implementation plan targets. As mentioned earlier, effectiveness monitoring for covered fish species will focus on limiting factors, and for terrestrial fish species will focus on the growth of habitat and species response to that habitat, especially as a response to enhancement activities within HCAs. Adaptive management under the HCP will establish triggers based on monitoring to identify the need for adjustment to conservation actions. These may involve both policy and operational changes to most effectively meet these objectives. For instance, forest structure response to habitat enhancement activities will likely result in operational adjustments to prescriptions over time, and the overall success of those treatments may result in changes to the allowable number of acres treated per year. Adaptive management under the HCP will also be responsive to new and improved methods for measuring forest structure, habitat, and species occurrence. For example, acoustical monitoring of covered species versus current survey methods and forest inventory methods involving metrics derived from LiDAR will help determine trends and also help rebalance as we move forward. The adaptive management cycle will generally be timed to match a 10-year implementation plan cycle, where the results of monitoring can inform the upcoming implementation plan. Smaller scale refinements, primarily operational adjustments, may be made annually or as the need for changes become apparent. Adaptation to climate change will involve many factors that are important to, but beyond the scope of, the conservation actions of the HCP specifically. Understanding those needs will require coordination and collaboration with other state and federal agencies. The cost and funding chapter of the HCP details ODF's costs related to the HCP directly and provides assurances to the services that there is sufficient funding for HCP implementation. The key cost centers for the HCP are HCP administration and staffing, including budgetary, planning, and reporting capacity, and technical advice to field staff to implement activities. Implementation of key restoration and enhancement activities, the monitoring and adaptive management program, and potential remedial measures for changed circumstances. It is important to note that the HCP cost and funding assurance is specific to the HCP and is not intended to cover all of the cost centers associated with state forests. With that, we would like to pause for questions on the HCP components.
This is Joe. I do have a clarifying, just a little, would like a little bit more color on something. You talked about in your beginning of the slides, the third of the acres basically reserved for non-operable, and a third of the acres for potential area or known species and high quality habitat. Could you go back to that slide? Yeah, that's the one. You talked about existing T&E sites and high quality habitat, a third. What generally, what is that breakdown? Do you know how many of the fall into high quality habitat and how much falls into T&E sites?
You know, I don't recall the specific numbers offhand. I want to say it's like half and half. Do you remember the number of acres in occupied sites?
I don't remember offhand. Ed.
But it's in the chapter. It's broken down in the chapter. I just don't have the specifics on hand. Wait a sec. No, I don't. I'd give you the wrong number. I'm going to refer to the chapter, Joe.
Okay, and then you talked about these a third inoperable intergorges and such. I'm assuming there's protected intergorges outside of the HCAs that would not be harvested also. And also, it was my understanding you didn't have a great inventory of those intergorges and operable areas that we talked about last time. Do we have a better inventory of those?
We do. All of our harvest units for the modeling effort are classified as to whether or not they are operable or not. And then we have an estimate that we've had for quite some time of the intergorge areas that are from a digital elevation model analysis. So in that case, we know where the harvest units are. Where the intergorges are, maybe a little bit fuzzy, but we believe it is an overall good overall estimate of the amount of encumbrance that we have associated with intergorges. And they are included in the modeling as well.
And I can assume the modeling to arrive at the harvest planning in the areas outside the HCA is considered inoperable areas. I would assume there's some inoperable areas within those that landscape also.
Yes, there are inoperable areas both inside and outside of HCAs.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Okay, well, if we don't have any other questions, I guess we can move on to the next section. Yeah, keep going there. Perfect.
So, Tom, we're ahead of schedule, but we were scheduled for a stretch break after the HCP. So would you like to take that now?
Sure, that'll help us sync with the schedule. So why don't we do that? And then we come back in 15 minutes, is that right?
Correct. So that would put us back here at 10:15 according, 10:15.
Okay, we'll resume at 10:15. Thanks.
Thank you.
We're ready to resume here.
Board Chair, we're almost there. If you could just give us one more minute.
All right, fine.
Hi, Brett. Can you hear us?
There we go. Sorry.
All right, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, Board Chair, we are ready to re-engage.
Okay, Liz, back to you to keep us moving here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we're continuing here, and I think probably most people have noticed that we are significantly ahead of schedule. So we huddled a little bit at the break and decided that we were going to come back here and kick this portion off again and give you all another chance if questions may have occurred to you during the break on the material that's been presented so far. And if not, we're changing this schedule up a little bit, and Brett Brownscombe is going to walk you through the county and stakeholder engagement process that we used as we worked through the HCP this year. So we anticipate that could take us up to maybe about 10:45, possibly 11, depending on how things go. And then we'd take another break. And when we come back, we're sort of back on the anticipated schedule or close to it. And we'll kick that off with the comparative analysis. So if that makes sense to everybody, we'll go ahead and get started.
Sounds good.
Yes, great. Thank you, Tom. So any more questions for the team here that walked through the HCP? Okay. So with that, I'd like to introduce Brett Brownscombe with Oregon Consensus, and he has been instrumental in leading some of the key aspects of our stakeholder engagement process. And so I'll turn it over to you, Brett.
Okay. Thanks, Liz. And just did the audio check, so that should be coming through clear. So Chair Imeson, members of the board, it's good to see you virtually. My name is Brett Brownscombe, and I work for Oregon Consensus at the Portland State University Hatfield School of Government. As Liz and Cindy mentioned at the outset of today, ODF retained Oregon Consensus, as well as Kearns and West, and Deb Noodleman, Sylvia Chiborowski, and the team there in advancing the HCP and the related incidental take permitting effort. We've provided third-party independent process support, and largely that's fallen along roles of Kearns and West working on the internal support, the scoping team and the steering committee, what we refer to and is referred to in slides as the planning teams. And then also Kearns and West is engaged around the external support. In some of the meetings I'll talk to, my role in Oregon Consensus's role has been around the external support, and by and large, along with feedback into the internal support. So the this kind of independent process support, as well as the other contracting ODF has done, including technical resources like ICF and others that Cindy mentioned at the outset of today, is part of how ODF is has chosen to do things differently than the last go around with the HCP. I'm here to talk to you and present a brief overview about the external engagement process that has supported the HCP and incidental and take permit effort to date. So next slide. Just be sure we're tracking on. Can we go back one? Okay, great. Thanks. So the external engagement has occurred through a variety of venues and approaches, and those are listed here on this slide. Some of the summary points for your attention. We've had at the top, the broad public outreach and the related meetings to that. We've had 6 meetings open to the public over the course of the process, and those have been both in person back in the day and more recently virtual. The broad outreach has included lists that ODF manages, Kearns and West has been managing. It spans diverse stakeholders and interested members of the public, hundreds long. It includes watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, and others. So the outreach around this, these broad public gatherings has been significant. The degree of interest has also been really high. Attendance has consistently been over 100 since the meetings within the past year. In fact, it's been higher in the virtual mode than when we were doing the meetings in person pre-COVID. And those meetings have also included consistently members of the internal teams, the planning teams, so members of the scoping teams from the federal regulatory agencies as well as the state agencies have been engaged in those meetings in listening mode mostly, but tracking the external process. The other venue to talk through importantly, I'll go through the top 3 bullets. So that the county venues, there have been challenges, and the counties are also on the front lines when it comes to COVID response and wildfire response, not to mention the Lynn County litigation. But the relationship and the connection are intact and remains through various channels that we've used during the process. So we've been deliberate in the process, and then ODF, State Forest Division staff and leadership as well, about the distinct relationship that trust land counties have with ODF and the board and state forest lands. FTLAC had been the primary venue for engagement. We paused at a point during the Lynn County litigation, and the counties have not resumed calling those meetings since December of 2019. The COVID has been part of the challenge, and dynamics stemming from the Lynn County court decision is also part of the challenge. More recently, counties have twice convened the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties as a venue to discuss the HCP and incidental take permit effort. And we've had more process than that in the intentional engagement with counties. So ODF State Forest Division leadership, as well as the process. We've been engaging counties through the Association of Oregon Counties, through Mason, Bruce, and Gerard, and the county's contracted consultant there in providing direct information, including related to modeling, through MBG. And then we've had direct engagement with the FTLAC chair, as well as conversations with individual counties and commissioners to be sure that the diverse county perspectives are received and understood. So under stakeholder engagement, we've done this in a few ways, and this includes focus group meetings that some have been done jointly, bringing people together, even if they didn't necessarily say they raised a hand or loved the idea of hanging out together, all in the same virtual space at the same time. We've also had meetings that are more individual interest specific in nature. And there have been over 14 organized meetings across conservation, the forest products industry, recreation interest, and the State Forest Advisory Committee over the course of the process. And then in addition to that, there have been, it's hard to specifically enumerate how many, but many meetings and phone calls and other engagement, but individually with individual people and engaging them in ways that are intended to understand their concerns, their questions, and get their feedback. So the internal and the external process connection, I wanted to spend a quick minute on this. Ultimately, the HCP and incidental take permit effort that you're considering and that the department's been working on is a negotiation with the federal services who issue a regulatory permit, and that permit provides Endangered Species Act coverage and related compliance with the ESA, as well as other legal assurances for ODF's timber harvest, conservation, and other management activities. But all involved in that work, including the federal services, as well as everybody on the internal process teams, has been very interested in what counties, stakeholders, and the public think. So when a draft work product is developed and negotiated at the technical team level, the scoping team, and then cleared by the agency leadership that's represented on the steering committee, it's then taken into the external engagement space. And I'll get to that on the next slide, but don't go there yet. And so we've attempted really to stay disciplined in the process about not getting ahead of the skis and not surprising the internal planning team, making sure that the work product and information is developed enough to then go into the external sphere for engagement. We've tried to really be transparent and equitable about that and how we release info and when the process releases information. So that when that happens, it's first to the counties, honoring the distinct relationship between the board, department, and counties. And then it's to the broader public and stakeholders. And there's a feedback loop, like I mentioned, most of the times during these meetings, there are scoping team members that are kind of poking in, listening in, and getting feedback from what they're hearing at the public meetings and the stakeholder meetings. So next slide. This is the graphic that we've adapted over time. You've seen this one before. And I think there's an animation that we should just float in now just to be sure it's there. And if it's not, oh, good, there it is. If it wasn't there, I'd just speak to it. So this is a course level depiction of the timeline and process approach to public engagement. And so taking it from the left of the slide on your screen, that's where we've been, dating all the way back to early 2019, and the process work actually goes back farther than that into 2018. But this tracks where we've been, where we are now. So the green arrow pointing down and the yellow circle, and where things could go. And kind of on the right hand of the slide, a NEPA process and permit issuance and approvals, and ultimately coming back to you as a board in 2022. So this slide doesn't include all of the meetings. For example, the county and stakeholder meetings that I've mentioned aren't on here, but the key piece to notice is within this red oval. The public engagement meetings and our checkpoints in the process have been driven by HCP work product that comes from the planning teams, the scoping team and the steering committee. And these work products are the key components or chapters of the HCP. And so the way the process has worked is once a set of work products was ready, that corresponds to the HCP chapters within the kind of bounded by the vertical dark blue, purple arrows, then the external rollout would begin. So that started again with the counties, then full public outreach and meetings associated to broad public outreach around these key work product and release points, and then followed by additional focus group and stakeholder conversations to get feedback. So how the process handled feedback is something to review real quick. It's been iterative, and the iterative process has been when feedback comes in through one of the meetings that I've mentioned or other conversations, it's conveyed back into the planning teams. And then as subsequent iterations of the work product get refined and developed, the process has been designed to clarify the revisions, including where feedback was or was not integrated and why. And that would happen during subsequent joint or individual meetings. And this is the way the process has worked iteratively from kind of final initial product layout, initial input through revision, and then draft product finalization. It's worked this way on all of the key HCP content areas. So covered species, covered area, mission, vision, goals, and biological objective components, as well as the conservation strategy development. And the county and stakeholder and public feedback and input has shaped all of these to date. So what have we heard? Key takeaways from the external process. The short of it is, I think Liz captured some of this at the outset, and you'll certainly hear. So you'll hear from counties and stakeholders shortly on what they're saying. Some of the themes that I wanted to reflect today are there's been an appreciation for the process and the engagement of the process with meaningful information. And so I think it's worth noting that all of this process to date hasn't been obligatory. It's part of a proactive strategy that ODF and the board wanted to take. And it's Oregon, so process is kind of in the blood here, but this all predates the NEPA process. It predates any formal process through NEPA. Should the board enter the NEPA process, the public engagement, outreach, and feedback will continue as part of that NEPA effort. So that's one thing we've heard. The other thing is people want more time. A lot of folks have been. This is a data-rich, an information-rich environment at this point. A lot of information's been put out. People want time to review and process the info. That said, they've also reflected that they understand the programmatic value on why programmatic Endangered Species Act coverage would be a good thing for Board of Forestry lands versus a take avoidance approach. But so that while they get the relative value proposition, the question for most interests, depending on where they sit, often comes down to but at what price? To wood products, to revenue, to conservation outcomes. And so some reflect, that they want more harvest, more wood products, more timber jobs, more rural community revenue and viability. And those are their concerns, whether it's county revenue, taxing districts, or local workforce and local economy, or reflecting up into broader interests around jobs and economy. And others want to see more conservation protections and less harvest. And that relates to species declines that have occurred over time and may still be occurring, and the history of habitat loss and the perception that it can't be gained back, or it's not likely to be gained back outside of a lot of the Board of Forestry lands. So we've heard that, and we've heard some opportunities for additional conversation. You'll hear more about it when you get the invited and public testimony. But the process outcome, we know, and I think it's no secret to anybody in the process or you all as board members, that counties and stakeholders have varying perspectives, and you'll hear them. But the process goal has been, by the time today's decision reaches you, and certainly by the time any draft final HCP is turned over into the NEPA process, the goal has been that if you go that way, that the counties, the stakeholders, the broader public will have had a chance to see, review, and provide feedback on the key component parts of the HCP and understand where their feedback has landed. And we feel like we've done a relatively good job in being able to reach this goal. And I think it's worth thanking and recognizing ODF staff in-house, sister agency staff, the hired professionals, including I mentioned Deb and Sylvia at Kearns and West and the team there, as well as Troy and others at ICF, and Melissa at ICF. And it's been a lot of people who have been able to make a process work in a way that is in a complex environment and in a virtual point in time with a lot going on externally. There's been the ability to reflect out a lot of information and have that iterative connection back and forth between work product development, feedback, and reflection of where things are going and landing in response to the feedback. So even if you aren't hearing all the voices that come into the virtual room today, holding hands and singing Kumbaya in unison, and even if there's some ongoing work to do with stakeholder feedback wrapped up in it, that people across the diverse interests have been informed and better understand where one another are coming from as a result of the process. So I'll conclude with where things are headed. Should the board decide to move forward into the next phase of HCP and incidental take permit development, the external engagement process would continue, as I've talked it through today. It would continue from this October point through the time of administrative draft HCP submission into the federal NEPA process. And then following submission of that draft as part of the NEPA public engagement process that's led by NOAA Fisheries, we are intending to strive to work with NOAA in gaining alignment in its process, and both with the parties and the process work to date, so that there's ideally syncing up and smoothness there. Recognizing that the Board of Forestry is going to bat last in this, in reviewing whatever comes out of the NEPA process in 2022. Should the board go a different direction today and not continue with the HCP development process, then the division would determine the next steps in public engagement. And based on your direction as a board, ODF would continue to engage stakeholders in a pathway forward for Oregon State Forest Management. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. It's been a pleasure and honor to work on a project like this, and it's kudos to all who have been working hard on this. And I think if there are questions, I'll take them, or Liz, otherwise hand it back to you.
Are there questions from board members? I think we appreciate the effort you put into this and the summary that you've just provided.
Thanks. And good to hear everybody.
So Liz?
Sure, thank you. And thank you, Brett, for that summary. Characterizing a long process there in a relatively short time. So thank you. And thanks for your leadership in that work. So still ahead of schedule for what was scheduled to be another break at 11 o'clock. We're trying to slow the pace a little bit, recognizing that members of the public are probably keenly interested in the comparative analysis, which is one of the reasons that we changed up the schedule a little bit. So I guess what I would propose is we take another break to make sure that the public can hopefully catch up a little bit with us. Maybe they might be checking in a little bit early if they were wanting to hear the comparative analysis. That would be my suggestion.
I think that's fine. So we'd reconvene at 11, go into the comparative analysis, and then move on from there.
Yeah, that would be great.
Great. We will reconvene at 11.
All right, thanks.
Are we ready to go?
Board Chair, this is Hillary in the meeting room, just letting you know it appears all the board members are back in and ready to go, and all of our folks here in the Tillamook room are ready to go.
Okay, then we'll reconvene. Liz?
Great, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So the next part of our agenda is going to be a presentation of the comparative analysis. We've referenced that a couple of times, and it's worth repeating that the intention of this work is to inform the decision that is in front of you today. It was done in a way to provide a relative sense of the outcomes that would come out of applying, were we to use one of three different approaches to managing the forest, either the current forest management plan, the draft forest management plan, or the HCP. So again, the results are not intended to make promises. Rather, they are set in a way that provides you a relative sense of outcomes. So to complete this work, we contracted with Echo Northwest, who conducted the analysis. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mark Buckley. And sorry, I'll just say one more thing. So Mark will present the comparative analysis, and Brian Pugh is also going to help close out with sort of our interpretation of what this all means.
We're not hearing anything.
Oh, sorry about that. Again, I'll start over. State Forester Doherty, Chair Emerson, members of the board, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you today about the comparative analysis. I get the privilege of presenting this work, but this was an extensive group effort by everyone in the room here that you're seeing, as well as several folks that aren't here. So again, this was an extensive effort, and as Liz described, it was focused on helping to inform the board's decision that it faces today. So the purpose of the comparative analysis, as you've heard, is to provide a comparison across the options, the future trajectory with and without the HCP. This is focused on using the best available information that we have now. And at this point, where we are in the HCP development process, we have extensive spatial, detailed, temporal information to use for conservation objectives, habitat harvest, economic, social, et cetera. And so we really wanted to take advantage of this information to provide as much of the information in a way that can be used specifically to consider trade-offs and opportunities in the future. This is also an expansion over the business case analysis in terms of looking beyond just financial objectives and looking at the full range of benefits and costs that are identifiable and expected to potentially differ across the three scenarios. So this is more expansive. We do not treat this in a sort of a conventional benefit cost analysis approach, though, in that we're not trying to turn everything into dollar values. We leave the measures in their core units. You'll see as I'll show you the various variables that we use here in a moment. So as I said, the key difference here between the business case analysis that you saw from 2018 and the current comparative analysis is the much more extensive data available to us. We also have extensively improved certainty or clarity around the HCP and what the implications will be for habitat and harvest activities under the HCP. That process has also given us more detail to use for understanding what harvest and ESA implications will be under the CFMP, our current FMP, or potential changes to the FMP with a take avoidance strategy. So the process for this did build directly from the HCP process that you've heard about today and seen the results of at this point, as well as an expansion to be able to fully characterize the other scenarios, the non-HCP scenarios in this process. And as we said, we have a detailed forest management model that informs across the range of our analyses, the conservation, the economic, and the social, and provides us with good apples to apples metrics we can compare in a consistent way across the scenarios. The forest management model is designed to optimize for net present value, and it's a linear programming model. So this is a conventional approach in forestry for managing and forecasting stands and harvests. So we're using 3 scenarios in this analysis. We have the current FMP scenario, which is the take avoidance strategy applied and extended across the full time frame. We also provide another baseline comparison for the HCP in terms of a draft revision to the CFMP. So that's using some of the details, some of the changes to the FMP that have been under review, under development. But again, that's not as fully developed yet as the CFMP. We also then have the HCP scenario, which has a companion FMP assumed with it. Again, that companion FMP does not exist yet, so there are a whole range of assumptions, but they're relatively consistent with the draft revision to the FMP. This analysis is conducted over a 75-year timeframe, starting in 2023, intended to be an assumed start to the HCP permit, and then extending out 75 years. We understand that the HCP permit would be for 70 years, but we're extending that out an additional 5 years to see some of those implications and how it would extend. But there are no assumptions about a renewal or continuation necessarily of the HCP beyond that 70-year timeframe. So I want to walk through just quickly the key variables that we use for this analysis. As I said, we have a whole suite of conservation variables that we're able to consider this time, largely driven by the extensive habitat identification process and modeling process that has been available. So we have both quality and quantity of habitat measures in a spatial sense across the permit area. This is for terrestrial, aquatic, and non-covered species. We also investigate the differences between species monitoring and management across the 3 scenarios. And this is one of the key places where we can start to see that there are some real differences in the value of the activities and the expenditures, where there are differences in what can be provided towards conservation objectives under the various scenarios. And then think about habitat quality in a landscape scale sense in terms of fragments and patches. We, of course, look at the full range of economic values and metrics still that we focus on: the timber harvest volume outputs, the costs and revenues, and ultimately carry these analyses through to the net operating income and revenue payments to counties under the scenarios. Now, conservation outputs and economic outputs have implications for social considerations as well. We know that there are a variety of complementary ways that habitat quality and quantity can provide social benefits. And similarly, the economic variables that harvest volumes and harvest costs all relate to various local economic development activities, and that the revenue payments have important social and economic implications for the areas where those dollars are received and utilized. But in addition, we also look in particular at carbon storage over time as a variable, and we investigated recreation implications and implications for cultural uses of state forests in the permit area, in particular thinking about tribal concerns, tribal access. So as I mentioned, at the center of this quantitative analysis is the forest management model that was developed by Dr. Greg Latta of previously of Oregon State. This is a very detailed stand level optimization model that has been coordinated to be able to be applied to all three scenarios. So not just the HCP, but also the CFMP and DFMP scenarios. And it also is able to provide the habitat suitability information over time. So that was a very important tool, not only for our ability to identify current conditions for harvest and conservation objectives, but also future habitat, where future habitat is likely to occur. That informs our analysis and assumptions around future constraints under take avoidance, and also how to design the HCP landscape protections for the highest habitat quality and value. And there is a whole range of outputs here. So this was a really useful tool that we had, and was, again, a joint effort of a whole range of experts and a fair amount of ground truthing as well. So just some of the key assumptions that I want to highlight. There's a whole range throughout the analysis and the full report. We try to articulate all of those, but again, this is a 75-year time frame for the analysis. We're using the 2017 stand level inventory as a starting point, grown forward to 2023. We are using 2019 timber prices, which are quality district specific. And this is one of the first important assumptions to be aware of, because we're using those prices, the timber prices, in a static constant sense throughout the entire time frame. So we're not assuming any increase in prices in a real sense over time. We also are using the best available actual harvest costs, but again, we are not assuming any changes in those costs over time. One of the most important assumptions around this analysis are that there will be increasing constraints on acres available for harvest with a take avoidance strategy. So under the CFMP and DFMP, we assume that the suitable habitat that's identified in the landscape will lead to new constraints for species that are currently listed, as well as new listings. And those kick in year 11 functionally of the analysis. And those lead to, at that point in time, an increase in constraints and a reduction in acres available for harvest of 82,000 acres under the CFMP and 95,000 acres under the DFMP.
Just can I ask a clarifying question, or maybe you could just add a little bit in the terms of the decision or the assumption to not assume changes in prices of timber prices or in harvest costs. What could you explain a little bit the thinking around that assumption?
I think that was generally considered a conservative assumption, and these are these prices don't change dramatically in the long run. There's obviously a whole host of endogenous, exogenous factors that drive variation from year to year, but we're assuming for the long-term time frame that those are consistent, mostly to avoid that as a confounding factor, and again, keep the focus on comparisons and differences between the models. I don't know if Mike or Brian would want to add to that. No. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
This is Joe. I have one quick question. Your acres of new habitat constrained under the current FMP and potential FMP, those all come in at year 11, and if I understood that correctly in your modeling, and then also what functionally is that difference in acres? Why is there a difference?
The difference between those two scenarios, it's because they start at different levels of constraint from the beginning, that the CFMP has the landscape design and terrestrial anchor sites that are an initial constraint, whereas the DFMP has a different set of constraints, the estimated landscape design, which again hasn't actually been designed or implemented, but it's representative of what the current assumptions would be about what you would protect. I think in practice, it's a identification of current suitable habitat in the permit area, and in assuming that the protections under the DFMP would target those suitable areas. So there's a slight apples and oranges difference between those two scenarios in terms of their starting point in year 1 of the analysis in 2023. Again, would anyone like to add to that?
The other part of that question was how do these kick in over time?
Sorry, thank you. Yes, they all kick in at once in 2011, or sorry, in the year 11. So 2034 is when those actually kick in. And that, again, was sort of a simplifying assumption to have it start. The way the model operates, it models 5-year increments. So it starts in that third period of 5-year increments.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'll pick back up. So there's also an increase in riparian buffer protections that leads to a decrease in available acres under the HCP. There's no corresponding increase in riparian buffers assumed under the CFMP or DFMP. We also have some of the important cost categories that we think we will likely differ across the 3 scenarios that we wanted to estimate, again, based on the best available data. Probably the key assumption is that there will be increasing costs of pre-harvest surveys under the take avoidance scenarios, the CFMP and DFMP, and that there will be a generally increasing cost in terms of ESA administration for staff overall. There also is, based on some general restructuring, an assumption that some ODF administration costs will continue to increase over the next 10 years, the first 2 periods, and then level off. But that's an assumption that's consistent across the 3 scenarios. So starting to jump into the results, as you can imagine, many of the results stem from the key implications for how the acres are designated, which acres and in what total quantity of acres are protected for habitat and similar purposes, and which are available for timber harvest. And this chart that I'm showing here is the end result of all of the changes in constraints and availability for the analysis. So at the end of it, but really in that third time period, we see that we're expecting more total acres available for harvest under the HCP and the least available under the CFMP. So again, that's the result of using the stand level modeling and identification of habitat and suitable habitat to predict where there are likely to be constraints. So the key take home here, which will ripple through here, is that you've got more acres available for harvest under the HCP than to the DFMP and last at the CFMP. Now I'm going to start by walking through some of the comparative implications for the conservation objectives. And the first I want to describe is the configuration, the landscape design. And the real focus here is in terms of the patch sizes and the distribution of the acres that are protected, because we know that larger patches are better for habitat for a whole range of resiliency issues and habitat biological and ecological objectives. That also then relates to edge ratios in terms of interior to edge. And so from a habitat quality perspective, the priority or preferences for large patches. And we see that the HCP scenario is able to achieve the largest patches. This is a combination of protecting the areas that are currently large and relatively contiguous, as well as protecting under the HCA's adjacent stands that can grow forward into suitable and highly suitable habitat. The DFMP has the smallest patches, and that's sort of an artifact of that assumption of just targeting habitat now rather than this long-term strategic approach to protections. But that does mean that you have, at a starting point, the most suitable habitat protected from the DFMP. But again, the spatial configuration isn't as desirable. And I want to demonstrate that here with an example snapshot from the forest of what those protections look like under the 3 scenarios, where first of all, starting at the right, thinking about the HCP scenario, that those protections, the HCAs, are in these large clumps. And as we look at the CFMP, it's a little bit more broken up on the left, and the DFMP is particularly sort of scattered. So that contiguous nature of the distribution is something that we found, and that the scientists, the biologists, identified as a particular advantage of the HCP over either of the other 2 scenarios. Another important conservation outcome to consider is the overall distribution of stands in terms of age at the end of this time frame. So this chart is showing the total acres by bin of stand age class across the three scenarios. And in particular, from a conservation perspective, what I want to draw your attention to is how the older stands have more protections within the HCP than the other two scenarios. So when you look at any of these columns, the dark part at the bottom is showing acres that are within the protected areas, and the lighter colored tops of the bar of the columns are showing the unprotected areas. So if we start from say 70 to 90 and moving to the right, you can see that the HCP scenario has the most total protected area of stands for these for the oldest stands. It's also important to note that there is much more uncertainty around these conditions and protections for the take avoidance strategies than the HCP. This is one of the places where that predictability, the heightened certainty looking forward under the HCP really starts to stand out. And just to note that some of those large areas of older stands under the CFMP and DFMP that are not in the protected areas represent those constraints that we're assuming would occur in the future due to suitability of habitat that's identified for listed and potentially listed species. We also have the ability to look in a very detailed sense at the suitability of the habitat in the full permit area. And what these charts are showing you is a weighted average across all acres in the permit area for each of the three scenarios across 4 key species with owls, murrelets, retrieval, and Oregon slender salamander. And what I want to draw your attention to on these charts is that across all 3 scenarios in general, almost for all the scenarios, we have increasing suitability of habitat over the time frame. So it's getting better for all of them. There's not a huge difference across them. The HCP is relatively strong and maintains a relatively strong upward trajectory. And you see it's a little bit of a steeper slope, but ultimately they're all improving. And the HCP isn't necessarily dominating the other options here. Largely, this is recognizing that under the CFMP, there are these added constraints that can be expected in the future. On the riparian categories, there's less difference across the 3 strategies, the 3 options. There is a slight increase in riparian habitat under the HCP that you can see on here, just a little bit taller, but the key implication here is that there's relatively low difference. And this tells us, since we're at a point where the HCP is relatively well defined, we have the draft HCP, that the CFMP and DFMP outcomes for riparian habitat are also very high quality and strong. So probably the most important implication here isn't the difference between them, but that they're all in a relatively strong position for riparian habitat protections. I'll start to walk through some of the economic outcomes here now as well, starting with harvest volume. And again, this comes directly from the acreage constraints and availabilities, as well as the difference in forest management and harvest in terms of what we expect under the DFMP, where there's more of a departure, a little bit more freedom to pursue the highest value harvests, as opposed to the non-declining even flow structure-based management approach under the CFMP. So that explains especially that initial starting point here. And this chart is showing average annual harvest volume for the 3 scenarios over that 75-year time frame. So each point is an average of a 15-year time frame. So we're smoothing this out. We realize in reality, year-to-year variation would be more. And you can see that the DFMP starts out at the highest point, but then with those constraints, it drops off, and the HCP has relatively consistent, predictable, stable harvest over the time frame. And you do end up overall with the most total harvest volume for the 75-year time frame under the HCP, and the least total harvest volume and least average annual under the CFMP. The same patterns translate through into the harvest revenue. And again, we see that bigger swing under the draft FMP and relatively stable, as well as highest under the HCP, with the lowest harvest volume and harvest revenue under the CFMP. Again, that translates directly into the same pattern for revenue distributed to the counties across the scenarios, where the HCP has the most expected revenue shared and the CFMP has the least. So this is where we're starting to see one of the key implications of this result, is that relative to status quo, the HCP is going to provide the most revenue potential for all parties involved, and in particular, an improvement over the current trajectory. And that totals $3.7 billion under the HCP and a full $1 billion less. These aren't discounted, these are just totals under the CFMP. And so very similar pattern to the retained revenue for the division. And we can see that, again, the HCP has the strongest position there in terms of retained revenue. Now, one of the points I'd mentioned earlier is that we do expect that costs will differ. So I want to highlight here that there is an expectation that the costs to the Division of ESA compliance will be lower under the HCP. So when you heard a bit about the cost and funding plan under the HCP, and that's detailed in the cost and funding chapter of the draft HCP, that's what we're using here. And the key thing I would draw your eyes to is that the HCP on average over time will have roughly $4 million in average annual cost savings relative to the CFMP and DFMP, which do include assumptions about a gradual increase in costs over time. There's also the key point that we're going to expect more quality from those dollars here under the HCP, that the resources, staff, and financial are going to be applied towards activities that are seen to really improve habitat quality and function. You heard Nick describe the benefits of species monitoring and design for long-term habitat performance relative to a pre-harvest survey compliance model. We've also heard from state and federal agencies that from their side as well, there is likely to be a real gain under an HCP, that they would see lower costs. So those publicly funded agencies are going to expect that they will see lower costs under an HCP, and that their expenditures are similarly going to be more effective and more efficient in terms of being able to really provide habitat benefits as opposed to just compliance. But so then these costs translate through to a slight increase over time that we expect under the CFMP and DFMP, and a relatively stable sort of non-harvest cost trajectory for the HCP. So again, what I've shown you so far is that revenues are relatively stable to declining under the HCP, and to some extent that's an artifact of the modeling, which was designed to optimize for net present value, so seeking the earliest, highest value harvests over time. And so where we end up with those slightly declining revenues and slightly increasing to stable costs is a general trajectory of down across the three scenarios for net operating income. But again, the HCP is in the strongest position. So as Liz and others have mentioned, the HCP is providing us with the best opportunity we identify in the results here in terms of increasing harvest revenue and decreasing costs, but it's not solving the situation here in terms of the overall revenues compared to the costs that the division faces. I do want to highlight, though, that if we think about the net revenue before county payments, that what we're seeing here is that, especially for the HCP scenario, but generally over the time frame for all scenarios, that the revenue is greater than the cost. So this chart is showing all of the harvest revenue and all of the costs, but not county payments. So from a social efficiency standpoint, these activities are efficient in that they are able to be provided where the benefits outweigh the costs from the financial perspective. So we're meeting all of these objectives while costs are are still being met at the social scale. And so speaking of that, do want to do a little bit of a highlight of the social analyses that we conducted for this. In probably the three areas that we focused the most here in terms of carbon, recreation, and cultural. We don't see a big difference across them. I'm going to show you the carbon chart in a moment. Before I get there, I want to mention that on recreation, we try to investigate how the supply, the availability, the accessibility would likely vary across the scenarios, and not a big difference. We do see, again, that there is this certainty and predictability benefit, both in terms of landscape management and design, as well as revenue and budget improvements under the HCP that would translate into at least as strong and likely a stronger position to provide and maintain recreation opportunities with the HCP. Similarly, from a cultural perspective, thinking about the kinds of resources on the landscape and their relations to habitat and accessibility, as well as overall predictability on the landscape, that cultural uses should similarly see little difference across the scenarios, but if anything, a bit of a stronger position under the HCP. This chart is showing the stock of carbon in the forest in the permit area in Western Oregon across the three scenarios. This isn't the full carbon budget. This is just sort of the tree trunks, the bullwood, and the key implication of this result here is that it's increasing for all scenarios. So total volume of carbon stored, sequestered on state forests is increasing across all three scenarios. The CFMP is a little bit higher than the HCP and DFMP, and that's largely a function of those constraints and the reduced harvest under the CFMP scenario that we assume. So one thing that that stood out across this analysis, and that this richer data and modeling provide us the opportunity to better understand, was the range of benefits of the HCP in terms of the predictability and certainty that it provides, the insurance benefits that pretty much systematically across the variables we considered, we found some very tangible ways that that predictability can improve the efficiency, both in terms of how much is spent and how resources are applied, but also the certainty and predictability across conservation, timber, even some of the risks of and costs associated with litigation. Timber market vulnerability, one little example where if we think about the ability to better time and be quicker and have lower transaction costs under timber harvest, that there's a potential to avoid the lowest market points, and even just knocking the very lowest times off of the market would lead to, we estimated, around a 6 million potential and average annual harvest revenue improvement. So a bunch of little things like that that we identified and weren't necessarily able to translate through into these systematic results across the scenarios, but ultimately those started to pile up. And I think this is probably from the perspective of an economist, this is probably one of the most important benefits we found of the HCP, is that predictability and that improved social efficiency of resource use. So how that all wraps up, we have this chart summarizing the results across the three scenarios comparatively for the key variables. And the HCP doesn't necessarily come out on top for all of them, but it does have the strongest overall. Some of the distinctions here, as you saw from the charts, are relatively narrow, that there aren't big differences. It is important to recognize, though, that there's that much wider range of uncertainty around the CFMP and DFMP, which also means there's less certainty there. Furthermore, there isn't a clear winner between the CFMP and the DFMP when we're thinking about meeting all of the objectives of greatest permanent value. So I think ultimately what we're seeing here is that the HCP has a pretty consistent benefits over either of the other two alternatives with take avoidance. So I just want to wrap up some of the key points, key findings that we had that we think stand out the most, that we have the greatest total harvest volume expected under the HCP scenario, lowest cost to the department. So again, those translate into the best potential move right here from a financial perspective. And so that does translate into that net revenue outcome, as well as the habitat quality landscape scale benefits that we can expect under the HCP. although the CFMP also has some strong conservation outcomes as well. There are the benefits of the larger patches expected under the HCP. The aquatic outcomes vary relatively little, if at all, across the scenarios in terms of quality and quantity. The carbon sequestration, again, across all scenarios, but is slightly stronger in terms of total storage under the CFMP. That is a relatively uncertain outcome, and it's dependent on those future constraints that haven't necessarily all been realized yet. So it's a projection we're using from the modeling, and relatively consistent results for recreation and cultural uses across those. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian Pugh to provide a little bit more context from the division on the comparative analysis results.
Thank you, Mark. That was good. Good morning, State Forester Doherty, Chair Imeson, members of the board. For the record, I am Brian Pugh. We're pulling up my slides now, and as we do that, I want to think about what Mark just presented there, and then the materials that he provided in the comparative analysis that you were able to read. And so thinking about that, along with the materials that Mike Wilson and Nick Palizzotto provided this morning, we really have to keep in mind that the overall mandate for the State Forest Division is greatest permanent value. And so how we relate these key findings into greatest permanent value is an important step that we are thinking through. So I'm just going to walk you through a few examples here to show kind of our thought process at the division of why we're recommending moving forward with the HCP into the NEPA process. And so understanding greatest permanent value is intended to provide productive and sustainable forest ecosystems that provide a full range of social, economic, and environmental benefits to all people of Oregon. And so clearly with the HCP, we still have to provide a companion forest management plan. So we're not seeing the whole thing here without that companion forest management plan. But this HCP is a good policy base to get us started on that piece of it, and would be complemented further with the companion forest management plan that we could develop. The HCP, when you look at the comparative analysis and you read through the HCP chapters, clearly provides habitat quality and quantity that effectively provides benefits for native wildlife. And then it also provides long-term certainty. And so today we're focused on the 16 species in the Endangered Species Act, but realizing that really the HCP does provide for many other benefits, native species that are on Oregon State Forest. So it is much more than just conservation and benefits to the endangered species. It's a full range of species. One of the things that's really important too is it does provide harvest levels that are sustainable and predictable to generate revenues for the state, counties, and local taxing districts. And as Mark showed in those last few revenue slides, the HCP performs well at not only harvest levels, but providing net revenue to those needed counties, local taxing districts, and then again to the state. And so one of the things that makes it an HCP appealing is it is a no surprises. And we've heard Troy say that a few times through the years, that we have certainty around what the requirements of the Endangered Species Act are. And that gives us much more certainty in our planning for timber harvest and other things. And so it is really that insurance piece that we are complying with the Endangered Species Act, and that those rules around the Endangered Species Act don't change overnight. So that is very helpful. You know, when we further think about greatest permanent value and the HCP, another big piece of it is the HCP does provide properly functioning aquatic habitats for salmonids and other native fish and aquatic life. And so Mike talked about the RCAs, the riparian conservation areas, and they are greater than what we the already current high standards that we implement today. And so we would further provide more benefits to the aquatic species and conservation there. The last piece I'll touch on in greatest permanent value is recreation. And within HCP, recreation would be provided in both the conservation areas, the HCAs, that'd be provided in the RCAs, and in the matrix, the production zone where we have focus on forest management. And so you'd have a range of recreation across all those zones. How recreation would be more stable is those conservation areas are more set. And so that user experience would be more known year from year than it is now. And the other thing Mark pointed out was the funding for recreation would be more stable. The funding overall for the division would be more stable and certain, and that would help us invest and then run our programs. So that's the context of greatest permanent value. And then we'll go to the next slide, which will be the HCP, thank you, in regards to policy development and overall business of the division. And so really after understanding and working through the development of the HCP, that it is the most effective way to comply with the Endangered Species Act. Again, you've heard several times that take avoidance has a lot of uncertainty, has very high cost. And we're realizing that this HCP method, the incidental take permit, would be the most effective way. Again, for that certainty, not only for conservation, but also the certainty around harvest levels. And then the cost of implementing is lower, but also the cost of implementing can be more directly tied to the benefits of the species. And so providing those benefits with the money spent to the species is a better way to go. It does deliver business certainty and on the requirements to comply with the Endangered Species Act. Again, that no surprises. It is both around, potential future listings of species that we have on our list that aren't listed yet, but also changes in the policies at the federal level now with listed species already. And so again, we're really looking with the HCP to understand it provides the benefits to the 16 listed species, and then the overall landscape conservation on that. And so it is that long lasting, that 70-year permit term conservation that's durable and predictable on the landscape. And it does go beyond, like I said a moment ago, just those 16 species to provide durable conservation for a lot of species. Further benefits by reducing the risk of litigations on Endangered Species Act species. We've had a few lawsuits already in past history around Endangered Species Act, and we could predict that more would occur in the future without the HCP. And so that's another certainty risk, but certainty piece of it, but also a risk reduction piece that's good for business. And then providing for that more dependable harvest level over the long term. And so we're not looking out, 5 years, or we're not looking out to the next implementation plan, which is 10 years. We're really looking out 70 years. And that's a long-term investment in Oregon's forest and wanting to have that sustainable harvest level over the longest term possible, that 70-year permit term, because those revenues are so crucial to the counties and the local taxing districts in the state. And then again, we've said it a few times today, but it'll be worth saying again that these comparative analysis and the modeling that Dr. Latta did is a relative sense. And so it's giving you the relative sense of the harvest outputs, the costs, and the revenues to do the decision-making that we're asking you to do today. And so we don't expect that these are absolute or certainties of our future. We expect that we will work more with the modeling and develop implementation plans to come. But when you think about the relative sense, you can clearly see that the HCP provides the best way to improve the division's financial viability. And so that's an important piece too, to try to improve the division's financial viability, and relatively, this is the best way to do it. I think I'll close by maybe a reminder, or maybe just bringing to light that we've been working with policy choices with the board for many years, if not a decade or longer. And going forth with an HCP provides certainty in the policy context too. And so it would set up with the companion forest management plan, a long-term forest management plan that wouldn't have to be debated in front of the board on a yearly basis. And we can focus on other policy that would help the division and help Oregon State Forest too. And so that's another benefit, is having policy certainty, not only for the division's workload, but also for the conservation that's in place on the landscape. And then again, on the forest management plan itself too. So with that, I'll pause. I think Mark is available for questions, and so am I, and the rest of the team is here too. So I'll turn it to you, Tom, for facilitating the questions.
Okay, I'm looking to see if any hands are up from board members with questions. In the meantime, I guess I have, not sure exactly who this one goes to. I think it's more you, Brian, or Liz than Mark at this point, but and it's something you just talked about a little bit. It has to do with the potential harvest levels, and Liz started this morning indicating that these numbers shouldn't be seen as the numbers themselves as promises. But I guess I want to ensure that the belief of the staff on this is that, again, from a relative sense, that the best approach in terms of meeting GPV, meeting ESA, and all the other responsibilities that we have statutorily and policy-wise, that the HCP provides the whatever the detailed numbers end up being, that there's a high level of confidence on the part of the staff that it is the best of the three scenarios that you looked at.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think that is a question for me, for sure, because Dr. Latta used the assumptions that we told him, set the model up the way we asked him to, and then Mark did the analysis of those results. But clearly, we've been putting a lot of time and effort into the modeling across all three scenarios. But it goes back further than that. We've been modeling this Western Oregon State Forest since the late 90s, and through those decades have made a lot of improvements, both in the data that we use and then the approach we take to the modeling. And so after 20 years, I'd say we're getting closer. No model's perfect, and we all know those analogies, but we're getting closer at that. And so we do have confidence in the relative sense that this model does perform the best. The HCP does perform the best on generating volume over the long term. So that is correct. And then yes, appreciate the way you opened it, this is high level modeling for this type of decision making. As we go forward, we would do more ground truthing and more implementation, shorter term modeling that really focuses on operations. And as we do that, there is a transition there, but we've taken steps along the way to mitigate any downfall, any surprises, both on the conservation side or on the timber volume side. So yes, we do have a lot of confidence that what the results we're seeing that Mark was displaying are the relative sense, how the trends would turn out between the three different options before you today.
Good.
Brian, can I just expand? I'm sorry, Liz, do you want to, I can wait.
Yeah, I think, thank you. So I'll just add real quickly to that is that I think it's a natural tendency to look at some of these results like harvest and revenue as compared to where we are right now under the current forest management plan and even where we've been before structure-based management. Everyone kind of maybe has their sort of individual comparative that they use. And the analysis here is forward-looking. And so I think that may be helpful as folks think about how to interpret these data, think about how they inform a decision. And so it's really asking, all right, this is where we are now, but when we look out 70 years and we think about how we're going to protect threatened and endangered species and comply with the Endangered Species Act, we're seeing that there's a benefit to taking a different approach. one in which we have programmatic compliance and can control our destiny a little bit versus a take avoidance approach.
Yeah, I'll just kind of expand on Tom's question, I guess. Of course, the economic part of GPV gives me, when we start talking about relative outcomes, gives me pause, of course. And I guess I'd just like to ask, what is the challenge? I mean, certainly the assumptions that have been built into the modeling, which has resulted in harvest levels, were of course built on various assumptions based on a new or a companion forest management plan. It's fair to say that if we see the same level of assumptions persist when we ultimately come up with a forest management plan, a companion plan, is that where we see harvest levels change dramatically if the companion forest management plan does not align with your assumptions?
So you broke up a little bit. Brian, did you catch the question? Okay.
I think so, Joe. And if I give you an answer and I was off the mark, then you broke up a lot. But really, when we worked on the assumptions for the modeling across all three scenarios, there's a couple of big categories you look at, and you look at the geography and the landscape. And we've talked about that, inoperable areas and landslide hazard areas, inner gorges. So there's one category there. Another category is the inventory. What do we have growing on the landscape to work at? And we understand our inventory has gotten a lot better over the years, and so we've got improved numbers there. And then the third big category is policy. And when we think about policy, we emulated what we do today in that, again, with the HCP, obviously we used new policy around endangered species, and we think about that differently. So that policy changed, but the base of how we implement greatest permanent value in the current forest management plan, those policies stayed the same. And so I think if that's what you're asking, do we expect those policies to change going forward? We do not. But if they did change going forward, yes, it would potentially affect the harvest volumes.
And those policy changes would be related to the companion forest management plan that the board would adopt?
Yeah, just for clarity, I want to restate your question. You wanted to know, as we move into working on the forest management plan and completing that, do we expect to see a large change in the harvest volume as a result of the companion forest management plan?
Yes, that's functionally what I'm asking, and is yes.
So again, when we think about those three big pieces, the first big two pieces being the geography and the timber volume, the inventory, we would dial those in. We would do more ground truthing than we had. So we'd use more boots on the ground, if you will, to do that over the next couple of years with our field foresters. They've reviewed this modeling, but they haven't been out on the ground. And then that third piece of absolutely, we would work with the Board of Forestry to develop that companion forest management plan and have some of those policy discussions just so we get clear direction from the board moving forward.
Thank you.
Joe, I might add, just to keep some other factors in mind, feel confident about the items that Brian listed off. Those are things we know how to do. We know how to represent those pieces in a forest management plan. So, approaches to silviculture, approaches to leaf trees, et cetera. The work yet ahead is to continue working with stakeholders, counties, and services to really characterize what those policies are as they might relate to an HCP versus the policies that are living within the forest management plan. And that's going to be the piece in my mind that helps us really get a lot more confidence in what those harvest levels are going to be. So there's some work to do there.
And Liz, when and how does that take place, what you just described?
That, should you direct us to move forward and continue working on the HCP, I'm not going to say it starts tomorrow, but it's, maybe after, maybe next week. The truth is that this is the next step, Tom, and that is, going and into those areas of the draft HCP, thinking about how they relate to a companion forest management plan, and then really ironing out some of those details, and some of the stakeholder letters and the county letter highlighted some of those, and working out those details with the services, engaging with the stakeholders. So the how does it look is just that, working with the services and bringing the stakeholders the information they need to understand the direction that that's going.
Good, thanks. Other questions or comments from board members? We do have some time here and now with this group. When we break for lunch, which we're not scheduled to do for a little bit, then we will hear from the Forest Trustland Advisory Committee and Council of Forest Trustland Committee Commissioners, and then we will have some invited testimony and then public testimony, and then go back to board discussion and decision. But if you've got issues that are relevant to this group now that you might have been thinking about doing later in the afternoon, I'd welcome any questions now to make some use of this time. I don't know that if we break early, I'm not sure we can reconvene early, because the way we're doing this with Zoom is we've asked people to be available at very specific times. So I guess I'm saying this is a good time to take advantage. I see Cindy's hand is up. So Cindy, I'll turn to you.
Yeah, thank you. I've just got a comment, not a question, and that is that I would like to thank everyone involved in putting together this analysis, this comparative analysis. I think you've done a remarkable job of marshaling a lot of complex information and presenting it to us in a way that is very readable. And from my perspective, you have provided the information necessary for us to make an informed decision, and I really appreciate it.
Good, thank you, Cindy. Any other questions or comments? Brenda?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I wondered if, just for clarity, I know we've talked about this already, but if you could just explain the issue of departure in the early years of the HCP and what that will mean in terms of any of these outputs, habitat or timber production.
Yeah, Brenda, thank you. So when we looked at the graphs, and I don't know that we need to go back to Mark's graph, but we could see in the HCP, it started at a higher harvest level, and then it trended down through time. And then kind of in the last 15 years, it started to come back up again. So when we talk about the departure, that's kind of shorthand, so I apologize for all the acronyms, but really we're talking about departure from even flow, and even flow harvest is the same harvest year after year for 70 years. And so that would be the common, and that's what we do now, is have an even flow where we have the same harvest level year after year. We sell the same amount of volume. So in the HCP design, we did a departure from even flow, which is we increase it 10% to start with. So 10% above that average, 70-year average. And then through time, it drops down to below the average and then comes back up again. There's a few reasons why we did that. And so basically what we're doing, we're varying the harvest level through time, through that 70 years. And again, not by a lot, by about a 10% variance over 10-year periods. Early on, what it helps us with is to be able to provide an opportunity to do more restoration work on the landscape. Our Swiss needle cast stands and others, restoration work, our alder and other hardwood stands, we would be harvesting at a higher level and we'd be generating more revenue and to invest it back into that restoration areas. It would also, you all know the history of our forest. You know, they started a lot from being cut over or burned over, and the inception date, you know, the date of when they started is about the same. So our forest, our Oregon State Forest, have a really kind of narrow age class in there. And the departure from even flow helps us better distribute the age class more quickly. And so that's part of it, where we harvest more early on, but that gives us more younger stands for the future. And so that's another benefit of the departure. The last benefit too would be harvest levels we would expect to go down through time. And this is more of a gradual rate of harvest decline. And so we're able to control the decline to really be able to change business practices and to have other entities, local governments and counties that depend on the money funding be prepared for reductions in revenue over the long term. And so that's the three main reasons. Again, conservation, by restarting some of those stands earlier, we can provide benefits to the species. We can provide habitat quality over the life of the permit term before that 7 years is up. The age distribution would be regulated. We're more of a bell-shaped curve when I say regulated, faster, and then more of a controlled known decline into the harvest levels.
Great, thank you, Brian.
I'm sorry, Joe Justice, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I have another question for Liz or Brian. So as assuming we move forward with the HCP and we start the process of a companion forest management plan, would we have a scoping team and steering committees, much like the HCP? What's that process look like?
Thank you, Joe. So we haven't completely mapped that out. It would have been a little premature waiting for this decision, but it's fair to say we would maintain our steering committee and our scoping team and evaluate our current stakeholder engagement process. If we think it needs any adjustments, we will do that and move forward. If it seems like it's been working and doesn't need to have any adjustments, then we would use the system we're using now and move and continue through the work that's ahead of us. Just need to take a little bit of time and look at that and make sure we're having the best process. I'd like to let Cindy weigh in because she's really been spearheading the stakeholder process.
Yes, thank you. And I would just clarify that if we were to move forward, we would continue to have the steering committee and the scoping team. They would primarily still be focused on the HCP piece as it is moving through NEPA, because there's still a lot of work to be done, not just in completing the draft, but also in responding to public comment and that kind of thing in NEPA. So just to be clear there, the external agencies would not be driving the companion forest management plan. In terms of what the development of the companion forest management plan looks like, I would imagine that similar to the draft FMP, that it would be a little more of an internal based steering committee, and then we would work with our external stakeholders in multiple venues to get feedback, similar to how we did for the draft FMP that we went through in the last couple of years. We had some lessons learned there that we would apply to the companion forest management plan. We do have a little bit of work to do to sort of map out what that would look like and where those key milestones are, where we would be engaging folks for the companion forest management plan. However, I would imagine that because the HCP has been fairly successful in our strategy for engaging people, it would, I imagine, to some degree, mimic some of the lessons that we learned through that process. So there would likely be some focus groups and meetings open to the public and that type of thing to, alongside NEPA, to work through the companion forest management plan.
And I see that you would be providing the board with an update sometime in the spring, and that the timeline for the companion FMP would, the target is having that completed by I guess what is the timeline for completing that? I see complete the companion FMP for the HCP. Do those then get combined together for approval back to the board in June of 22? Is that they would begin that at that time?
That's right. We would begin the companion forest management plan. And a lot of that work, as we've mentioned before, has been done already in terms of the update to our resource assessment and cultural resources because of the draft forest management plan work that we've done the past couple of years. So we've already got a head start on that. It really is sort of, you know, how are we going to be aligning our harvest scheduling with the HCP and working those two together. So the plan would be that we would come back with the companion forest management plan that has been developed internally and also externally with stakeholders. We would be giving the board probably a couple of updates. The first one that we're planning is in June of 2021. And then we would bring that plan to you in November of 2021. And we would begin the rulemaking process. And so we're anticipating that the rulemaking process, that is if we're directed, right? The rulemaking process would take likely about 6 months, which would allow us to come back with the fully vetted FMP, gone through the rulemaking process, ready to be implemented with the fully vetted HCP, gone through the NEPA process. And that way, when we come back to you in June of 2022, you can make a decision and we can hit the ground running there. And I would also mention that during that time, where, as Brian mentioned, you know, during the NEPA process, we're going to be looking at the companion FMP, and we're also going to be doing that implementation modeling. And that way we have some plans for how we would put both of those plans into action as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And hopefully the you that you were referring to would by then have some new members of the Board of Forestry. Jim Kelly.
Yeah, I have a question, Cindy. Since we've got a couple of minutes, you referred to a few lessons learned from the last FMP work that you were doing. Can you talk a little bit about what those lessons learned were?
Sure. So I think that some of the lessons learned were in terms of how we gathered stakeholder feedback and how we responded to it. And I would say that we did a fairly good job at cataloging all of the responses to the revised forest management plan or the draft forest management plan. I think that we probably, and we did some more targeted work and some workshops. And some of those, honestly, you know, were a little bit clunky for folks. And so I think that, and we're now in a virtual frame of mind. And so those would have to be refined a little bit. And I think that these, the meetings that are open to the public, so that now we have that wider tent, we have more people that would be able to be engaged in the development of that plan. So I think that going from that, to only having sort of those smaller groups like we did, even though we tried to cast a wider net, we really didn't get there with the revised FMP. I think that now we have not just a lesson learned, but we've developed a little bit better of a foundation for engaging people through the HCP process. So I think that, you know, following along with that, doing meetings open to the public, having those focus group meetings where they sort of set their own agendas on the areas where they want to dive a little bit deeper in the companion forest management plan, that's been really helpful for us rather than us just speaking at people, assuming that we know what they want to hear. We've had the focus groups develop their own agendas. And so I think that's been really helpful as well. And then the last piece that I would say that maybe out on a bit of a limb. But I think that having the externally facilitated assistance from professionals has helped us be not just the driver, but be more of a participant so that we can be better at listening and less telling how we're going to do things. And I think that that was really helpful for the HCP process, and something that we didn't have necessarily the resources for the draft forest management plan.
Thanks. I do see, Brenda, it looks like your hand is up. I don't know if it's just still up from your earlier question, but if you've got another one, that would be fine. I'm not hearing back, so I think that that's just a remainder. Any other questions, comments from board members, or any other comments from you, Liz, before we move on?
Yeah, if there are no more questions from the board, I just have I'll just state what our recommendation is. So as written in our staff report, the department recommends the Board of Forestry direct staff to finalize the administrative draft of the HCP and move into and complete the NEPA process.
And as you mentioned, that all would begin.
That would all begin within short order after the decision today.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the presentations that we've had this morning. I think they're very helpful and illuminating, and some of which we've been through before, some of which was new, but this helps to bring it all together in one piece. So we appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing. I'd echo what Cindy said a little while ago about that, on the in particular about the last part we received, but it's applicable to everything that you've put together so far. It's really been helpful work.
Thank you very much. The team really appreciates it. Definitely, it's been an intensive year for everybody.
Yeah, more than you bargained for. So we will reconvene at 12:45.
Tom?
Yes.
We have covered the 1245 topic, which is the county and stakeholder engagement process that Brett did earlier. So actually the next topic is
Is at 1 o'clock.
Is at 1 o'clock, the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee testimony. So
you're right. We get a
bonus.
45-minute lunch. Yeah, great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Keen, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Commissioner Sullivan, Ms. Kratz, and Mr. Henson, we're going to go ahead and admit you into the board attendee as panelist status, get a quick microphone video check, and then you're good to kind of head back out until we return around at 1 o'clock.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, who am I speaking with?
This is Josie Kerna.
Okay, yep, hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so you'll let me join back in later, right? My levels are good?
You're in, just so for those of you, once you see you've been promoted to panelist, you're good to go. Just maybe turn your camera off and mute till it's your time.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should be good. Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Kim?
Hi, this is Paul Henson. Can you hear me?
Hi, Paul. Yeah, we can hear you. Kim, can we hear you?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thanks a bunch.
All right, so am I done?
Yeah, for now, just shut your video off and mute, and we'll proceed through the agenda.
I don't know if you can hear me. I had to turn my volume down because I have another Zoom meeting going. So
Understood.
I had to turn it off so you don't hear the other conversation that's occurring. I'm not quite sure how to do that.
Yeah, good luck with that. Maybe the Board of Forestry would want to hear all of that too.
Okay, so
Paul, you're good to go. You can shut your mic and your video off until we get back from the break.
yeah,
You're reconvening at 1 o'clock, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Joel.
Hey, what time am I scheduled to testify? I saw I was scheduled to testify at 12:25. Just curious to see what the updated schedule is.
So stand by on that question.
Sure, sure.
Barrett, Bill, can you hear us?
Yep.
So Joel, the invited testimony will start at approximately 1:30, and we'll ring through kind of a list of folks, and we'll kind of call your name when you're getting close.
When does it invite? When does it end? You know?
We're scheduled to wrap that up at 2:15.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got you here, Jason. This is Barrett.
Hey, Barrett, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner Sullivan, Bill Ryan, can you hear us? Hi, Aaron, can you hear us?
Hey, Jason, this is Erin Doyle from Washington County, just checking in.
Yep, we hear you loud and clear. You're free to mute and turn video off till you're up. Thanks.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I see Kathleen and Steve. We're going to go ahead and promote you to panelist. And once you're in, go ahead and click on your video and help us do a quick mic check.
Okay, testing.
Testing. I hear you. Oh, and Kathleen. So if you guys could go ahead and click on your video, you should see as ODF is just a PowerPoint presentation slide.
Yeah.
Great. I see you, Steve.
Yep.
I see you, Kathleen. All right, wonderful. So what we'll do is we'll just keep you guys in this mode. We'll just ask you to disengage your video and mute yourself. And then I will, between Jason and I, we will call out an order and you guys will just go in the order that we provide. If you have any questions, just feel free to give us a chat.
And again, this is beginning at 1:30, correct? I know you're ahead of schedule, but.
We're trying to keep this part on time because there's so many folks. So we anticipate it will begin at 1:30.
Okay, all right, good enough. I'll be here.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Lisa, I see that you entered into the queue. We're going to elevate you to panelist here. One moment. Once you're in, if you can go ahead and engage your video and go ahead and do a quick mic check with us.
I did both. Can you see me?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And you should see a PowerPoint slide on your end.
Let's see. I see the boardroom or wherever they're meeting, and then I see the Oregon Board of Forestry lunch break slide. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes, that is correct.
Yep, all here.
Great. And so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just keep you in panelist mode, but if you can disengage your video and mute yourself. And like I said before, we're just going to do a quick little call out in order, and then you guys can speak up when it's your turn.
Okay. Do you know what the order is?
I believe you're the second set of names. We're anticipating to start at 1:30.
Okay.
So I would just track it after the first set.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Yep.
Kevin, you're in. As soon as you get promoted there, go ahead and engage your video and do a quick mic check.
Hi, it's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. We can see you and we can hear you.
Perfect.
Excellent. So thanks for checking in early. We are anticipating it'll start at 1:30. And go ahead and disengage your video and mute yourself until we do a call of the order of invited testimony providers. And yeah, and then you'll be up.
Okay, I think that will work.
Great. And I do know that you guys are on the first set, Bill, you, and Leah.
Say that again.
Bill, you, and Leah are on the first set of testimony providers.
But we're not next on the agenda. There's some other.
Oh, you're correct. Yeah. I mean, we're having FTLAC provide testimony first.
Yeah, we go after the Forest Trust Land group.
Correct.
Okay.
Great. So
All right.
you're good to go.
Myself, stop the video.
No worries. And if you have any questions, just send us a chat. Bill, I see that you engaged your video. Do you want to do a quick mic check?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're getting a little bit of feedback from your side.
I'm not hearing it on my side. I can try putting on some headphones to see if that will help.
I think that might be better. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it just took a moment for it to start working. Is that working better sound-wise?
What do you guys think? Yeah. We have head nods, so yes, thank you very much, Bill.
Okay, great. So,
And-
so stay logged on to this and just wait for my turn when we come up.
Yes, we're gonna go through item 3 first and then go on to item 4. So we anticipate that which should start around 1:30. And then we'll go ahead and call everybody's names in an order, and then we'll just go in that order. So
That sounds great.
great. So go ahead and disengage your video and mute yourself, and then stay tuned.
Will do. Thanks.
Thanks. John, I promoted you. Just want to do a quick video and mic check with you. Mr. Sweet, whenever you're ready.
There. Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can see you and we can hear you. You're a little quiet. Can you speak a little louder?
How is this?
Better, thank
I
you.
move closer. Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Okay, very good. I'll try to do that.
Oh, that sounds lovely. So we'll have you and David go ahead and we're gonna have you guys tuned in at 1 o'clock. So Tom will go ahead and re-engage the meeting, and then he'll defer to you guys to get that item 3 started.
Okay.
So until then, feel free to mute and disengage your video. If you have any questions, don't you can use the chat or just put on your mic.
Hillary? Hillary?
Hi, Josie. This is Megan.
Oh, Megan, I'm sorry. I just wanted to know who I follow, just so it makes me prepared. Do you know who I follow on the list?
Steve Zykes.
He's fine.
You will follow Steve Zykes with Hampton.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary. This is Megan. Are you able to hear me and engage your video?
I am. Here, let me,
You look good and sound good on our. And do you see the PowerPoint slide in the empty room?
yes, I do. I see it. The question is, I might have to use a virtual background if I have some, well, I might have someone else in my office, so.
No worries on our part. You look
Okay.
and sound good. And if you can mute and disengage.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Hi there, Bob Van Dyke. This is Megan. Are you able to engage your video and test your mic? Commissioner Yamamoto, are you able to hear me and test your video and mic?
Yes, so I hear you, my mic is off of mute and the video should be on.
Great, you look and sound good on our end. That is good. And moving on to Bob Van Dyke, are you able to hear and engage your video? Bob Van Dyke, are you able to do a video? Oh, I see. Hi there, Bob. Are you able to hear and test out your video?
And unmute. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you and you look good on our end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Ziga, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great, thanks.
Greetings, everyone. This is Hillary Oliva-Strud, Board Administrator for the Board of Forestry. Just doing a quick update. We have majority of the folks for invited and for county testimony in the queue. So thank you very much for coming in early to do video and mic check. For those of the public who have joined us who are planning to provide testimony at a later time, go ahead and just maintain yourself in the queue. We will release you at your time to provide testimony, and we have you marked as you come in. If you have any questions, feel free to text the logistics team that was provided in your email, or you can email us. Thank you. And Board Chair, we are ready here in the room. It appears we have all the board members in the virtual room. But before we kick it off, I was hoping that we could also have segue to Peter because he had some additional comments.
All right, why don't we go to Peter for his comments, you mean right now, and then we'll go to the FTLAC committee testimony.
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to repeat some thank yous since all the folks are now at least virtually here. So want to thank the counties for re-engaging on this topic over the past month through the Council of Forest Trust Land Committee meetings. It's much appreciated. My sincere gratitude to stakeholders who have committed significant time and energy to engage and review a large body of work, and extending my appreciation to our state and federal partners, agencies for dedicating resources to collaboratively develop the draft HCP. I also acknowledge Steve Ndringa, who is here representing the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw. We recognize Oregon's Indian tribes as the original stewards of this land. And so, Steve, we're really honored to have you join us here today. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Peter. And if Commissioner Yamamoto is here, we will go straight to the county testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that very much. I would, with your permission, I would ask Coos County Commissioner John Sweet to start us off.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Chair Imeson, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Doherty, thank you for allowing us to present at this meeting. I'm John Sweet, County Commissioner from Coos County and Vice Chair of the County Forest Trust Land Committee. I am here today to comment on the HCP being proposed as a management tool for the 600,000 acres of Western Oregon forest trust lands. I admire the board's and the department's tenacity in working toward a management plan for these lands. I've been attending meetings on this matter for the entirety of the 8 years I have served as a county commissioner. Some, I believe, have been involved longer than that. I'm not suggesting that you rubber stamp the currently proposed HCP just in order to be done with the process. In fact, I oppose the proposed HCP for reasons I'll soon discuss. I would like to go a step further and suggest that diverse special interests in politics make it practically impossible to manage publicly owned forests for anything but habitat for a few listed animals and a little recreation. I submit our national forests, our O&C Railroad lands, our Coos Bay Wagon Road lands, and our Elliott State Forest as evidence. Again, I appreciate your perseverance in pursuing a management plan. My first reason for opposing the HCP is that it dedicates 55% of the land base as off limit to any harvest. This is a higher percentage than given over to no harvest in any other HCP I know of in the state. Such a harvest limitation was certainly not on the minds of the counties when ownership of these lands was passed to the state, along with the implied trust agreement that they be managed for the benefit of the counties, primarily through sustainable harvest. Other benefits were secondary. The county's expectation at the time, and as recently reinforced in court, was that the lands would be harvested on a sustained yield basis to provide revenue for counties, schools, and other local taxing districts, as well as to provide family wage rural jobs. Yet the proposed HCP reverses these priorities, giving the secondary benefits precedence over the primary. This is simply not right. Secondly, the HCP itself does not give any assurance of what actual harvest levels will be. It sets a ceiling, but until a forest management plan designed to be implemented under the HCP is approved, no reliable estimate of harvest and revenue projections can be made. And this disregards the implementation plan that must also be completed before harvest takes place. How can the counties be expected to weigh in on the HCP when so many unknowns remain? Thirdly, adding to the uncertainty just discussed, will the Oregon Department of Forestry actually be able to harvest volumes as projected under the HCP and the accompanying forest management plan and implementation plans? There are harvest plans all over the place, some state, some U.S. Forest Service, and some BLM, whose harvest projections have not been met. How can we have confidence that the harvest level under the new plans, whatever they turn out to be, will be met? I could go on, but I'll stop at my next and fourth objection. If the current level of harvest produces insufficient revenues to fund the Oregon Department of Forestry, which I remind you was the concern that triggered these discussions almost a decade ago, what happens when forest levels subside as programmed in the HCP? Specifically, what happens to the Oregon Department of Forestry? Who will manage for state forests? Who will fight our forest fires? Who will enforce the Oregon Forest Practices Act? Again, how can we respond to the proposed HCP until we have answers to these questions? And I'd like to leave the board with one final question. Conventional thinking is that the counties and local governments are the primary beneficiaries of the forest trust lands. This is not the case. The state of Oregon is by far the largest beneficiary. Right off the top, some 36%, let's call it a third, of trust land revenues go to the Oregon Department of Forestry. Of the remaining 2/3, about a half of that, or a third of the whole, is passed to local K through 12 schools. This serves to offset school equalization payments for which the state is otherwise responsible. Adding the school equalization benefits to the trust land revenues that grow directly to the Oregon Department of Forestry brings the state's share to a full 2/3. Given the state's current and likely future financial condition, why then, in the name of heaven, are we considering decreasing trust lands harvest levels when they could and should instead be increased? I suggest that the environmental of such an increase would be incremental, or the environmental impact of such an increase would be incremental and hardly detectable. The benefit to rural life, families and children, and to state revenues would be huge. I thank you for your time to make this presentation and pass this back to David.
Thank you for that, John. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner David Yamamoto, Chair of the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. We have traveled a long and tortuous route to get to this point, where the department is ready to submit to the Board of Forestry a draft habitat conservation plan, which we received a short 2 weeks ago. This draft HCP, encompassing 384 pages, covers all 3 modeling exercises performed by the department. While it seems each subsequent model run improves harvest and financial outcomes to a small extent, none rises to the level of creating a scenario that meets the demands of greatest permanent value. Remember, the Oregon Department of Forestry manages 859 acres of Board of Forestry lands, for which the Forest Trust land counties have a protected and recognizable interest. This interest has been determined by 3 circuit court decisions: Marion County Circuit Court, which is known as Tillamook 1, Tillamook County Circuit Court, known as Tillamook 2, and Lynn County Circuit Court, the Lynn County class action. It is clear that these lands are to be sustainably managed to provide timber revenue to the state, local schools and communities, and local taxing districts. I feel some explanation is in order as to why FTLAC has been on hiatus for the past several months. As we all know, a pandemic hit on a worldwide basis this past year, and Oregon was greatly impacted starting in March. While county commissioners have received much guidance from both federal and state governments, it is truly the county commissioners on the ground across this great country that have been responsible for the implementation of this guidance. I was always busy as a commissioner, but once the pandemic hit, my job duties expanded exponentially. Schools went on a distance learning scenario, and after speaking with all 3 school district superintendents in Tillamook County, I found that over 40% of our students could not participate in distance learning due to a lack of adequate internet access. Again, another shortfall affecting many rural communities. As the county commissioner representative on the Oregon Broadband Advisory Council, I have cobbled together almost $1 million and am working as I speak to you today to get as many of our children as possible hooked up to broadband internet as quickly as possible. Tillamook County has seen a record number of visitors to our beaches this last summer. Our sheriff's office has minimal staff to handle simply the 26,000 residents of Tillamook County. Yet this past summer, at times, brought well over 100,000 visitors daily to our beaches, overtaxing our sheriff's office, ambulance, fire and emergency services, search and rescue, and with few restaurants open, our grocery store shelves were emptied for our local residents. These are but a few of the many issues we have faced in Tillamook County and across the state of Oregon as the department continued work full speed ahead on the HCP. Current modeling of HCP harvest numbers and revenue projections are not acceptable to the trust counties, nor are they sufficient to financially support the department. They are far lower than the HCP business case analysis brought to this board and FTLAC in October of 2018. The HCP business case analysis was provided to gain approval to continue development of the HCP from the Board of Forestry and FTLAC, which the department received. We now find ourselves in this impossible position of considering an HCP with harvest and financial outcomes not acceptable to the trust counties and should not be acceptable to the Board of Forestry or department, given the lack of financial sufficiency to support the department's operations in the future. This HCP, which is the second attempt by the department, the first being rejected, it too, because it was financially insufficient, places too much emphasis on habitat and not enough on harvest and revenue to the counties and the department. Over 50% of state forest lands would not be eligible for harvest under this HCP. This HCP does not reflect any concern or understanding of counties' financial condition or needs, nor the department's. This HCP does not show what the forests are capable of producing. Therefore, it is making decisions with no context of what is being given away. Most important, this HCP does not even attempt to address the concept of greatest permanent value, which was clearly supported in the recent Lynn County class action lawsuit decision. Dedicating half of the state forest trust lands to habitat reserves has been considered and rejected at least twice before. In 2004, environmentalists put measure 34 on the ballot. It would have dedicated 50% of forest to wildlife reserves. Voters in this state rejected that measure 79% to 21%. Why is this a good idea now? In 2006, ODF's H&H modeling evaluated an alternative that would have dedicated 50% of state forest lands to wildlife reserves. The 2006 Board of Forestry did not adopt that plan then. Why attempt to do this now? Again, this HCP dedicates more than 50% of the land base to habitat. This allocation of land will be permanent and fixed for at least the 70-year term of the HCP. This produces stability and certainty for wildlife habitat interests. On the other hand, timber harvest and all of the economic and social benefits that it brings to our communities is treated as simply a residual output. It is what you are left with after dedicating over 50% of the land base to habitat. This residual nature is demonstrated in the fact that the HCP shows declining harvest levels over time. It is demonstrated by the fact that management outside the 50% dedicated to habitat is further constrained by habitat objectives, such as 40% of the land base outside the habitat conservation areas must be 60 years and older, as well as other policies at ODF's discretion, such as inner gorge protections, terrestrial anchor sites, and other policy decisions. When all is said and done, only 45% of the land base is available for sustainable timber harvest. And again, this is harvest that fits in after everything else is taken care of. Neither the 384-page HCP nor the 173-page comparative analysis say anything at all about the employment, wages, and income from managing the state forest trust lands. Nor do they even attempt to list the social benefits provided by timber revenue that flows through the counties and special districts. It is notable, however, that the department does describe in detail the benefits of recreational use and cultural uses, but nothing about the use of the forest for jobs. Rural counties are dependent on natural resource economies, and it seems that no thought in the development of this HCP is afforded to family wage, fully benefited jobs. Schools and the necessary increase in funding by the legislature to the Common School Fund for every dollar taken away from school districts that receive timber revenue. 911 service districts, sheriff's patrols, fire and rescue, healthcare systems, and many other social and economic disasters that await us when timber revenue craters. The department's own 2019-2020 budget request states, and I quote, "The division's management practices provide sustainable economic, social, and environmental benefits to Oregonians. Timber sales are expected to generate $126 million for counties in which state forests are managed by the division, $6.7 million for the Common School Fund, and $72 million for the department's management of Board of Forestry lands. State Forest Department's State Forest timber harvest support approximately 798 direct jobs and 2,686 total jobs. Timber revenues distributed to the counties support local K-12 education, health and human services, public safety, and other essential community functions. Active forest management provides revenue for counties, social services, and education. It builds communities by supporting family wage jobs and contributing to local, regional, and state economies." End quote. And again, this comes from the department's own 2019-2020 budget request to the legislature. How can the Board of Forestry possibly evaluate whether the HCP represents greatest permanent value without any data about the economic impacts of the proposed plan. The department has yet to demonstrate to our satisfaction that this is the very best deal it can get from the federal agencies. Under this HCP, only 45% of state forest trust lands is available for long-term sustainable forest management with multiple rotations. This is less than the Washington DNR, and it is far less than what private landowners have been able to negotiate. Why does it appear that the department is giving up far more than is required? Another huge issue is the true viability of the numbers in the present HCP. It appears that these numbers are the best that can be derived from the current iteration of the HCP. The department must provide more certainty about harvest levels. We are reminded by the department that the harvest levels in the comparative analysis are projections made for relative comparison. They are unwilling to make a strong commitment to these harvest projections. Yet the HCP makes a concrete allocation of land for habitat preservation, and the department should be willing to make a commitment to the actual harvest level. Without a reasonable expectation of the certainty of harvest outcome, how can we make a fair greatest permanent value determination? This HCP must allow the department to be financially viable without diminishing the county share, which at one point was actually shown on a chart developed by the department. It does not, however, provide a certain future for the Oregon Department of Forestry. Projected annual net operating losses are in the range of $20 million annually. The economic extinction of the department after instituting a faulty HCP is unacceptable to us and needs to be fixed before the Board of Forestry can approve an HCP. This HCP projects huge swings in harvest levels by county from one 5-year period to the next. Clearly, this does not provide certainty and predictability for the social programs funded by the counties and special districts. The only certainty is to wildlife habitat. How can we place our constituents in second or third position behind wildlife habitat? As I mentioned earlier, 2 years ago, when the HCP business case analysis was brought to the Board of Forestry and FTLAC, I asked ODF at that point several times to be placed on the HCP steering committee and or the HCP technical committee. And each time I was told no, without a reason provided. If the Board of Forestry was to move forward with an HCP, the forest products industry, environmental groups, and recreation interests will all want a seat at the table. Yet they are all stakeholders in this process. I am asking the Board of Forestry to allow me a seat at the table on the HCP steering committee and or HCP technical committee, not as a stakeholder, but as your partner, one with a protected and recognizable interest. It is imperative that the trust counties are represented at the table when ODF and Paul Henson of U.S. Fish and Wildlife negotiate harvest levels moving forward. This current iteration of the HCP overweights conservation versus social benefits to rural communities. And I dare say that if I had been allowed on the HCP steering committee by the department 2 years ago, as requested, I feel the outcome of the HCP would be different today. If the Board of Forestry were to move forward with the HCP, I ask the board to make a firm commitment to the trust counties to set the current harvest levels and financial outcomes of this HCP as a base minimum. An HCP must provide financial certainty to the department and a fair return on the investment made by the trust counties many decades ago. It is clear that this current iteration of the HCP has many more problems than solutions, and the solutions developed place the people in Oregon in second or third position behind wildlife habitat. I will close with one additional yet primary consideration. It seems the department is asking the trust counties to lend support to an HCP that violates the state's contractual obligations to the trust counties and greatest permanent value. It is abundantly clear that the current iteration of the HCP does not meet these contractual obligations. I want to thank the board very much for this time to address you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. Gee, is there anybody there? Do I need to do this again?
No, you don't need to do it again. I'm sorry if maybe I was muted. I thank you, both of you, for appearing. And I was asking Jason if we had any additional county commissioners who have signed up to comment.
We do. We have one commissioner, and then we also have Aaron Doyle here, who's providing verbal testimony on behalf, rather by proxy, for the Washington County Board of Commissioners. And we have Commissioner Kathleen Sullivan from Clatsop County after Ms. Doyle.
Okay.
Tom, did you want to check if the board had any?
Well, I was looking to see, I didn't see any hands raised for questions, but if there are questions, absolutely.
Jim
Kelly has a question.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Commissioner Yamamoto, I just wanted to say, in a conversation that I had with Seth Barnes, he said to me that this is a habitat conservation plan. This is all about habitat. He got that, and I think we do need to be mindful of the fact that what we are dealing with here is the Endangered Species Act, and trying to get a plan to be able to deal with that in the best fashion that we possibly can. And so I'm saying that just because the fact that the plan does not talk about timber jobs, rural communities, or the industry or any of that, I don't think reflects a lack of caring on the part of the department or the board about those issues. This is what we're dealing with. It's the habitat conservation plan. And I just want to assure you that I think we all care very much about all of the issues that you bring up. I don't expect us to see eye to eye, but we are not blind to the very important issues that you do bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for those comments. I do appreciate it very much. Very interesting. My most recent conversation with Paul Henson of U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I did mention the fact that I was going to testify today and asked to be put on the HCP steering committee. Honestly, I feel that this is kind of a foregone conclusion, which I am unhappy about. But there is still work to be done, and there is still work within the HCP. Numbers can be adjusted as we move forward. And he, for one, mentioned to me that my views on especially the economic and social benefits of timber revenue and our state forests would have been welcomed on the steering committee. And again, I feel that I think we could have moved the conversation in perhaps a slightly different direction had those interests been vocalized in the steering committee. And if you talk with Mr. Henson, I think he would tell you that my position on the steering committee would be helpful to that group. But Mr. Kelly, again, I appreciate your comments.
Okay. All right, thanks, commissioners. And Jason, we're ready to move ahead. I don't see any other hands up here.
Board Chair, again, we have Aaron Doyle, who's speaking by proxy for the Washington County Board of Commissioners, followed by Commissioner Sullivan from Clatsop County. So, Ms. Doyle, I would go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much. Chair and members of the Board of Forestry, thank you for your time this afternoon. I am Erin Doyle. I'm a Government Relations Manager for Washington County. I do appreciate the staff accommodating me to serve as a proxy for my Board of Commissioners, who all unanimously wanted to be here to provide testimony on behalf of Washington County, but are unfortunately all hosting a panel at a convention virtually. So they are at a convention right now. You have received our written testimony from the Board of Commissioners. It was emailed in last week, and I won't repeat what's in there, but it would out some things that our board did state were important in their decision to support the recommendation of staff to continue forward with the habitat conservation plan and enter into the NEPA process. First, they believe that this process has a very good potential value of creating stability within the forestry, the habitat preservation, but also the forestry and timber industry within Washington County. They recognize that this is not the final decision, and that is also incredibly important, that they reserve the right to continue to monitor the outcomes that are predicted within the habitat conservation plan and throughout this process with the federal services to determine whether or not they can continue to support an HCP process as you work towards finalization. But they do want to be part of the process because they continue to understand that a sound forest management practice means multiple uses out of the forest. It is not just an important revenue source, but it is an important revenue source, but both for the county and for our rural special districts and education districts, for jobs and that come out of the resource economy. But it's also very important to some of the work that the county does as sitting in its capacity as the Clean Water Services Board as well, through the water quality and conservation efforts that are made there. Finally, the growing opportunities in recreation and creating connected trails provides another income base that the forest can provide if there is a known outcome for the forest over the long period. Those efforts are continuing to be supported and more investigated by the Washington County Board, and therefore they continue to look forward to participating in this process and hope that counties can be a trusted ally as we move forward through the rest of this process in a more public and robust fashion. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do appreciate your time and the board's constant consideration of our opinions on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And while I don't see any hands up for questions, I'll make sure that of that. Any questions? Okay. And please extend your thanks to the commissioners for appearing. Okay.
Chair Emerson, we have one more commissioner, Commissioner Sullivan from Clatsop County.
Great, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me today?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm just going to speak briefly. My name is Kathleen Sullivan. I'm the current chair of the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners, and I have served as the FTLAC representative for my entire term. I wanted to thank State Forester Doherty, Chair Imeson, and the members of the Board of Forestry for letting me speak today, and also for your public service. I know these are difficult times, and I really appreciate all that you're doing on behalf of the citizens of Oregon. I have already submitted a letter, and I won't repeat that, but it is signed by 3 of the commissioners, Commissioner Webb, Commissioner Nebaker, and myself. And we support the habitat, the process to develop the habitat going forward. As we have said all of this time, we believe the greatest permanent value includes multiple use of the forest. And we also respect the professionalism and science-based method that the Department of Forestry, along with the federal and state and local agencies and tribal agencies, have put forth in this effort. And so I just appreciate you considering that. And I also wanted to say that I feel like I have had an opportunity to know what's going on in this. I've attended the meetings. I've read the material. I've followed this, and I think that that they have been transparent with this. It's an ongoing thing, and so we can't know everything at once. But I feel comfortable with what we have been told, and I feel comfortable in my support of this. So again, I just want to thank all the parties involved in this, and so thank you for letting me speak. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you also, Commissioner. We're now going to move to some invited testimony. And as we do that, I want to say that we have really appreciated all of the comments that we have received. They have been significant. They've been quite diverse. And that input from counties, from stakeholders, from tribes is something that we value. As we move to the invited testimony process, I'll remind people that we're asking you to not exceed your allotted time of 5 minutes. For the record, please provide your name and the group you're providing testimony for. We'll have a timer to help keep track the time, and I'll move to ask Hillary to begin this process.
Thank you, Board Chair. Today, we have several in the queue ready to provide verbal testimony. All of the ones who provided testimony previously in this item 3, we're moving you to attendee status. So feel free to stay in the meeting. We're just disengaging your video and muting you. So everyone who signed up for invited testimony, thank you again for joining us. To ensure we stay on track, I'll list the names in set of 5, and we ask that you provide testimony in the order presented. A timer will be displayed for each round, and when you see the red light, well, we ask that you close out your comments. And also please note that after the first set has completed, I will announce the second set and so on. So with that, I'm gonna get ready here. We have Kim Kratz, Paul Henson, and Bill Ryan, Kevin Blakely, Leah Felden, and please note that Bill, Kevin, and Leah are sharing time. So one moment and I'll get your timer up.
Are we ready to go then, Hillary?
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, so we're making this last minute change. Sorry, can we do Paul, then Kim, then Bill, Kevin, and Leah? So Paul, go first.
Okay, well, thank you, Hillary. My name is Paul Henson. I'm the State Supervisor for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service located in Portland, Oregon. Thank you, Chairman Imeson, board members, and State Forestry Authority for a chance to address the board and update the board on the process. I'll be very brief. I just want to reiterate this Fish and Wildlife Service position that we remain very committed.
Hillary, we've really got some background noise here. I wonder if we can, it's a little hard to hear Mr. Henson right now.
Yeah, it sounded like someone now muted their phone.
Yeah, now you sound great.
Okay. Well, again, my name is Paul Henson, State Supervisor for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service located in Portland, Oregon. And want to thank Chairman Imeson, the board members, and State Forestry Authority for the opportunity to address the board on our perspective on the habitat conservation planning process. The Fish and Wildlife Service remains committed to supporting this plan. And this is a plan that is appearing to reconcile as best as possible, sometimes competing mandates for public lands and state forest lands in this case. And those mandates are to conserve fish and wildlife habitat, provide recreational opportunities, clean water, and other values to the public, and provide a predictable source of timber revenue and economic opportunities to local communities. The process that ODF has put forth in place is on track to achieve this goal in our opinion, and Fish and Wildlife Service is dedicated to seeing it through to implementation through the course of the permit. I would like to take the opportunity to maybe respond to Commissioner Yamamoto's comment quoting me about his participation in the steering committee. While yesterday was my first conversation with him directly, and I greatly enjoyed the conversation and would enjoy many more. But I want to be clear, I think he slightly misspoke or at least misrepresented our position and Fish and Wildlife Service's position on his participation in the steering committee. I very clearly told him that I remain neutral on that, and I defer to ODF and in the HCP process, which includes working with stakeholders and the public. And as the previous commissioner just testified, that process, at least in our perspective, I agree with statements about it being very transparent and very involved, certainly compared to many other HCP processes in the past that I've been associated with. But the bottom line is it's the state's HCP, it's the Oregon Department of Forestry's HCP, and we defer, we the Fish and Wildlife Service defer to the processes that they set up. Having said that, I think it is very important to get the information and perspective that all the commissioners have represented, including Mr. Yamamoto's. It's very good information. It's very important for not just the Fish and Wildlife Service, but for the public at large to hear that perspective, to weigh it, to put it in the context that we are. And again, an HCP process is a reconciliation of these competing values in a way that complies with the law and does the most benefit for the largest group of folks. And so I just want to make sure I was clarifying the commissioner's comments and representing Fish and Wildlife Service's position, not just on his involvement, but in the stakeholder process in general. And thank you, and I'll be sticking around if folks have questions for me. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So we'll now move to Kim Kratz.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison, Director Dougherty, and members of the board. For the record, I am Kim Kratz, Assistant Regional Administrator for the Oregon and Washington Coastal Office, NOAA Fisheries. NOAA Fisheries has cooperated with the Oregon Department of Forestry and other state and federal agencies for the past several years in the development of a draft Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. And I'm here today to reiterate our support for that collaborative process, communicate our continued commitment of resources to that process, and to convey our assent to lead the National Environmental Policy Act process if the board elects to go in that direction. Our experience demonstrates that an HCP facilitates the conservation of listed Endangered Species Act species, provides habitat for other species, and can meet multiple objectives embraced by the affected public. For example, the riparian conservation areas in the HCP facilitate sustainable fisheries in addition to sustainable forestry. Clean water for fish also ensures clean water for communities, and this is particularly true of coastal communities that rely on local watersheds to protect their water supplies. And the habitat conservation plans enable federal agencies to streamline regulations and permitting, which facilitates enhanced predictability and economic sustainability for communities and industries. We acknowledge the ongoing discussion will continue on issues such as pesticides, rose management, and beaver management as we complete the draft HCP. That said, we support the work completed to date and are committed to working with Oregon Department of Forestry to address areas that may benefit from further refinement. We recognize that there may be trade-offs to species and their habitats and the forest management program. Our objective is to work with ODF to arrive at an HCP that meets conservation and management targets, is implementable, and is legally defensible. And we're confident that the collaborative process can result in an HCP that meets these objectives. So to summarize, NOAA Fisheries appreciates the collaborative efforts of the HCP scoping and steering teams. And if the Board of Forestry elects to advance this HCP, looks forward to continuing the HCP development and NEPA process in collaboration with Oregon Department of Forestry and other state and federal agency, tribes, and the Oregon public. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Bill Ryan, Kevin Blakely, and Leah Feldon.
Good afternoon, Chair Amundson and members of the board. For the record, I am Bill Ryan. I'm Deputy Director for the Oregon Department of State Lands. And I will partly paraphrase and partly read from the steering committee's letter to the board. The steering committee has been working with the Oregon Department of Forestry and their technical contractors since 2018, providing director level feedback and guidance to assist in development of the HCP and the related incidental take permit. The steering committee is composed of executive level representatives from state and federal agencies, including Kim Kratz and Paul Henson, who you just heard from, but also Leah Feldon from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, Doug Cottom from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Dan Edge from Oregon State University. As a steering committee, we wish to express this collective statement of support for the Oregon Board of Forestry's continued advancement of the Western Oregon HCP. We understand additional work and details remain prior to ODF submission of a final administrative draft HCP to the Federal Endangered Species Act regulatory agencies for review under the National Environmental Policy Act. That said, we are committed to continuing collaborative work with one another in ODF, and we believe the work completed to date is valuable and worth the Board of Forestry's support in moving to the next phase. We have confidence in the robust process to date and related structures such as the steering committee and scoping team. And should the board advance the current draft HCP effort into the federal NEPA process, we will continue to work collaboratively to ensure the final administrative draft addresses any remaining technical, legal, or policy issues needed to complete this final pre-NEPA step. Further, as part of any future NEPA process, we will commit our resources to advancing the proposed HCP and related incidental take permit through completion of that process. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the relevance of the HCP to DSL. So the Department of State Lands owns roughly 26,000 acres of certified forest lands that are part of the plan area. These are common school forest lands outside of the Elliott State Forest. And these lands are managed by the Department of Forestry to generate revenue for the Common School Fund. Inclusion in the HCP of these lands will provide the long-term benefits of increased certainty and consistency regarding harvest levels and management costs, and will facilitate efficient management and harvest of these forests by the Department of Forestry. Overall, the department feels that this is a good deal for the management of our common school forest lands. And with that, I'll hand off to Leah Feldon to provide DEQ's perspective.
Thank
you. Good afternoon, board members and Chair Imison. Hope you can hear me today.
We hear you.
Great. Good afternoon, also Department of Forestry staff and Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Leah Feldon, and I serve as the Deputy Director for the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. Thank you for having me today. I'm here with my other state colleagues to express Oregon DEQ's support for both the work that has been done to date, as well as the continued work on a habitat conservation plan for the Western Oregon forest lands. I serve on the steering committee for this HCP process, and in that service, part of my role is to help ODF ensure a sound process, including the evaluation of sound science, policy, and important economic and sustainability goals for the forest land and for those localities directly impacted. I believe the process has been robust and transparent, and importantly, it has engaged stakeholders and the public throughout to ensure that all interests have been considered and options evaluated. The process has ensured that the multiple interests and uses of the forest are given weight and balance. I've observed the department's commitment to detailed and transparent sharing of information in these outreach efforts. Additionally, the current direction and discussions are consistent with DEQ's expectations for forest and riparian management to meet water quality standards and watershed allocations, and support beneficial uses such as aquatic life and drinking water. For these reasons, DEQ supports the work and direction of the HCP process to date and looks forward to helping ODF in continued efforts. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you for appearing.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, board members, good afternoon. I'm Kevin Blakely, Deputy Wildlife Division Administrator with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. The department has actively supported the HCP development process through initial coordination with Fish and Wildlife Service, Section 6 grant funds used by the Department of Forestry for the planning process. We have Fish and Wildlife staff as part of the technical teams, along with Doug Cottom's participation on the HCP steering committee, all to provide quality input for the biological and habitat needs of the covered fish and wildlife species. It has been a great team approach at all those levels. Development and implementation of an HCP falls squarely in the department's statutory wildlife policy. In particular, one of the co-equal goals is to regulate wildlife populations and public enjoyment of wildlife in a manner that is compatible with the primary uses of the lands and waters of the state. The outcomes of the HCP process also highlight direct relevancy to the department's mission for fish and wildlife conservation, including for many listed species such as the marble murrelet with ongoing reclassification consideration, and the use of enjoyment through hunting, wildlife viewing, and other outdoor recreation. Key benefits are increased resource protections across the state forest lands and durable opportunities to face future challenges. The HCP provides a long-term balance for wildlife resources and state forest land objectives. Thanks, we appreciate the opportunity to address you today.
And thank you also for appearing before us today. And we want to thank all the members of the steering committee for all of the help that has gotten us to the point where we are today. We really appreciate it. I don't see questions, so I think, Hillary, we're able to move to the next set of folks.
Great, thank you. So this next set will be in the order of Steve Andringa, Lisa Phipps, Steve Zykes, Josie Conan, and Barrett Brown.
I think it's Steve Zika. That,
Zika, apologies.
Sounds like I'm up, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you to the State Forester Dotary for his recognition, and I want to thank the Board of Forestry for this opportunity to provide some comments on the ODF's Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. I'm Steve Andringa, the Forest Lands Manager for the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians, and I'm here today with my tribe's blessing to provide some feedback on the HCP. We fully appreciate and understand the purpose of an HCP to establish long-term commitments for the protection of species while maintaining a level of economy for working forest lands. The Confederated Tribes value all species, and not just those listed as threatened or endangered, one such being the Pacific lamprey, so culturally important to the tribe. As we began our discussions with ODF on the HCP, we were encouraged about the potential to work with ODF on projects to protect and enhance culturally important species, including the Pacific lamprey. We are thankful for the opportunity to participate in the general public meetings. We were especially appreciative of ODF, who met with us, virtually of course, this past August to discuss the HCP with our tribal leadership, directors, and staff in an open and transparent manner. We have been pleased with ODF's Division Chief, Liz Dent, as well as her staff, in reaching out to us early engagement of this plan. Our tribal leadership and staff look forward to our continued involvement with this process. We believe the HCP can provide the necessary protection of species while balancing the need to maintain the state's working forest lands. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we have Lisa Phipps next.
Sure. Thank you, Chair and board members. My name is Lisa Phipps, and I'm the chair of the Oregon Department of Forestry State Forest Advisory Committee. And I'm here today to represent testimony from that group per a discussion that took place late in September. I have provided written testimony, and so rather than read that, I'm just going to go over some of the highlights. But first, for those who are listening in the audience, I'd like to talk a little bit just about the State Forest Advisory Committee. It is comprised of citizens, representatives of timber, environmental, and recreation groups, and tribes. The purposes of the State Forest Advisory Committee I just saw a note from Jason. Is everybody able
Everything's
to?
fine.
Okay. The purpose of the State Forest Advisory Committee is to provide an open forum to discuss issues, opportunities, and concerns, and offer advice and guidance to ODF on the implementation of the Northwest Oregon State Forest Management Plan. As you can imagine, there are a lot of ways that that can be interpreted, and it does open the door to invite input from this group to issues such as the one we're talking about today. At our meeting in September, we held a workshop with the consultants to go over the latest iteration of information that had been provided. I'd like to say that we have been kept in the loop in addition to the public meetings of which many of our members were able to participate in. There have also been workshops geared specifically towards the State Forest Advisory Committee. I'll shorten that to SFAC from now on, that are also public meetings. So that actually has increased the opportunities for public engagement through the use of our committee. On the 17th at our meeting, we had a healthy discussion. And we decided at that time to ask each member whether they supported moving forward with the HCP process and what issues and questions they have. Generally, we don't vote, but for the purposes of to provide context for the points that came up, we did take a straw vote. And there were 6 individuals who supported moving forward with the HCP, 3 who did not, and 1 who abstained. 2 members of the committee were not present that day. What is important, however, is not the number, but the comments that came up. Everyone expressed concerns for the need for more information. For some, that is what prompted their decision to want to move forward with the HCP, and for others, that was the reason to not move forward with it. And if the board elects to move forward with this, continuing engagement with the SFAC and the public to clearly lay out the information gaps is critical. There were also concerns raised about the financial stability of ODF and what impacts an HCP may have on them. Again, all members of our committee are aware of the fiscal challenges that ODF has and continues to face. If the board moves forward with this process, it should be done in concert with continuing efforts to diversify the funding streams and sources to ensure a fully functioning department. For the members who voted no to recommending moving forward, there were 2 key points of concern. The first was lacking managed forest timber volume, as well as impacts to local governments and special districts that receive income from timber sales, and that ODF would not be able to fill their commitment to those jurisdictions under the HCP. For members who voted yes to recommending moving forward, there were 2 key points. One was the certainty that an HCP could provide for the department over the long term, and the adaptive management strategies built into that plan as number 2 that would allow flexibility to adapt to the changes in the environmental and social needs. We appreciate that this is a complex situation and that the board has to balance multiple perspectives and interests. I'm very proud of the committee, the SFAC, and the fact that we are a group of very diverse interests who offer a very safe forum to be able to discuss those differences and come to common agreements and be respectful through that process. I believe that with that in mind, that you should consider the committee as a sounding board and a resource for this and other issues surrounding the implementation and managing of our state forests. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
I don't see any questions right now. We'll see at the end of this panel if there are any, and we appreciate your service on that group.
Thank you.
And next, Barrett Brown.
Sorry, we had to change the order. Next is actually Steve Zika, Josie, then Barrett.
Thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, Tom. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Unfortunately, 5 minutes of testimony regarding a subject that will affect Northwest Oregon for the next 70 years is woefully inadequate. It is, however, reflective of the poor levels of transparency, public engagement, and information sharing that have plagued this entire HCP process. I'm Steve Zika, CEO of Hampton Lumber, We operate 4 sawmills in Northwest Oregon, each of which will be affected by your decision today. And we are not alone. Tillamook County, Clatsop County, Washington County, Polk, and Yamhill County, among others, stand to lose good jobs, revenue, and overall quality of life in their communities if state forest harvests decline and local mills curtail or shut down. My written testimony summarizes our initial impressions of the maps and top-level projections provided by the ODF. We believe ODF's comparative analysis significantly overestimates the harvest that would occur under the proposed HCP, and that the massive annual losses that ODF projects will be even larger. Also, we believe the harvest levels projected in the plan will be permanently suppressed by excess habitat conservation areas that go far beyond federal requirements. ODF insists that this is necessary given its interpretation of greatest permanent value. However, ODF's management under any such strategy results in large financial losses. That is, this strategy only works if you take money away from other budget priorities, schools, health services, hungry families, and commit those monies to growing significantly more habitat than is required by law. I sincerely doubt the legislature will be willing to subsidize state forest management when there are many more pressing demands for those funds. I urge you to reject the interpretation of greatest permanent value. It dictates environmental outcomes at the expense of every other social factor, despite the fact that the long-term economic and social viability are in every definition of sustainability. In the extensive list of consultants that I saw from the ODF today, not one had the expertise or direction to examine the social effects to rural communities or reduced economic activity. ODF strategy is also premised on the disproven idea that if you grow it, they will come. I've been involved in the development and implementation of forest policy for over 30 years in Oregon, and I have endeavored to keep sawmills operating in the midst of these major changes. I watched as the Oregon federal forest lands were shut down, devastating rural communities, while spotted owl populations continue to decline and catastrophic wildfires followed. ODF's proposed HCP is more burdensome than any other public or private forest land HCP we could find. Why would the HCP ODF negotiated with the Federal Service hold the state to a different standard than any other West Coast landowner, including the state of Washington? This HCP, if adopted, would fail to meet the objectives of financial viability that this board at one time required. In 2018, this board directed ODF to update the new forest management plan for the Northwest State Forest to improve financial viability and conservation outcomes. ODF claims this HCP accomplishes that objective by being more financially viable than the current forest management plan. Well, of course, it's the current forest management plan that got us in this mess to begin with. In the draft forest management plan, which ODF uses to style as take avoidance alternative, is anything but. Frankly, it's very nearly identical to the current forest management plan. As part of its oversight responsibilities, the board should require the ODF to consider an alternative that produces sufficient revenues to pay for agency operations and require that the agency analyze the impacts to local communities under the range of alternatives. As members of the Board of Forestry, you have a responsibility to ensure that conservation efforts on state forests do not compromise the economic and social sustainability of the managing agency, the counties, and the communities that surround these lands. Are you certain that you have the information you need to assure rural communities and forest sector stakeholders that the steps taken under this HCP are necessary, strategic, and sustainable? Given that the long-term financial losses are estimated to exceed $1 billion, did you seek and reflect on feedback from the rural stakeholders who will be most directly affected? The history of modeling by the ODF has been abysmal. The projected annual harvest of 279 million feet in 2001 by the ODF proved woefully short within a few years of implementation. I can only point to the Elliott State Forest as another example of non-sustainable forest. Now they want you to trust their modeling that this time it's going to be accurate. And in fact, the estimates of harvest changed by 10% in the last couple of weeks alone. I'm sure the board is well aware that despite ODF's claims, if approved today, there will be few meaningful opportunities for adjustments of the board input going forward. Given the massive habitat reserves that they're setting aside, this is going to sail through the NEPA process, and you won't have another opportunity to comment for over a year. This decision requires keen board insight and is not possible in such a rush time frame. Therefore, I'm asking the board today to delay their decision for 1 month to give the stakeholders and yourselves time to dig into the plan and model outcomes to ensure they are sound. Forest stakeholders have had only 2 weeks to understand and respond to a plan that will affect not only their lives, but the lives of their children and grandchildren. I believe the HCP can adjust it to improve financial viability and still achieve the conservation outcomes required by the federal services. Today, there's been a lot of discussion of comparative analysis with take avoidance. That is the wrong question. The HCP is a reasonable alternative. The ODF has just locked up too many acres that are not required to get federal assurances. Surely a decision that will have ramifications for the next 70 years deserves board scrutiny and is a higher priority than whatever you have scheduled for the November agenda. Thank you very much for my 5.5 minutes.
Thank you. So Hillary, who's next?
Hi, my name is Chair Emerson, members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, my name is Josie Kerner. We are small tract forest landowners living near the Washington Yamhill border in Gaston on the west side of the coastal range. I am a member of the League of Women Voters of Oregon, and I serve on the Action Committee reporting on revenue and forestry issues. The League of Women Voters of the United States, our national organization, believes that the natural resources should be managed as interrelated parts of life-supporting ecosystems. Resources should be conserved and protected to assure their future availability. Pollution of these resources should be controlled in order to preserve the physical, chemical, and biological integrity of the ecosystems and to protect public health. In addition, the League of Women Voters supports the Land Conservation and Development's land use goals that promote the management of forest lands for both economic development and the value as natural resources. The state should have the prime responsibility for establishing statewide planning goals and for supervising and coordinating comprehensive land use plans with participation by the public and by local and regional governments. The Habitat Conservation Plan appears to present a balanced approach to satisfying the federal requirements for protecting endangered species while permitting timber harvests on ODF managed lands in equal measure. The plan represents a compromise comparable to HCPs in other states that should satisfy both timber industry interests and those of the fish and wildlife conservation communities. For this reason, the League of Women Voters supports the HCP and recommends that the board pass the HCP onto the National Environmental Policy Act review process with the caveat that the details of the plan get further refinement from a balanced advisory group composed of all stakeholder groups. For the reasons we support the plan are as follows. For the timber industry, it provides clear maps delineating what areas can be logged in the future that will allow for better planning of future operations and revenue expectations for 70 years. A degree of legal assurance for the timber industry that they are less likely to be subjected to future costly lawsuits for accidental takes. An ample number of acres that is available for harvest, about half the land, with concern about shrinking permit areas without the concern of shrinking permit areas in the future. And financial stability for counties dependent on timber with revenues better volume and revenues than the current draft Western Forest Management plans. The current and the draft. The comparative analysis points to more land permitted for future timber harvest going forward in the Habitat Conservation Plan areas than the take avoidance schemes in the two FMP plans. Streamlined timber sale process to improve time to market and capture higher market prices. For Oregonians who are concerned about conservation of wildlife and high quality drinking water sources, the HCAs preserve more contiguous contiguous areas, fewer patch areas for habitat protection for endangered species as required by federal law. Assures protection for streams with wider buffers to keep streams silt-free and cool enough for fish, including the non-bearing streams that feed into them. Elimination of costly species surveys prior to timber sales and forest operations, which should free up ODF resources for monitoring and other adaptive management projects. More assured funding for ODF management through more consistent harvest volume and revenue. The plan will no doubt be refined, and there will be time for additional public input to make improvements. But we urge the Board of Forestry to allow the HCP to continue on to the NEPA process along with a companion FMP. The plan lives up to the ODF's obligation to manage for greatest permanent value for now and into the future. We appreciate the opportunity to submit our comments and hope they will be helpful. Thank you for the opportunity. Bye.
Thank you for participating. And last on this panel, Barrett Brown. You need to unmute yourself, Barrett.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, have you got me here?
Yes.
Terrific. Hello all. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. I'm Barrett Brown, and I'm here today to talk about recreation community interests in the HCP process. I've been a close participant in all of the board and state forest divisions management planning work over the past 20 years, including all of the described HCP public engagement processes to date. And I want to share with those listening that, well, just of my impression that this has been an extremely careful, mature process in which all Oregonians can be proud, even though it may be hard to digest the sheer volume of material here hitting everybody. I just want to pass that on. There are some views I can share about a few recreation communities. In particular, I'm going to start with the mountain bike community. That Northwest Trail Alliance and other organizations find they're cautiously optimistic about the HCP. They're very concerned about continued volunteer investments and public investments in trails and facilities. And they require the certainty that will result from including these as covered activities in the HCP. A long horizon HCP like this will allow for improved understanding of the unique types of trail experiences that different users enjoy. Trails aren't only for getting someplace. It's about the ride, and a healthy trail plan offers a suite of different types of experiences along the way, and that's important to them. I can touch a little bit on the hunting community, represented in a lot of these forums by the Oregon Hunters Association and others. Important to them are non-listed species as well as listed species. Both require mosaic of serial stages with a proper spatial distribution across the landscape to provide productive habitat. Ungulates in particular, and many other species depend on the early serial stages created from significant canopy openings, such as clear cuts, and as opposed to thinning projects alone. I know staff has described that non-listed species have factored into the process, but OHA'd like to talk a little bit more, get more information about the process consideration of the values of early serial habitat and how those values will be generated under the HCP. Presentations here have been a little less detailed, so I think it'd be great for additional side conversations on that topic, but they also cautiously support the HCP process and the certainty and longer timescales they offer. I can talk a little bit about the off-highway vehicle community, in which this area, the Northwest Oregon area, has really a world famous destination for that type of recreation. From around the world, leaders in public land management travel here and travel to conferences to listen to Oregon Department of Forestry recreation specialists, to learn about best practices and state of the art in designing and maintaining these trail systems in a sustainable way. In addition, visitors travel here from all over, and people move here all over because of the recreation opportunities for off-highway vehicles available here. Because of what the department and volunteers have built, when they get to the forest, they also bring a ton of financial and volunteer labor partnership to the forest. With the increased certainty the HCP provides, the department can meet those contributions with robust plans. Now, for example, annually, volunteer hours here are measured in the thousands. Grants that flow into the forest here are measured in the tens of thousands. And Oregon's OHV users' personal registration fund dollars bring about $1 million a year to this partnership. You know, uncertainty and litigation threaten each of these streams. None of them are blank checks. So it's very important that the HCP process continue as to that community. The whitewater and paddling community is extremely interested in this process. All waterways in the state forest are critical recreation resources, from scenic values to paddling experiences. This paddling is a large part of the economic super sector that is economic contributions from outdoor recreation. It's important that the REI team is fully funded and forward-looking, so that they can plan for and protect these recreation opportunities, including access, because no access means no rafting and paddling. It's critical to this community that functioning conditions in our aquatic habitats are restored, and also mitigate against man-made risks to public safety from those projects. You know, strong relationships and understanding between restoration planners and the public for whom this activity is so important can protect those who use the waterways while simultaneously restoring fish habitats. So the department is heading in this direction, I think confidently, with an HCP behind them. I want to touch finally on non-affiliated communities. The largest community recreating in the forests don't have an association or a mailing list. These forests are becoming extremely important to livability, particularly in the metro area, for folks who need low-cost recreation opportunities. People who, if they're lucky, if they work hard, they may save what it takes to buy a couple of gallons of gas and a pack of hot dogs to drive to the forest, and not much more. What it means to these families is critically important for you, the board, and those involved in the process to remember. And the department's going to be grappling with how to deal with this increased use, and with some certainty they'll better be able to prepare. Finally, so I'll wrap up quickly here. This REI opportunities and partnerships have suffered too much collateral damage from litigation and process costs in both dollars and attention. You know, with the work that has to be done, Oregonians cannot afford a future that does not fully leverage these partnerships. You know, staff will tell you that they can walk and chew gum at the same time. They can manage in these difficult times. But good planning and the ability to make promises to partners requires the ability to look up to the horizon a little bit. And that'll be made too difficult if you vote no today. So thanks for the opportunity to share some of those views. I'd be happy if there are any questions to give them a shot.
Thanks, Barrett. I don't see questions. Appreciate your being here today. And we'll now move to the next panel. Thanks.
Our last set of names are Joel Eboa. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Bob Van Dyke and Mary Skurlock. And to note, Bob and Mary are sharing their time. You're up, Joel.
Hey, folks, can you hear me okay? Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Emerson and the Board of Forestry. Appreciate you having me on today. My name is Joel Eboa. I'm chair of the Governor's Environmental Justice Task Force. As a quick summary, the Governor's Environmental Justice Task Force is a board of 12 members appointed by the governor, currently Governor Brown. And our objective is to have well-informed individuals who have principles of environmental justice and who, to the greatest extent, practicable, represent minority communities, low-income communities, environmental interests, geographically diverse areas of states. And we also have appointments from the 4 advocacy commissions, the Commission on Asian Affairs, Black Affairs, Hispanic Affairs, and Indian Services. We also have a number of state agency advocates from agriculture to education, the fire marshal, and of course, fish and wildlife, and also forestry. So our representative Andy White has been a welcomed addition to the task force and updates us regularly. It's our goal and our mission to ensure that our natural resource agencies have people within their departments that serve as citizen advocates, that encourage public participation, and that we ensure that the agency considers environmental justice issues. And to us, environmental justice issues are everything and anything that affects people, particularly those people that I was talking about earlier, and what the agencies do or don't do in order to exacerbate environmental health hazards and negative health outcomes. Up until this point, we have tried to impact the decisions that impact traditionally underrepresented communities, and also improve plans to further progress on environmental justice here in the state of Oregon. So I appreciate you inviting me to come testify today. The wildfires have had devastating effects all up and down the West Coast of the United States. Up in a short span of time, we've lost thousands of homes, burned entire communities, have vanished from the landscape. And these climate-driven fires, levels have left people in complete desolation, from town halls to town councils to the U.S. Senate. I know a lot of elected officials are thinking to themselves in shock and sorrow, where do we go from here? And the question is, we have many answers, but one thing is clear: this is a humanitarian crisis. It's also an environmental crisis. And our government response must focus on supporting community resiliency, first and foremost, rather than squandering our time and resources logging land miles away from homes. In our opinion, effective wildfire preparedness includes making homes more fire resistant, creating defensible space around structures, and creating smoke shelters and other resources that support our most vulnerable community members in the wildfire seasons to come. Some of the things that I wanted to just quickly mention is that we are hoping that you will have a long-term commitment to protecting our forests, right? And I know that's what you're here for, to protect both the cultural, biological, and economic power of Oregon's forests. And as people mentioned in the past, ensuring that in these solutions, we don't have situations in which communities, these vulnerable communities, are not being left behind. So if we're having an increase in recreational costs to visit our forests, perhaps having a tiered system, I also am deeply concerned about how quickly our community members find out about these wildfires. Not everyone has Wi-Fi, not everybody has access to a good service out in the phones. So but we also recognize that our forests must be protected. So with that, just testifying here today in support of the conservation plan. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate the invite, and it's great to see you all.
And thank you for. Next we have Mary.
I think maybe I'm up next, Bob Van Dyke.
Yep.
Great. Board members, for the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. I've got 5 minutes today that I'm going to share with Mary Skurlock to represent some of the views of the conservation community. I'm going to try and summarize these views on the decision before you today. While there have been many questions and some concerns, the overall message I've heard from our partners is to support the staff recommendation and to encourage you to vote yes on moving the draft HCP into the NEPA process. Before briefly reviewing my key points, I want to acknowledge the depth and consistency of engagement by the ODF staff with the conservation community, as well as their responsiveness to information requests. More than once, I heard from our partners another Zoom call with ODF. So we appreciate the transparency and opportunity to be part of this process. As to key messages about the plan, the greatest enthusiasm has come from the opportunity for durable and defensible conservation commitments that deliver multiple benefits. As you know, the proposed plan is coarsely similar to the current plan in the extent of conservation commitments, but the HCP has several more attractive features. First, the conservation areas were drawn in cooperation with federal scientists, and they promise to protect most of the high quality habitat for species of concern. Second, the conservation areas are envisioned as long-term conservation commitments that will not be moved at the discretion of agency staff. The durability of the commitment is welcome. And third, several high-value locations for Oregonians are identified for protection, such as Kings Mountain, Gales Creek, and significant locations in the Wilson, Trask, Nehalem, and Miami River watersheds. As to our concerns, the concerns I'm hearing, Mary's going to mention a couple related to aquatics, so I'm going to highlight some other topics. First, there's concern about the long-term commitment to the HCP, should it be completed. And I guess the concern here is that there'll be short-term harvest or take that's allowed, and then there'll be an effort to leave the HCP. A second is concern about the anticipated departure from even flow to cut more in the short term. So here again, the concern is about front-loading harvest, especially of older forests, unless the departure is explained by genuine restoration efforts, like in Swiss needle stands. And third, there's concern about the use of pesticides after clear cutting. And while this isn't directly related to the plan, I would say that some increased commitments around community engagement, transparency, and dialogue with neighbors and the public could help on pesticides. So in closing then, I encourage you to vote yes on moving the draft HCP into the NEPA process. It's truly a compromise that offers a chance for more stability in the conservation commitments and around timber harvest. And it offers an opportunity to move beyond what has been an intractable conflict over state forest lands. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mary.
Thanks, Bob. Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty, thanks for letting me share Bob's time. I'm a consulting advisor to Wild Salmon Center on state forests and coordinator of the Oregon Stream Protection on private forests. And I also support a board decision to finalize the draft and move forward to the next phase of work. From my perspective, the state's path to this moment has been an extremely long one, and the draft plan before you builds on a wealth of knowledge, including real-world experience about the costs and pitfalls of take avoidance strategies. I remember being an early cheerleader for state lands aquatic habitat conservation plans back in 1997, when then Governor Kitzhaber first enunciated such a plan as his policy objective for an early iteration of the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. I've remained a faithful, if often discouraged, fan of this goal ever since, commenting on numerous failed precursors to this effort. Meanwhile, state forests have been the focus of lawsuits, ballot measures, legislation, media investigations, and constant political football. At long last, it seems that we have a promise of rationalizing management on state lands with this framework that's been proposed today. I've also been impressed by the attention to detail by the planning team, Kearns and West, the department staff, Oregon Consensus, everybody. We think that that effort has paid off. And as a result, I and others can say with fairly high confidence, as you've heard today, that the draft plan, while still incomplete, does provide a solid foundation for a successful outcome, an approved and legally defensible habitat conservation plan. The decision being made today is far more complete and more informed by transparent supporting analysis than any prior effort this department has undertaken. As you've also heard from others, that's not to say that your work is complete or the work of conservation advocates. Like the federal services, we still see areas where the plan could benefit from greater clarity and detail prior to finalization of the state's application. Key topics include the technical analysis of aquatic conservation outcomes for riparian areas and associated unstable slopes, detail about roads management, and policy and other analysis about the relationship between ESA standards and water quality standards obligations. But we are optimistic that these and other topics identified by the services and EPA can be addressed around this basic framework. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Bob and Mary. That completes this portion. We will take a 10-minute break, resuming at 2:40, and then come back for the open public testimony.
Good afternoon, everybody, for joining us who are still in the queue. We apologize, we are running about 10 minutes behind, but we do appreciate you holding in and on the attendee queue. We've been putting you in order as you've been signing in. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and release each of you and announce your first and last name. Make sure I have it right for the record. And we're just doing a test, an audio test only. So first up is Jay Browning. Can you do a quick mic check for me?
He's here.
Thank you so much. I'll put you on mute again. Up next is Ron Byers. Can you do a quick mic check for me?
Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Ron. I'll put you on
Thank
mute.
you.
I'll see you in a little bit here. Next up to test is Paul Earlbeck.
Yes, this is Paul.
Great, thank you so much. I can hear you loud and clear. Next is Lois Purdue.
I'm here.
Great, thank you, Lois. I'm going to go ahead and mute you now. Thank you.
Okay, there you are. I see you. So you're good to go. For some reason, you weren't showing up on the screen. You're good to go. No further action needed. Just listen to your name.
Dallas.
So for this portion of the testimony, it's audio only.
Next up is Jay Halliday. We had to skip somebody. Hopefully you can hear me and you can do a quick mic check for me, Jay.
Yes, this is Jay Halliday. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Next up is Mike Peel.
Yep, Mike Peel, I'm here. Thank you.
Mike Peel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Noah Greenwald, quick mic check. Noah, could you do a quick unmute yourself and do a quick mic check? Okay, we'll come back to you. Okay, who joined?
Can you hear me now? This is Noah.
Yes, thank you, Noah.
About how long will we have to testify?
Each of you have 3 minutes.
Okay, and you're starting at 2:45 and it sounded like there was about 7 people in front of me, is that right?
Yes. And we'll be starting at 2:40.
Oh, at 2:40, okay.
All right, I'm going to keep moving to the next mic check. Thank you, Noah. I'm going back to Dallas Boge. You were at 5. Can you do a quick mic check for me, Dallas?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I can hear you.
Very good.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to put you on mute now.
And you will be seeing me, is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks. Rob Freers, can you do a quick mic check for me?
Yes, here I am.
Great, thank you. Did I get your last name right?
Ferris? Yeah,
Ferris? Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
What number am I then? 9 or something? Yeah, I see that.
Okay. Thank you. Jenny Johnson, can you do a quick unmute? Mic check.
Hi, this is Jenny.
Great. And do you go by Jennifer or Jenny?
Oh, Jenny's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Julia DeGraw, can you do a quick mic check?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Felice Kelly, quick mic check.
Hi. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Did we get your name right, Felice?
That's right. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Webster, can we do a quick mic check with you?
Yes, this is Nancy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Did I get your name right too?
Yes.
All right. Thanks so much. Rex, I'm doing a quick mic check with you. Whenever you're ready, I just asked you to unmute, so hopefully you're there to do that quick mic check.
Rex Storm, I am here, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rex. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Last mic check with Seth Barnes.
Yep, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Hillary, are we ready to go then?
Yeah, if I can get one more minute, Tom, just trying to prepare here on my end.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, we're board chair, we're back and we're ready. Everybody here is in the room.
Okay, we're now going to move to our 45 minutes of public comment. Want to thank everybody who signed up to provide verbal comment today. We actually had to allocate times. We have more requesters than we had time, so we allocated them equally between those who indicated they support staff recommendation, oppose the staff recommendation, or those who were not sure yet and just wanted to provide information. As always, we accept written comments, and we also have been receiving a number of written comments and posted those for public view. So I want to remind everybody not to exceed your allotted time of 3 minutes. For the record, you can quickly provide your name and affiliation, and then the time will start. And Hillary, I'll turn to you, and I think you're going to help track time and let people know when their time is up, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
If not, Jason will also chime in to assist, as we have quite a few folks joining us today. Thank you, everybody, for logging in and doing a mic check. We just want to make sure, like the board chair said, to stay on track. We'll list names in sets of 5. And we ask that you provide testimony in the order presented. A timer will be displayed for each round of testimony. I believe you guys are all logged in. If you can't visually see it, just let us know and we will announce when your time is concluded. And when you do see the red light, we just ask that you close out your comments. And please know, after the first set has completed, I will announce the second set and so on. So with that, the first set of names, and in this order, will be Jay Browning, Ron Byers, Paul Earlbach, Lois Purdue, and Dallas Boge. So Mr. Browning, you're up first.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jay Browning and I'm opposed to the HCP. I've been working in the forest as a logger for 49 years. I've worked in Alaska logging camps in the early 70s. At that time, there were 93 logging camps employing anywhere from a couple dozen to 600 people. I spent a couple years doing that. Most of that timberland is now protected. I came back to Oregon to fall timber for a local company. We did work in the last commercial old growth stand for Crown Zellerback. I took that job very seriously. It was a true stand of old growth, over 250 years old. That stand was hit hard by windstorms. We cleaned it up, utilized it, and it was replanted. Today, it's a 45-year-old forest. Sustainable logging has been a practice all my career. I've witnessed stands harvested, planted, and harvested again. I started J.M. Browning Logging in 1985 with the philosophy, we do a job well, we utilize, we protect the land and the waters of the state. We manage slash for the purpose of replanting. We have worked on a number of private tree farms over the years. Primarily the ODF forests are 90% of our work. I feel it's a privilege to be involved in the harvest of our state forests, and I do take it very seriously. We feel we have a good relationship with people of ODF in Clatsop, Tillamook, and Forest Grove. What I see in our state forests are thousands of acres of 60 to 90-year-old trees ready for harvest. Some acres are overdue with older, dead, and decaying trees that need to be utilized today and cleaned up. These are not ancient forests, but timberlands meant to be made into lumber, locally providing thousands of jobs and building the American dream, homes for people. We can't let our state forests turn into the federal forest. California, Oregon, and Washington has 50,632,000 acres of protected forest land. California never had the wildfire damage years ago when they had a more aggressive logging plan. We're looking at the same here in Oregon if we don't do something about the HCP. We have been seeing commercial forest land taken as owl habitat, and yet numbers are declining, supposedly. I'm not a scientist, and I'm not using science-based testimony here because I knew there would be people that did. I don't know of anybody logging in our ancient forests today. The biggest problem the owl seems to have is the barred owl, which hunts the owl on a daily basis. Reducing harvest levels not only affects the timber industry, but our unendangered species, which people have spoke about. The elk, the deer, bears, rabbits, cougars, and so many more species. We take the
sorry, your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
That's it. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Ron Byers. I live on the Trask River outside Tillamook. I've spoken to you several times about the wisdom of and need for a habitat conservation plan. It feels like progress to be now urging you to adopt your staff's report and take the next step with an environmental impact study. There are a lot of reasons to adopt an HCP. It's an insurance policy that provides security and certainty for all who depend on timber revenue by preempting endangered species litigation. We all know that more listings are inevitable. A HCP is what allows us to move forward in these uncertain times. This is a lesson from the Elliott State Forest. This financial security should be reason enough to adopt a HCP, but there are many other compelling reasons. For example, it helps us address that critical question of sustainability, and it generates more balance in our management of state forest lands. It protects endangered species. If an HCP had been in place, the state would not be now spending time and money on coho salmon litigation, defending forest practices that are pushing species toward extinction. Another lesson, I hope. A HCP will significantly reduce the amount of pesticides in our state forests. There are a number of coastal communities that I know of that are united in their concerns about the mixtures of chemicals being applied near our homes, water sources, and food chains. No one even knows the health implications of these poisonous mixtures because they have never been independently studied when combined. With an HCP, we get an opportunity to measure the role forest lands play in carbon storage and how forests can address climate change. It seems so right that a part of the public's forests address environmental concerns which affect all of our abilities to live here going forward. I'll mention one other compelling benefit of an HCP, and that is the educational potential of using part of our state forest lands as classroom for young people to learn firsthand about our natural world, an outdoor school that will get our kids more involved in our forests. Most of the reasons being advanced to drop this pursuit come from people with timber harvesting backgrounds and interests. It's important that you know there are a bunch of us that don't gain financially from our state forests that want an HCP. And we think our opinion should matter more because we are the communities that live the results. And I mean all the results of your forest practices decisions. To close, we need the financial security of an HCP, and it's time for a grander view of our state forests. Please adopt your staff's report and move on to the environmental study. Thank you.
Hello, this is Paul Erlebach, Superintendent of the Neocani School District. I appreciate being able to present to the members of the Board of Forestry. I value the opportunity to talk with you today. I know the level of education Neocani School District can provide its students. I would like the board to have the same understanding. In my brief presentation, I would like to share with you the unique history and dependency on timber revenue my school district has with the Tillamook State Forest. Neocani School District serves over 840 students from Bay City to Manzanita. The school district is recognized for its outstanding schools with well-maintained facilities, engaging curriculums, high-quality professional development, and up-to-date technology. Neocani School District is a fantastic district that is greatly dependent on timber revenue. Like many school districts in Forest Trust counties, Neocani School District is reliant upon monies derived from timber sales on Forest Trust lands. In fact, we are more dependent on timber revenue than the vast majority of 197 Oregon public school districts. Neocani School District is one of 4 Oregon public school districts that does not receive state school support. Neocani School District receives its revenue from local funding, including property taxes and timber revenue. Approximately 25% of our district's funding is sourced from timber sales on the Tillamook State Forest. Neocani School District, 125 staff strong, is proof that local school funding works. We are excellent stewards of timber revenue. The school district relies on timber funding to enhance educational opportunities for our students. While schools throughout the state are struggling with overcrowded classrooms and program cuts, our students enjoy manageable class sizes where they receive more personalized instruction. The school district has built this strong foundation in large part due to funding from timber source lands. Quite frankly, timber revenue enhances student performance and improves the social emotional health of our students. Neocani School District is proud of the large increase in students interested in the natural resource field. In the near future, hopefully after the pandemic, a team from Neocani High School will compete in the Oregon Envirothon competition to promote conservation education. These high school students recognize their education is influenced by the harvest of forest crops. They also prioritize the need for efficient environmental protections. Students understand a balanced approach to forest management is essential. However, each year with underutilized timberlands and an uncertainty about funding levels, it is difficult for Neocani school administrators, school board members, and school committee to budget and plan long-term for students. The draft Habitat Conservation Plan represents a staggering commitment to conservation with over 50% of the forest and habitat conservation. The Oregon Department of Forestry has been focused on
Mr. Obach,
environmental preservation of these lands, which were deeded to the. Thank you for letting me for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lois Purdue, and I am the manager of the Hampton Lumber Sawmill in Warrenton, Oregon. We're located in Clatsop County, just south of Astoria. I appreciate the ability to provide comment via Zoom today. The Board of Forestry meetings conflict with the forest sector's work schedule, and it's very difficult to take time off to get to Salem. Remote testimony provides a unique opportunity for mill workers like myself to participate and have our voices heard. Here in Warrenton, we employ 140 people in good year-round family wage jobs. Our crew is diverse and many are young and new to the job market. They choose to work here because the careers and training available in wood products manufacturing is almost unparalleled locally. The economic benefits of working forests go far beyond payments to ODF and the counties. In a single year, our mill creates $21 million in economic activity for small family-owned logging, engineering, trucking, reforestation businesses. People are going about their business as we speak, harvesting, building roads, manufacturing paper and particle board, and moving products from the forest to the mill to the market. Northwest state forests are a big part of why we love living on the North Coast and what makes it possible for us to work and raise our families here. While we rely on timber revenues from these forests to help fund our local public services, from schools to public health and safety, we also recreate on these lands. We hunt, fish, hike, and bike on the state lands and appreciate all the benefits healthy forests, working public forests provide our community. This is why I'm concerned with the ODF's proposed HCP. Roughly 80% of the proposed conservation set aside would be on the North Coast state forest lands. Once fully implemented, harvest would be reduced by 32%. Our mill is a major buyer of state timber, and I can assure you a reduction would impact our ability to continue to operate on the North Coast. Our mill and our community cannot afford a plan that drastically reduces harvest levels and compromises financial viability of these forests over long term. This HCP will dictate forest management and impact the health of communities for our community for generations. Please take the time needed to fully vet this HCP and reject any plan that fails to protect the local forest sector and the broader long-term needs of our communities like ours. Thank you.
And thank you.
Chairman Imison, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Peter Doherty. My name is Dallas Bogue. I live in Gales Creek, Oregon. I'm here today representing Forest Grove Rural Fire Protection District, where I'm one of the 5 directors. Prior to my election to the board, I served as a volunteer firefighter for almost 25 years. Our district borders on the Tillamook Forest and is the site of ignition of the 1933 Tillamook Fire. Thus, our district receives timber harvest funds from the sale of timber from lands the state manages. My district is very concerned that the Habitat Conservation Plan will reduce harvest on state lands to the detriment of those districts which rely on the funds to provide necessary services to their residents. Our district currently receives between 1/4 and 1/3 of its funds from the harvest of timber on state managed lands. These funds allow us to keep equipment that is in good working order and crews, both career and volunteer, well-trained in both structural and wildland firefighting. It enables us to not just have engines and trucks for structural fires, but to have both the light and heavy brush rigs needed for wildland firefighting. Since wildland firefighting is secondary to our need to provide structural protection, a loss of funds from timber sales would probably cause less emphasis on wildland protection and thus less suitable training and equipment. We have all recently been treated to what can happen when a perfect storm of fire on wildlands. The smoke is still in many of our minds, if not still in our lungs. Our local fire departments were able to send firefighters and equipment when the governor declared a conflagration. With lower timber revenue, will this be possible in the future? I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Board Chair, the next set of names are in the order of Jay Halliday, Mike Peel, Noah Greenwald, Rob Freers, Jenny Johnson. Mr. Halliday, you're up first.
Thank you very much. Chair Iverson, board members, State Forest Authority, thank you for the time to hear my testimony. You've had a long day, but the topic is important. I represented our neighborhood last year in front of this board as we raised awareness of the impact of an ODF, of a potential ODF timber sale on our sole source of drinking water. Today, as a spokesman for our neighborhood, we call ourselves the Friends of Hug Point. We advocate that the Forestry Board gives a yes vote to ODF's HCP draft. Based on Oregon's North Coast, the Friends of Hug Point was established so that we could work with ODF to establish an equitable long-term plan for the forested area immediately east of our homes along Highway 101. We are all property owners, and adjacent to us is tracts of land known as Norriston Heights and Hug Point. This 275-acre property is included in the recently published HCP draft as a conservation area. Through state granted water rights, this ODF managed parcel not only provides us our sole source of drinking water to over 20 home sites, but is the current and future habitat for ESA listed marble Maryland. If this had been, as I mentioned earlier, this portion, this property was designated as a potential timber sale a few years ago, but we've worked with your team and there's been a mutual agreement to investigate options and to indefinitely suspend that sale while we look at different alternatives for this property. We feel it's been a constructive dialogue and we're pleased that it could be afforded additional protections because of the implementation of the draft HCP. An improved HCP is an important element in a long-term solution to protect our sole water supply. But we view ourselves as a microcosm of Oregon's larger challenge, managing forests and water resources. We are not conservationists, nor are we timber advocates, but we've all learned a lot in this past year of working with this particular situation. It's a complex issue, balancing fulfilling the economic expectations of the timber industry in rural counties, the need for protecting sources of drinking water for rural Oregon residents, recreation and aesthetic value of forested area, and the protection of habitat for endangered species. But just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. And it's also important to look at it through the lens of the last 8 months with fires, pandemic. The last 7 or 8 months should have taught us all that things move much faster than we expect. Oregon's been blessed with ample supplies of timber and water. We need to figure out how to manage them better. We think that an important piece of that is a core ingredient to that is approval of the HCP and establishing habitat protection, not just for wildlife, but for humans as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Noah. Am I next?
Mike Peel is next, then
Okay.
Noah.
I thought there was someone else before me.
This is Mike Peel, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Hi, this is Mike Peel. I'm a proud resident of Vernonia, Oregon. That's in Columbia County. I've had my own logging business for 38 years. I consider myself a steward of the land. I'm actually out there every day. I understand what's going on. I don't do it for a hobby. I supply a lot of jobs here in Vernonia. Also, I'm president of Timber Unity, and we stand up for rural working Oregonians. And I oppose the HCP. So when I first found out about this, I had my bookkeeper lady, Jen, I had her hit the button for printing it out, 384 pages. My copier was almost on fire when it shot out the last copy. I've read it once. I've tried to digest all of it. I even had one of my neighbor kids, 12-year-old kid, I said, lay each one of these papers out at my driveway. Let's see how long it is. It's 120 yards of a draft. And we already have so many laws in place that it's crazy. I don't know if anybody's forgot about the Oregon Forest Protection Laws, which happens to be sitting right in front of me. It is 160 pages of rules and laws that we have to abide by now. It's not like we go out there and we're lawless. We already have tons of protections in place. We have national forests that you can't even hardly touch. It's all wildlife conservation to begin with. And we do care about the environment. You know, I think we do a great job of maintaining the health of our carbon eating machines, which are fir trees. And we do a lot of thinning. We do some final harvest areas, but it all gets replanted. It's very, very well managed. We don't need, in my humble opinion, another 130,000 acres of habitat for the spotted owl, 80,000 acres for the marbled murrelet, 25,000 acres for the coastal murrelet, or 20,000 acres for the red vole. Do I care about endangered species? Yes, but there is so much ground set aside for that now. And I do care about the rural communities. I care about people. Look how many mills went down the last time this spotted owl episode went through. I mean, it killed entire communities. You take like the towns of Detroit, Idana. I mean, they're basically, well, they're burnt out now, but they're basically ghost towns. It's mind-boggling. And then also reading in some of this, where seasonal streams will now have 120-foot buffers. I mean, we leave so many buffers now. Everything is well protected and we have a good fish run. But anyhow, I oppose HCP. I'm a good, responsible steward of the land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Noah Greenwald. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'm the Endangered Species Director at the Center for Biological Diversity. We represent thousands of Oregonians across the state. I think it's absolutely essential that ODF obtains an HCP and complies with the Endangered Species Act, because I think it's important that we have the rule of law, but I also think it's important that ODF does not contribute to the endangerment of species like the spotted owl, like coho salmon. The reason that ODF management was cited as a primary reason for listing Oregon coast coho salmon under the Endangered Species Act, the lack of a suitable management plan and sufficient protections were one of the main reasons for listing them, and that continues today. ODF has been out of compliance for decades now without an HCP. I would urge the board to encourage ODF to adopt a stronger and more protective HCP that is supported by the science. In particular, I wanted to highlight something for the board of particular concern and working with ODF on this HCP. ODF has committed to avoiding high landslide hazard locations with logging and with roads, yet is using outdated data to do that. And in particular, they're, rather than, and I'm sorry to get a bit in the weeds here, but we've been doing some modeling of landslide terrain in the Coast Range with Dr. Josh Roaring at the University of Oregon. Using LiDAR, ODF for some reason is not using the most up-to-date data. They're using a 10-meter DEM, which is over a decade old and not as accurate. We've called this to their attention. They have not responded. They're also using a landslide inventory database that's been found from the late 90s that's known to be inaccurate, known by Dogami specifically. And so we've called that to their attention too, but they say that they're still relying on this faulty data to identify landslide terrain that needs to be avoided in order to protect coho salmon from fine sediments. We have better data. I would encourage any of you board members to reach out to me. I can provide you more detail on this. Dogami is actually, which is a state agency, is actually working on a landslide inventory and georeferencing that'll be available soon. The reason why this matters is the slate of 2021 AOP sales. ODF says that those sales comply with the new terms of the draft HCP, but when we've looked at it, we've determined that they're not avoiding landslide terrain, so they're going to continue to harm coho. I've offered to go out in the field with ODF on this, and so far they haven't taken me up on that. So again, quite concerned about landslide terrain. Would like to see the HCP more protective of our healthy watersheds and our fish populations. Thanks.
And thank you.
Mr. Frears?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Chairman Imison, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed HCP. The process has been uncharacteristically non-transparent to the public and stakeholders up until now. Ferris Lumber is a 98-year-old firm employing 475 people in the San Am Canyon in Oregon. We're the most public timber-dependent company in Oregon. We are a top 5 purchaser of ODF timber sales. Our company opposes the HCP. The agency went through the HCC process for the Elliott State Forest and decided against pursuing the HCP. All the reasons for going the HCP in the past still exist today. The Oregon Department of Forestry has proceeded through this secret process while ignoring the breach of contract verdict awarding the counties $1.1 billion. Given the inability of ODF to manage its financial affairs and live up to its fiduciary obligations to the counties, the proper remedy is not an HCP, which further reduces management and continues the ODF breach of contract with the counties. Ferris Lumber Company recommends the Department of Forestry through the Justice Department negotiate a return of title of lands ODF manages to the counties. This would significantly reduce the state's liability and discontinue enormous accruing daily interest. The Department of Forestry is an effective firefighting agency. It provides a valuable compliance function of the Oregon Forest Practices Act. Ferris Lumber Company recommends that ODF mission be narrowed to the functions just mentioned following the return of title to the county lands. This should allow greater budget control and reduce the size of the agency. The present HCP proposal does not balance rural Oregonians' needs. It does not protect the lands from fire by implementing a non-management scheme. We can all look to the federal land's lack of management and the nearly 10 million acres burned in Oregon in the past 2 decades. Well over 80% of the lands burned were on public lands. Private land management has proven to be the most effective conservation method. An HCP would place a static land use designation on a dynamic ecosystem for 7 decades to come. The premise behind an HCP is flawed. Please abandon the process as the Board of Forestry has in the past. The department has negotiated away far more land for habitat than private parties with HCPs. Please end the process. Please consider these additional factors. Private ownership of Oregon forest lands have dramatically changed over the past 30 years. Real estate investment trusts and timber investment management organizations with their out-of-state ownership now control millions of acres. They recently refused to pay to contest 4 ballot measures that environmental groups threatened to put before voters. A memorandum of understanding was signed by 13 companies and 13 green groups to negotiate away what is expected to be 25% of the productive capacity of private lands in Oregon, providing conservation requirements on 4 to 5 million acres of forest land. Fires, which destroyed 1 million acres in Oregon, are still burning, showing what the lack of management for the past 27 years on federal land has caused.
Sir, I'm sorry. Your time has expired. Please conclude your remarks.
I close by saying no one with a conscience or concern for fellow Oregonians can vote to proceed with a habitat conservation plan. Please do the right thing and vote no on the HCP.
Ms. Johnson, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison and members of the board. Thank you for having me today. My name is Jenny Johnson, and I am a lifelong resident of Clatsop County. I've spent my whole life in the forests around the local area here, and I hold a forestry degree from Oregon State University. Previously, I've worked for over 15 years in the forest sector, and my husband and I currently own and operate 2 small businesses here in Astoria. We have a vested interest in the success of our local forests and our rural community. I would like to voice 3 concerns I have regarding the draft HCP. The first being that the map I have from the ODF website shows at least half, if not more, of the Clatsop State Forest set aside in a habitat conservation area. I'm concerned that this amount of acreage holding an environmental emphasis for the next 70 years will unevenly balance the economic, social, and environmental management as directed by GPV. I'm aware of a recent lawsuit that resulted in a judge ruling ODF needed to focus more on economic returns for the counties. Setting aside half of the Clatsop State Forest in a habitat conservation area does not lend well to the financial responsibility to the counties. On that note, my second area of concern is that our rural community here in Clatsop County will be severely economically affected with only half the forest available for economic returns. My husband and I have 3 children that we are raising here in Astoria. Over half the children enrolled in schools here live at or below the poverty level. The average income here is approximately $36,000 a year. We cannot afford the loss of forest sector jobs in our county. Our county needs to keep revenues coming in from sustainable state forest management. This money is needed to support not only working families, but our schools for all children and public services for all citizens. We cannot afford half of our forest having an environmental focus. My third area of concern is that the habitat conservation area on the Clatsop State Forest will become a fire hazard. We've watched this summer as over 1 million acres have burned in Oregon and California. These fires tend to start on federal forest land, which are diseased, dying, and highly loaded with fuels. Minimal management is a recipe for creating a high fire hazard area. Not only these fires create loss of human life, homes, and property, they have also created the unfortunate loss of much wildlife and habitat. Ultimately, no one wins, not people or the wildlife, when these large tracts of land are set aside and not responsibly managed. I ask you not to proceed with this draft HCP as prepared. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for your comments.
Board Chair, we have the last set of names. We have Julia DeGraw, Felice Kelly, Nancy Webster, Rex Storm, Seth Barnes. And I'll prompt you guys if we don't hear from you for a bit. First up, Julia DeGraw.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, just want to make sure. Hello, my name is Julia DeGraw, and I am the Coalition Director with the League of Conservation Voters, and I'm also the Director of the Oregon Conservation Network, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am speaking on behalf of the Oregon League of Conservation Voters, but there are a lot of organizations within the Oregon Conservation Network that urge a yes vote to implement the Western Oregon Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. And I'm going to be reading an excerpt from the comments that have been submitted from the Audubon Society of Portland. We urge the Board of Forestry to vote yes to advance work on the Western Oregon Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. We support the Department of Forestry staff recommendations completely. However, the management of the Tillamook and Clatsop Forest has for decades been mired in conflict, litigation, and unpredictability. It is time to move forward into a new era that provides real protection for imperiled species, predictability for stakeholders, and moves these forests toward ecological health. We believe that an HCP is the right path forward to achieve these goals. While we are still in the process of analyzing the draft HCP, we've had the opportunity to participate in various stakeholder meetings, attend public information sessions, and conduct a preliminary review of the materials released in recent weeks. We are generally impressed with the work done to date and believe that the nearly 2 years of effort that have already been invested in this process merit a vote of confidence by the Board of Forestry today. We are enthusiastic about the dedication of approximately 50% of the area covered by the HCP to habitat conservation areas or riparian conservation areas, an approach which we believe will provide the most durable long-term benefits for the 16 imperiled species covered by the plan. We would note also that there is no plan B. A return to the status quo would simply perpetuate an era of conflict, unsustainable and unpredictable harvest regimes, and a degradation of fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, and other natural resource values. The state's current take no avoidance strategy for listing species is expensive, costing approximately $2.5 million per year, ineffective for promoting the recovery of the species it is ostensibly supposed to protect, and leaves the state vulnerable to future litigation. While we are generally supportive of this plan, we would note that there are areas we believe need further consideration, including the status of older stands outside of the RCA and HCAs. We look forward to working with ODF on further refinement of the plan in the coming months, and we appreciate the work that has been done to date. And again, urge the Board of Forestry to vote yes on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Felice Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Felice Kelly, and I am a scientist and volunteer organizer with the 350 PDX Forest team. Thank you to the Board of Forestry and State Forester Doherty for the opportunity to testify today and urge you to support the State Forest's HCP process. This plan has the potential to provide durable protection for older state forests that can store more carbon per acre than just about any other ecosystem on Earth. In addition, it could be an effective tool for protecting species that have been driven to the brink of extinction by habitat destruction and will be further stressed by our changing climate. In other words, this plan has the potential to fight climate change while improving the resiliency of the ecosystem in the face of our warmer world. Large older forests store more carbon than young forests that are cut regularly. And since several of the listed species are dependent on older forests, the habitat conservation areas for terrestrial species will require the durable protection of older forests. As documented by the Oregonian, the Department of Forestry has not made progress on its goal of increasing the proportion of older, more complex forest, in part because it has moved areas of older forest into the harvest plans, substituting the conservation of younger forest areas, resulting in the net losses of older forests. The HCP will designate set areas for conservation that will not be susceptible to these swaps, which we believe will lead to more certainty for increased carbon storage on the landscape. This is one tool that we can use to increase carbon storage within state forests, and in doing so, fight climate change. We are also in the midst of the sixth great extinction on Earth, driven by human-caused habitat destruction and human-caused climate change. We need to act decisively to protect endangered species, especially because the survival of many species will be more precarious on a warming planet. One of the most important habitats for the iconic salmon of the Pacific Northwest is clean, cool water, which is provided by intact forests. However, state forest management under the take avoidance framework has not been effective at supporting the recovery of endangered species. The HCP will give species a better chance at recovery by protecting larger habitat blocks than the current forest management provides. This will reduce habitat fragmentation and provide simpler planning for timber harvests. The dual benefits of durable protection for older forests and improved habitat for climate change imperiled species are compelling reasons to vote yes to move forward with finalizing the plan and initiating the NEPA environmental review. We look forward to engaging the future planning to improve carbon storage and climate resilience in Oregon's forests. And we thank you for all of the work and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for participating today.
Up next, Nancy Webster.
My name is Nancy Webster and I live in Rockaway Beach. I grew up in Coos County during the 50s and 60s, where my father worked at Weyerhaeuser as a lumber grader. My family enjoyed the coastal forest and waters, camping, picking wild berries, and fishing. Back then, my father became very concerned that Weyerhaeuser's forestry practices were not sustainable and that the fish were declining. Decades later, now I am worried about what is happening to our forests and water. I am a member of North Coast Communities for Watershed Protection, a grassroots group seeking better protection for the water we drink, the air we breathe, and the forests we love. Our group started in Rockaway Beach 10 years ago, after we began receiving notices that our drinking water was contaminated with toxic chemicals that violated EPA guidelines. We then realized that they were clear-cutting Jetty Creek, our drinking water source. Now we have more than 700 members who live in nearby coastal communities from Astoria to Lincoln City. We who live at the coast are concerned about current industrial logging practices. Water quality and quantity are being compromised. There is too much use of pesticide mixtures that have never been tested for long-term safety and that can be detrimental to human and habitat health. Steep slope clear cutting endangers people and water supplies by increasing landslide risk. Industrial forest endangers our wetlands, fish runs, wildlife, and ultimately the ocean. For all these reasons, we have critical interest in the creation of a long-term habitat conservation plan for state forest. This conservation plan would provide a way to manage state forests to provide a more balance for competing interests. Yes, it is possible to have a healthy economy and a healthy environment. In addition, we support including all drinking water sources under the HCP, since our water and health depend on the health of nearby forests. At this time, we cannot forget about all the land outside the conservation areas and believe we must continue to work for forest practice reforms that will adequately protect our water, fish, wildlife, and communities surrounded by industrial forest lands. We encourage you to move forward with an environmental impact statement. Our members agree that many of the issues we have been working on can start to be addressed with an effective plan. Some of these issues include drinking water protection, creation of sustainable and diverse forest lands, protection of endangered species, and mitigation of climate change through mature forest, alternatives to clear cuts and pesticides, and longer tree rotations will benefit us all. I really believe we live near special rainforest and we need to be responsible. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for participating.
Up next, Rex Storm.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Rex Storm. I'm a certified forester representing Associated Oregon Loggers. We oppose the department's proposal to proceed with the HCP. It is not durable for Oregon's economy, society, or policy. You say the HCP is not a promise. Not a promise is not durable. We urge you to pause the process to redress the many omissions in economic and harvest modeling. Furthermore, we please urge you to pause the process to reconsider the misguided proposal to allocate excessive reserve acreage that far exceeds the reserve acre percentages of comparable HCPs across the Northwest. These comments today are provided on behalf of the 1,000 member companies of Associated Oregon Loggers. Our member companies are the working families and professionals who provide management services for Oregon's forest lands. These working families number 23,000 at work statewide. The scope of effect of state forests spans well beyond Northwest Oregon, as contractors who manage state forests often travel across the Western Oregon. The forest trade contractors are not takers, rather they are givers. They are the producers of economic and societal livelihoods within rural Oregon. We are far more than the stakeholders as you define us. Every 100 million board feet of annual harvest on state forest equates to 2,000 rural livelihoods. Forest working families pay Oregon income taxes and their activities contribute billions of dollars to Oregon's economy at large. The HCP process would neglect these economic and societal factors. And by definition, this HCP omission distorts the fair assessment of the GPV for state forest lands. Through this HCP proposal, I ask you this question. Why is the state opening this HCP battle with rural Oregon forest working families? This HCP proposal is a direct attack on those forest working families and trust land forest counties and communities for whom our Oregon quality of life and our Oregon way has evolved. Our opposition is not about logging more timber volume. Our concern is about lacking trust, and working families are losing the trust in the board and the department to equitably balance active forest management and its economic benefits. This HCP would repeat the failures of federal forest management, which are unacceptable to us. So I will close by telling you this: not a promise is not durable. This is HCP is not a durable solution. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Barnes, you're up.
All right, thank you. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes with the Oregon Forest Industries Council. First, I'd like to say that OFIC recognizes the benefits of managing under a programmatic HCP. I've actually asserted this in previous testimony, that there's benefits that come, and that those benefits are what compel many forest landowners to look into an HCP. The benefits are, however, only one half of the equation, and those benefits have to outweigh the very real costs associated with these types of plans. So with that, I want to go through some issues that we see. And first, I'd start with, from my perspective, this planning process has had some major flaws. We have been denied with all stakeholders, frankly, any real substantive information for months. And while there might have been, some reasons why the department was choosing to do that, we now have substantive information on the table, and yet we haven't had time to digest it or discuss it in any really meaningful way. So I mean, even you as the board, you just received this information a week and a half ago. It's frankly, in my opinion, ludicrous to think that any of us could take this information that we have in front of us now and say, yes, this looks good. And furthermore, there's only, this is the only decision point that you're going to get before the NEPA process finishes in 2 years, right? So with that in mind, wouldn't it make sense to pause the process and wait until November to make this decision? From my understanding, the board members that are, all of you will continue to serve between now and November. I don't understand why there wouldn't be a more substantive opportunity to dig in now with actual information on the table and engage across the table with many people. So furthermore, it's interesting to me that the board is considering a plan that doesn't even meet financial viability. I've listened repeatedly to members of the legislature who've expressed no interest in absorbing those costs in the general fund. And yet that hasn't even been a discussion at this meeting. I don't think the department or the legislature ever intended greatest permanent value to bankrupt the agency, yet it appears to me that that's what is being envisioned here. Furthermore, I'm a little bit dismayed that there's nothing on the table here that leads to financial viability. Why is the comparison between the current forest management plan and the HCP, or some, frankly, kind of a mystery draft FMP that we haven't even had a chance to understand yet, that appears to be a flawed plan as well, and that none of these plans before you meet financial viability? It's very curious. So we have a lack of confidence with the harvest numbers. You've heard that already. And in conclusion, we remain highly concerned that even though with all of these very large commitments to conservation, that there's going to be a continued process here to look at a forest management plan and continue to take some bites out of the remaining land and further erode the ability to manage on these lands. And that's a very real concern that we have. My hope is that we can have a chance to actually dialogue more and more sincerely now that we have information on the table, and that the board won't move ahead too quickly for us to have those conversations. I think there's some real substantive things that could be discussed and adjusted here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Board Chair, I just want to make a quick announcement with the folks who provided testimony today. You're welcome to be in the attendee queue. However, we ask that you remain muted for the next item as the board enters into discussion. And with that, Board Chair, this concludes our public testimony portion.
Great, thank you. And we appreciate all of the testimony we received and all of the comments that we received through letter, email, other statements and other means. So we appreciate that. Now we'll ask Liz and her team. It looks like you are there. And I think initially this is a time for board members to ask additional questions from either the comments we heard this morning or comments we've taken from the public or the counties that you'd like to raise with Liz and her team. So I'll look for hands raised or comments. And I see Joe Justice with his hand up. So Joe, why don't you start?
All right, I guess I'll try to get myself unmuted and my video started again. I guess my first comment, and I guess maybe to open up some discussion regarding the question about delaying the decision or giving this board another month of decision. You know, I understand from stakeholders the concern. This is a very big decision that's going to put us on a path, and to consider this for another month is something I guess I'd like to talk about. What are potentially, I guess, the question for the department. Would they be able to bring the economic and social impacts and have a more robust discussion in a month regarding that, regarding this decision? So I guess I just lead it with that question. I would just open that up for other board members' thoughts, because it's a concern of mine.
So this is Liz. Did you want us to respond to that, Joe, or is this a?
Yeah, please.
Please.
Sure.
So I can start with that. As I said in my opening comments, recognize the difficulties that our stakeholders had in terms of wanting that information sooner, so that they could do some of their own evaluations, have some exchange, and come to better understanding and of sort of what was on the table. So really understand that and don't want to diminish that. A couple things to keep in mind here. There really would be huge limitations in our ability to do additional rounds of modeling between now and November. And I would submit that we'd be in the same situation where any model results wouldn't be out with any kind of significant time frame ahead of another board meeting. So I'm not sure that there's a lot to be gained there. There's also a part of the NEPA process in which there's an analysis of the financial considerations for rural communities. So that there are, that sort of flanks, I think, in time, if you will, sort of, well, what could be done between now and November, and then towards the end of the process, what happens in NEPA. There's a lot of work to be done between here and there, so to speak, between those two bookends, and we will be able to, in part, really refine our models and be able to engage our stakeholders on what we think the outcomes are likely to be, especially as we refine and finalize the HCP. So those will be my opening comments, and I'll see, Brian, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think I'll add in a little bit, and definitely I think we could hear from other board members. That'd be good too. Liz is absolutely correct. For the November board meeting, I'm looking at Hillary, but I think the materials are due this Friday for that board meeting. And so that gives you a perspective of, we do not have the time to do additional analysis for November. And if we pushed it out further, then we would be out many months. When we were doing this work with the comparative analysis and the modeling, we were really focused on developing the habitat conservation plan, and at the same time bringing a document, a comparison to the board for decision making. And so again, probably 80–90% of our work was focused on developing that draft HCP, and then providing information for the board for decision making. In there, we realized we could not provide answers to every question. And we did have stakeholders, other stakeholders, that wanted us to do more analysis on the riparian areas, more analysis on the landslide hazards, more analysis on carbon too. And while we were not able to do everything, when we looked at the social impacts and we heard from the counties and other local governments, quite often, or always, in my recollection, they pointed to timber harvest volumes as a surrogate for a way to calculate jobs. And so we did focus on a lot in the comparative analysis on timber harvest volume. And yes, we didn't do the calculations for the jobs,
but that was the surrogate, is looking at that volume, not only for revenue, those direct payments to the counties and the local taxing districts, but also to the jobs. And so one thing that we did, we didn't speak to it today, I spoke to it in July, is that we know those local jobs are important, and we know those local jobs are driven by the timber harvest. So we have 3 subgeographic regions to distribute that volume across the regions. And quite frankly, if we didn't do that, if we just set up the model to achieve the highest harvest level, it would just harvest mainly in the North Coast and not in the Willamette Valley and not in the southern area. And so we know jobs are important down in Coos Bay. We heard that from John Sweet, and we know jobs are important across Western Oregon. So we try to distribute that volume using those subgeographic areas.
Joe, do you have a further question on this? I mean, I don't want to stifle a conversation. I've got a couple other hands up, and I don't know if they're on this topic or a related one, so I'll just ask them. Nils and Jim both have hands raised. If I thought I'd see if either of you want to have something to say about, I guess, what I'd call the timing question that Joe has raised, or if it's something else, if it's the timing question. If you do, go ahead. If not, we'll just wait a second, and then Nils would have the next question. So,
yeah, this is Jim, and I on the timing question, I guess, I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for what some of these stakeholders have been saying, and Seth has said, and positions from Steve Zika. At the same time, we're a little bit between a rock and a hard place. Clearly, I know how fast these things go, and listening to Liz, we're just not going to be in a very different place here 1 month from now. Maybe if we took 6 months or something, then there could be something, quite a bit of substantive movement, but I don't think that's realistic. So it's frustrating, but I think there, I mean, the process, the NEPA process is going to have public input, and a lot of the things also that will be needing to be talked about will be a part of conversations with the companion forest management plan. So I'm not convinced that delay is going to get us anywhere.
and I guess for what it's worth, I'd probably associate myself with the comments that you just made, Jim. I think that a lot of what we've heard almost sounds like what we would be voting on today is the very end result. And it would be instead, I think, moving this to the next step in the process, in which there would be a lot of time and ability to do more technical work and to refine this further. Nils, I'll turn to you for your question or comment, and then see Brenda's hand up after that.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the ODF staff and also everybody who has commented today. This effort started even before my board term started. I think it started back in November 2011. And it has been a long journey with a lot of work. And there's obvious, and there's a lot at stake for all Oregonians, as evident in the tremendous outpouring of concerns and hopes that were conveyed to us in the various communications prior to this meeting. And I appreciate that. My hope is that we are slowly finding a way to think holistically about these solutions that have divided us now for a long time, that it doesn't have to be an either or between environment and jobs and urban and rural, and that we recognize that there's an imperfect middle path probably, but and that there's a lot of uncertainty, but we need to move forward with with the right intentions and values and team to make progress. And I do have, I mean, there are obviously open questions in a tremendous amount of analysis that's been released, but I kind of think about it from that historical perspective where we're at. And rather than go on at length, I just want to raise with Liz and Brian right now one question. If you could speak to the question that many individuals have raised about the financial impacts to the State Forest Division. I actually looked back in my board packets going back over my term here on the board, and I've seen similar declining revenue curves projections for the Forest Development Fund throughout my term, and you all have tended to beat those projections. Thank goodness. I'm curious though, the current projections are worrisome. They show significant losses, and it would be great if somebody could speak to either how we make up those losses or whether we think with refinements in the modeling you'll be able to improve that, or whether it is sort of just a reaffirmation of a point that's been made since the beginning, that the future of the State Forest Division is dependent on timber harvest revenues, business improvements, but also looking for other revenue to address the diverse roles and services and values that the state forests serve. So over to you, Brian, Liz.
Yeah, Nils, thanks for the opportunity to provide some clarity on the comparative analysis and then the reality of how we run the business of the State Forest Division. And so first, let me talk a little bit on the comparative analysis. And again, we use that as a relative trends. And so we aren't using the comparative analysis to predict our future. We don't expect those to be absolute numbers. We use the comparative analysis to project expected trends. And so let me give you an example of what we're talking about. In the last 10 years, our average stumpage price, our average price for timber has ranged from $250 a thousand board feet on the low end to $535 on the high end. And so that's a big price range when our harvest is about the same, about 220 million board feet a year. So with that information, when we did the comparative analysis, we didn't try to predict those price undulations. We put in an average price of around $350. So a very flat average in there. And then same thing with our expenditures. We put in kind of what they are today and projected of that in the future. So when you look at the comparative analysis, and it's a pretty stark number that in that first 15-year period, we would be deficit spending. That's what it's saying in the HCP implementation, around $13 million a year. And so that's a lot, and that's worrisome, but recognizing those numbers aren't our expected reality. But the reality that we live in is that the division is about 98% funded on the harvest, the sale and harvest of timber. And that is a commodity that swings greatly. And so some real numbers that we've had to deal with is in a good way in 2019, we put $19 million into the bank, and we put that in the Forest Development Fund because our revenue exceeded our expenditures by $19 million. That was a great year. But you roll back from 2019 and you drop back 10 years to 2009, and we deficit spend $7 million. And so there's that range of in 10 years, one year we put almost 20 million in the bank, and another year we had a deficit spend about 7 million. And so that's the business model that we're in, and we have to adapt to it and change to it. So again, think about the HCP, and in the relative sense, it's the best opportunity to achieve the most financial viability. But none of those options would solve all our financial problems in any scenario, in any market condition. And nor would any plan be able to be developed that way and still meet the tenets and the mandates of greatest permanent value. So we do other things. And we've talked to you about this over the years, so I'll just remind you of a few, but we do other things like our reorganization that we went through. And so we reorganized around our staffing to be as efficient and as effective as possible with the fewest number of staff. And we still carry about 200 full-time staff, but that reorganization really helped us. Another thing we've worked on in the past 5 years is marketing, really focusing on getting the most value for every tree that we sell. And we market different than we have in the past. We've flexed our volume a little bit year over year. We've looked for good markets to sell more in the higher markets, and the way we sell it has changed a little bit too. And so that brings more value. We have in the past, cut services, and that's hard. We've still been able to manage the forest, but not at the full implementation level of the current plan. And there's been many years since the plan inception in 2000 that we weren't at full implementation. And that was not the best, but it was a way to survive through market conditions using the funding we have. We kind of grow and use what we have. One of the things to consider though is in the current plan, when we have lean economic times, we drop back to kind of the level 2 implementation, which maintains activities necessary for greatest permanent value, but also prioritizes and emphasizes high economic returns. And so the timber sales and the other things. In this scenario going forward, if we commit to an HCP, that conservation funding in an HCP is not discretionary. It's a federal agreement. It's a federal obligation that we would fund conservation. And so as we go through ups and downs in the markets, we would hold constant the conservation commitments along with the focus on timber harvesting. And so it's another way to say we would commit to durable conservation because we'd be committing to that funding. So again, we've seen those projections before. We're able to adapt to them by changing our service level and our staffing levels. We expect we'll have to do that into the future. And then we expect we'd have to do that under any plan under greatest permanent value. I don't know if Liz or Peter wants to add more to that.
No, I think you covered that really well. I will remind you that when we started the revision of the FMP, after I became state forester, I've been very clear from the beginning that revising the FMP will not solve a financial viability problem. In 2017, we added the HCP to that, so there shouldn't be an expectation that that solves our financial viability problem. And as Brian mentioned, the one thing that was fully under our control is our business improvement processes. And we did move forward, and we have successfully implemented a leaner, more adaptable workforce that can expand and contract in good and bad times. We've introduced log sort sales. There's been significant improvement. And if you remember back on those dire projections, we were supposed to go to broke 10 years ago, when the first financial viability work group got together. We're currently in the best financial position State Forest has been in a number of years since that financial viability report due to their prudent management. But I still think it's going to take other revenue sources, particularly to support our recreation education and interpretation program. This board moved forward a request for that. I think we need to look at more sources than just general fund. We need other types of funding to pay for the public benefits that we provide. So I think it'll be a combination of things as we move forward.
Mills, is that take care of you for the moment. And then I've got hands up from Brenda, Cindy, and Jim. I guess I want to ask if any of you are chiming in on this topic, or if it's a different topic, a related topic. If it's different, then I'll move next to Brenda. But this is sort of hard to figure out in the Zoom world, how we don't disrupt one conversation and go to another. But if you guys are okay, I'll call on Brenda next, unless you wanted to chime in on this. Okay, so Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. For some reason, I can't start my video. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but I just wanted to say that I listened very carefully to the testimony by the stakeholders, and I am concerned about the impacts on local communities and the counties. And I also feel, though, that the analysis that was done by staff, the comparative analysis, even though those projections were relative differences, they do provide us with the information that let us understand if we're making a decision that's going to be one that's likely to provide the greatest certainty into the future in terms of what those timber harvests could be to support the local economies on the coast. But I also think, and I'm looking to staff here, Liz and Brian and others, there's still some work to do. So if we do move forward today and agree to go forward with NEPA, the companion forest management plan, and listening to comments through the NEPA process and how those comments will be addressed, still provide some more work to be done. And at the end of it, I think I hope, give us a clearer picture of what the revenue or timber volume forecast might be for these local communities. Is that a reasonable assessment, Liz and Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. I think that is. And, while it's kind of a couple of big bins, if you will, the things that we're really thinking about with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we'll take up as well with counties and stakeholders, is what are the management activities, what are the constraints, or otherwise the lack of constraints, if you will, in terms of management, specific management approaches within HCAs and outside of HCAs. And so there was some information provided from Nick and Mike around, the areas that are less constrained than others. And so it's really kind of digging into those pieces, Brenda. And in doing so, that does, I would argue, help us sharpen the pencil in terms of what the financial outcomes are going to look like. And so that's just one example that I would offer. Welcome other folks to chime in.
Thanks, Liz.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think the more we work on this, both the HCP to get it into the NEPA process, but then more importantly, the companion forest management plan with the Board of Forestry, the more we understand or have surety around those outcomes. And so, we have proposed, and we'll talk more in January about what that schedule actually looks like. But let's just say for now, 18 months, 2 years, while we're doing that work, we would continue to do analysis and bring more information to you, the board, for that final decision in 2022. And so sometime in 2022 in the summertime, you'd have the companion forest management plan that had gone through rulemaking, which makes it a stable document. You'd have the HCP that had gone through the NEPA process, which makes that stable in time, no changes, if you will. But then also we'd do another information document. I'm not sure what that would be, but an information document similar to the comparative analysis, where we'd have more certainty around the numbers and a better projection and prediction of what the future outcomes would be. And that is really the crucial vote, whether that's accepted and go forward or we stay with the current plan.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. That clarifies things a lot. And I just want to kind of reflect on that, because we're not going to have that higher level of certainty that I think many stakeholders would like until we've continued to proceed through the process. So I guess I don't see a value in pausing things for a month. I think we're going to have that clarity toward the end of this whole process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brenda. Cindy?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to comment basically on that same thread of the conversation, and that is the NEPA process, at least as I understand it, is fundamentally a public involvement and analytic step. And for all of the decisions that I've been involved with in various ways, over the last 45 years, I have never entered a NEPA process with this much analysis already done. Generally, you go into the NEPA process with lots of questions and very few answers. So it does not make sense to me to delay either, to try to get more answers before we even really start the formal analytic process for the decision making. I think if we want to get those, I think it's very critical that we get those hard numbers on both the financial viability question and all the associated economic, jobs, social, community support that we all want in order to be able to make a decision. But to my mind, that is actually the function of the NEPA process, is that's the way you get those answers, is through that analysis. It also is a process that allows us, or you all, because I won't be here by the time the NEPA process ends and a decision comes back to the board for a decision, but it also provides the information necessary to sort of modify what the future board, as it's going along, will come up to as whatever their ultimate decision is. So simply because we launch a NEPA process, if we decide today, launch it on the basis of the information we have now, the process itself is elastic in terms of allowing the details of the HCP and its companion FMP to be modified as we learn more. So it would not make sense for me to delay till November today's decision on that basis, as well as the fact that it's unlikely we'd actually end up with any more information at hand to make a decision in November than we already have now. So I would strongly support the idea of moving ahead to get that further detail and that further information that we're all wanting to put our hands around through the NEPA process, because that's what that's designed to do.
Okay, and I see Jim has hand raised, and then Joe.
Sure. I wanted to talk just a little bit about all of the feedback, all the testimony that we've gotten, which is the written testimony. We've just had a tremendous amount, as well as testimony today. A lot of great information. But I also wanted to speak to the fact of how much passion there is in a lot of that testimony, and a lot of, particularly on the side of timber and timber families and rural communities, a lot of frustration and distrust, I think, of this board and its members. And so I wanted to say a couple things about that. I mean, we're not going to make everybody happy here today. But our job as board members, obviously, is to represent all of the people of Oregon, and I think that all of us take that quite seriously. And some of the feedback has included, pleading with us not to have our state forests end up managed like our federal forests, or mismanaged like our federal forests. And I'd certainly, as I look around at my fellow board members and look at myself, there are none of us who begin to want to see our state forests managed the way our federal forests have been in recent decades. And so I I just really want to give that kind of reassurance going forward that I think all of us are very cognizant of the issues on both sides and very concerned about the industry, about rural Oregon and the jobs. So
I
that's it.
appreciate that. I think that's very well stated. I mean, at times we've incurred a little distrust from a whole variety of stakeholders, depending on decisions that we're making. But I think that everybody here is, you know, starting from a place of really wanting of having a lot of respect for all of the different folks who have interest in how our forest lands are used, and we're trying to solve a problem. And the problem in trying to solve that problem is there is probably no perfect solution. So that's what we end up dealing with. Joe, I think you've got your hand up, and then I think Nils does.
Yeah, thank you. Jim, I couldn't agree more. I don't think any of us want to see state forests managed as our federal forests are managed. Living and working in rural Eastern Oregon, where I've seen the results of that and the impacts to these communities, that really resonates and hits home with me. I guess I'll just make one comment. The HCP brings a certainty related to conservation. That's wonderful. And I really appreciate the great work years to get there. I think although for HCP ultimately to be successful in 2022, we're going to have to have as much commitment to make sure we still achieve the social and economic alignment with greatest permanent value. So that would be my own comment. Thank you.
It's a good comment. Nils?
Yeah, I think I'm just building on that. I mean, the only thing I would just add is just a reminder that where the state has broadly embraced values and visions related to DEI, as Ann Kubich said at the Oregon Business Summit last year, rural, the inequity of geography, of being from a rural place, is the one metric that has not improved over the last 10 years. And there has been, tremendous transformation in the state, national, and global economies, and as well as demographics that have shifted people and wealth and business creation to a few urban centers. And it is really important, as you said, Joe, and as Tom and Jim have iterated, and Brenda, that we remember the importance of these forests to a broad range of jobs, and we also understand that the harvest of trees alone is not going to solve the rural future, that we need to collectively embrace innovation and creative ways to revitalize rural places. But being stewards of natural resources for the products that society needs, plus the diverse ecosystem and recreation values that it provides, those are jobs that require real skills. They require passion. They generate dignity within our rural communities. And we need to find that path that maintains those opportunities as we balance all of these different issues. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yes, Peter.
I just wanted to thank Niels for those comments. Fortunately, the governor recognizes rural areas as currently underserved in Oregon, and includes that in her diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, and particularly around climate change, which we will be working on in November. She identifies the need to maintain a strong timber industry and economic effect for the rural community. So I think that's well spoken, Nils, and just wanted to thank you for that comment.
Thanks. I don't see any other hands raised, so I guess at this point I'd see if we have a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation being that the board directs staff to finalize the administrative draft HCP and move into the NEPA process.
So moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Nils Christofferson.
Aye.
Cindy Deacon Williams.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye. Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Mike Rose is absent. And I'm Tom Imison. I'm an aye. So the motion carries by all members here present today. So thank you everybody for, I mean the board members and Peter and his staff and all of those who have participated in this process. It's a big piece of work, obviously, but it has a lot, as we've all said, it has a long, long way to go and will continue to get refined. I'll see if there are any other comments and then we'll adjourn this meeting and resume an executive session at 4:30, which is about 15 minutes. Any other comments? Great.
Jim has his hand up.
Oh,
Yeah, I did. I just,
fine with the hands up, but every now and then
sorry. Since we've got a couple of minutes, I know it's not on our agenda, but I have found those few minutes at the end of our meetings where we talk about what went well and process very useful. So looks like what we have just a few minutes. What is there interest in doing that?
Sure. I didn't think of it so much on this one because usually it's what do we need to follow up on? And I think we know what we need to follow up on, but sure, I think that'll be fine if you've got something on that list.
Well, you know, I mean, just this is really about process, but I did really note today that that as we look at the people who are in our conference room at ODF headquarters, that you really can't see their faces. And you know, the advantage of Zoom versus just a telephone call supposedly is we're actually able to see each other. And I don't know if that's kind of been recognized, but you know, so if the communication for people like Liz or any of the people in that room wasn't, I would argue it would be better if they were either at home or, you know, in their own office with their own screen. And it would actually work better than having those, you know, 3, 4, 5 people that are in that room. I don't know what other people think of that, but I just noticed that today.
Hey, this is Peter. Thanks for that, Jim. We have thought about that and discussed that. And part of the reason for minimizing and keeping the board as a primary panelist is because we're really trying to encourage the board to discuss as opposed to, you know, having discussions with the staff when it comes to decision making. But although we did alter it because we try to get the camera more focused on the team as a whole, hence I moved to bringing a computer in and being in a part of the regular panel. So it's a debate there. We do recognize that it seems there isn't the same level of discussion among the boards in the virtual setting. And so we're being very cognizant about ensuring the board engagement in this process amongst themselves is probably more important than just engagement with staff. But I hear what you're saying and we will think more about that. But I also want to think about, we're thinking about bringing in a facilitator for the retreat because of that very dynamics as well, although we're not having that this year. So just pros and cons for a virtual environment, I think.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to mention that I thought worked well today, but I have a question about it as well, and that is, setting up a deadline so that we were getting most of the written testimony early. It was really wonderful to just have a couple of days to actually be able to go through that testimony, especially since we had so much this time. And so that seemed good. I don't know. But the question I have about that process, I know it was communicated that there was a deadline, but I also noticed that when testimony came in from the Forest Trust Lands folks last night, that was, past the deadline, that was forwarded to us. So I don't know what our legal constraints are. So is it really a deadline, or what's our process going forward?
Well, I think what it's been is it's been a request. I don't think it's been a legal deadline. And I suppose the board, if it wanted to, going forward, could adopt, it would have to adopt by rule or by some means, something like that. It's not just our saying it, we'd have to go through some, I think that's true anyway. We'd have to go through a process, or you would have to go through a process.
I don't know that we need a rule that necessarily. Anyhow, I think it mostly worked, and that was great.
But I think people have tried, for the most part, they have tried to comply with those requests. Cindy,
I thought the public involvement process worked really well this time, both the receipt of the majority of the comments early enough so that we had the opportunity to review them, but also I thought the you okay? Yeah, but I also thought the public comment received today went very well. I thought the panels were well organized for the invited testimony, and I definitely appreciated the role, Hillary, that you played in logistics that I'm sure you had to deal with in order to let folks that signed up to comment have that opportunity at the meeting. I really appreciated that.
Yeah, and I think this may be the first time, I'm not sure, where we have actually had to say we can't take everybody. It's one of the things when you're doing something the way we're doing this through Zoom, you notice that it's a little harder to change things on the fly. If you're taking less time, it's not hard. If you're taking more time and you throw people off that you've scheduled a time to appear. So it's one of the I think it has been a plus to be able to, in terms of managing the schedule. And I think that Hillary and Jason did a really good job with that, with those who were appearing. So
I think Hillary deserves a big huzzah from all of us. It's quite something to pull this off.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. You can't see my face, but I'm going a little red in the cheeks. And this is Hillary, for the record. I just wanted to say a quick thank you actually to all of the exec support team that has been helping make this happen, as well as the logistics, IT, and public affairs. So this is a team effort, and I really do appreciate your kind words.
Great. Any other things for the good of the order here? All right. Well, then we will reconvene an executive session. We'll have Peter there for the beginning of that. We'll have Hillary there for that meeting. And otherwise it'll be just the board, and unless there is any media that has signed up to participate in that. Do you know if there, Hillary, do you know if there, if we have any media folks who are intending to?
Not that signed up.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
10 minutes, we'll meet you over there. Do we have to get set up in another room?
Yes, we don't. We just have to stay here, and but we can take a
stretch your legs.
Yes.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Hey, Niels, if you're still in this, I just want to remind you, you need to go to actually leave this meeting and then go to the next one. So that maybe you're the only one that looks like you might still be here.